Part 3. Aggression. The warm, dry air of the library was making Saba's scales itchy, and she scratched absently at them while skimming through one of the many books suggested by Triss. She barely noticed the discomfort, however. Her thoughts were too focused on the information she was reading. It surprised her how effortlessly she had taken to this form of research. When they'd first started, she had thought she'd never get used to the turning of pages. It seemed so time-consuming. And yet, now she was skimming through the books with an ease and confidence similar to that with which Scott Carp lizards back home would skate down the shaly slopes of Mount Stevschuls. "Found anything yet?" Saba looked up to see Mara peering at her from the end of an aisle of towering bookcases. She shook her head with some apology as she closed the book she'd been browsing through. She'd been reading up on a world on the outer edge of the unknown regions where a species of stilt-legged insects lived in a densely oxygenated atmosphere. Their legends spoke of a fire god who burst out of the planet's core every 3 years to burn large swaths of their world to the ground, initiating a new cycle of death and rebirth. But as interesting as it was, it didn't help their search. There was nothing about mysterious planets appearing in the sky anywhere in the text. "This one has found nothing," she replied. Mara nodded. "None of us has, unfortunately. I guess we're all still trying to come to grips with these books. It's frustratingly slow." "It would be slower still if not in basic. Our persistence will pay off," Saba told her. "It always does." Mara smiled, then moved off in the direction of Danny, probably, Saba thought, to check on the young scientist's progress also. Saba pushed the book she'd been reading to one side and took another from the stack that Triss had supplied. Another species, another dead end. She didn't mind, though. She was reveling in the diversity of life in the unknown regions. The search was a far cry from any of her previous duties as a Jedi, and in many ways she knew it could turn out to be one of the most difficult, given the amount of material they had to work through. But she also knew that finding the data itself would probably turn out to be the easiest part. Examining it and determining if it was relevant or not would undoubtedly take a lot longer. 2 books later, it was time to get up and stretch. Her eyes were starting to ache from reading, and her back was stiff and sore. Seeking a new list, she eloped through the narrow aisles to the center of the vast room, from where the voices of Jason and the others came. Luke and Mara looked up from 3 massive piles of books as she approached. They had conscripted a massive snow-wood table for their use. Broad and square, it was easily large enough to seat 20 people. Datapads lay scattered before them, into which fragmentary notes had been entered. Lieutenant Stalgis emerged from one of the aisles, staggering under yet another stack of books. No one could be spared from the effort. The only person missing was, ironically, the one who would have been the most fascinated by it all, Soren Hegarty. Worn out from the episode on Manlali Mafir, the doctor had elected to wait out this mission to the Chiss from orbit. But she was still there in spirit, and her voice could often be heard issuing from comlinks, requesting more data in annoyed tones. "Look at this," Luke announced, holding up a book before him for the others to see. Saba leaned over Jason's and Mara's shoulders. While the bulk of the text had been translated into Basic, there were still portions in the native Chian that demanded assistance from the librarian. Saba concentrated to make sense of the words before her. The pages Luke had opened to showed the location and history of a world called Yashu. It had been settled by humans some 3,000 standard years earlier, but had only recently encountered the Chiss. A quick scan of the pages revealed no reference to any wandering planets, although there was a description of an ancient woman called the prophetess, who oversaw the spiritual development of the colony. This woman taught that there was a living energy field pervading and connecting all things, which, when tapped into in the correct way— "She's talking about the Force," Mara said. "I think so," Luke said. "Look." He opened to a page containing pictures of the prophetess, whose real name, it turned out, was Valara Sar. It showed a woman of advanced years in a state of excellent preservation. The Chiss contact team had attempted to visit her home in the Yashaka Mountains, but they'd been repelled. No one, it seemed, came to the prophetess's retreat uninvited. The images were sketchily drawn and portrayed the chaos of a hasty retreat, but one thing was plain to see. "She's wielding a lightsaber," Jason exclaimed. "It looks very much like it," Luke agreed, displaying a bit more calm than his excited nephew. "How long has she been there?" Saba asked. "The records don't say," Mara said, "but if she was trained as a child, it could be decades." "Either that or she found a holocron," Jason suggested. "Let's not jump to any hasty conclusions," Luke said. "Strictly speaking, this isn't what we're here to look for." Nevertheless, he had dived deep into the information on Yashu and the prophetess. Saba noted other books open around him, all tracing the same topic. The woman herself had not deigned to speak to the Chiss landing party, but many of her acolytes had. The records contained a list of her primary teachings: patience, humility, compassion, clarity of thought, balance between physical and mental prowess, strict observance of diet, and, lastly, a solitary lifestyle. In all the years that Valara Sar had been teaching the people of Yashu, they had never known her to take a mate, so she never had any children. In fact, her only constant companion was a creature called a duval, which she had raised from a pup. "Hey, I think I found something." All attention shifted to Danny, who emerged from an aisle clutching a very large book. Beneath the overhang of her unkempt hair, there was excitement in her eyes as she placed the book heavily on the table and flicked through some pages. "See? Here. And here." Saba and the others looked to where she was pointing. The young scientist had found a reference to an asteroid belt that had been perturbed by recent tidal forces. Millions of chunks of rock ranging in size from grains of dust to giant boulders had been knocked out of orbit by something very large within the last 3 decades. That in itself wasn't so unusual. Solar systems were frequently unstable, with planets drifting in from interstellar space, wandering across orbits, or leaving at the whim of chaotic perturbations. What made this one unique was a record made by the civilization on an inner world before their atmosphere clouded. More than a dozen large rocks had impacted on the planet, rendering it uninhabitable. The ruins contained murals depicting a new star in the sky, a blue-green star that had appeared one summer as though out of nowhere, then disappeared half a year later. Its appearance had triggered a terrible religious war that had seen one entire nation subjugated and another reduced to rubble. The victors had celebrated the star's visit, but their celebrations had quickly turned to mourning as first fire rained from the sky, and then the new sun vanished. Within 2 generations they'd been reduced to savagery. "Another fleeting visit, another violent culture," Mara said, cutting through the silence. "The correlation gets stronger." "I see no evidence that zonama seot is deliberately trying to harm the people it comes across," Luke said thoughtfully. "Nevertheless," Mara said, "this is what it's doing." "Inadvertently, perhaps," Luke said, "not deliberately." "Maybe it just isn't thinking straight," Stalgis suggested. "Or wasn't thinking straight," Jason added. "This is an old reference, after all." "True," Luke said. "And until we see something more recent, I don't think we can judge it." Saba realized only then that Luke was warring within himself over zonama seot. Something as powerful as an intelligent planet might just as easily be influenced to do evil as it could to do good. So even if they did find it, the Galactic Alliance would still have to decide whether or not to trust it. Any evidence to suggest that it had been responsible for destroying a civilization, inadvertently or not, would be viewed unfavorably. "Good work, Danny," Luke said, "and that goes for everyone. It may be slow, but we are making progress." Obtaining another list from Triss, Saba followed Danny back into the maze of books. "You know, Saba," the young human scientist said, "I think we've got the easiest job here. Have you ever tried to extrapolate star maps from the sort of old sketches we're finding here? It's almost impossible." "This one suspects that's the idea," Saba responded, sissing deep in her throat. Danny pulled out a book on a new system near the one Saba was exploring. It was a long way from any of the other known contact regions. If they found something there, that would suggest that zonama seot's search for a hiding place had ranged extensively across the unknown regions. If it had followed a random search pattern, then a clear trail might not even exist, which meant that no amount of searching here would help them find it. She had to assume that this wasn't the case. Otherwise, there was no real point in even trying. Worlds upon worlds upon worlds. Saba ranged among the records of civilizations dead, thriving, or newly born. There were 1,000 new species to examine, but time didn't allow her to linger too long on any of them. She could only touch fleetingly upon each, skimming over their aspirations and philosophies like a pebble across a pond. "Be sure to take a break if you need to," Luke said the next time she returned for another list of books. "You've certainly all learned it." "That might not be a bad idea, actually," Jason put in, eyeing the towers of books building on the table. "You and Danny have been searching for 6 hours. We have plenty of data to pore over while you rest." Saba was speechless for a moment. 6 hours? It didn't feel anywhere near that long. It had been so pleasant to be apart from the world, to forget her own troubles for a while. Now that she thought about it, though, she could feel her body's fatigue. Her tail was as limp and lifeless as the trail of zonama seot itself. She shook her head. "Time is passing," she said, picking up the next list. "And hunting is this one's specialty." Then, with the scent of old books and cold trails rich in her nostrils, she resumed her patient, determined prowl of the data. Jaina kept her head low as she followed Melinza across the flat, tiled rooftop. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" she asked after a while. "Positive." The escapee didn't look over her shoulder to reply nor slacken her pace. "This way." Melinza sidetracked to the edge of the roof, jumping off without hesitation into space. Jaina hurried to the same spot in time to see Melinza land heavily on another rooftop 2 floors below. Despite her growing reservations, she followed easily with a similar leap. Salis Dar from the air had seemed a lot more sophisticated than the side of it she was seeing now. Its web-like radial layout and high towers had reminded her of many other affluent colony worlds she'd visited. On Bakura, the beginnings of rot had seeped in at basement level, with the high water table and humidity attacking steelcrete and other preventives directly, or encouraging plant life to grow around and into it. The cultural unwillingness to use droids meant that menial repair work often went undone. Since fleeing the penitentiary, she had become quite familiar with the sort of decay the city was capable of. The farther she went out from the center of the city, the more unattractive it became. The paint jobs were rougher. The streets themselves were considerably grubbier. And fewer repulsors meant that things like street lamps, vehicles, or buildings didn't float. It was almost like an entirely different world than the one she'd initially been introduced to. Jaina maintained Melinza's pace perfectly, staying 6 steps behind at all times. She wasn't trying to catch up. Watching the girl's back was her priority right now. This whole escape had been way too easy, and her tingling senses were screaming for her to keep her eyes peeled. Her only consolation was that their route through the city had been far too convoluted for anyone to follow. They descended a stairwell to the 3rd floor of the building. There they climbed through a window and went hand over hand along a dead power line to yet another building. This one appeared as if it had been empty since the Cyruvi invasion. Its outer shell held empty offices and reception areas. The interior was a giant atrium, filled with tropical plants gone wild. The faceted roof far above consisted of dirty transparasteel that seemed as though it had been designed to let the sun in during the day and open at night, although it obviously hadn't done so for a long time. The opening mechanism had long since turned to rust, and now, apart from a narrow slit through which the rain crept in, it remained permanently closed. Melinza stopped briefly at a balcony on the second floor, quickly checking on Jaina. She was about to continue when Jaina grabbed her by the shoulder and held her back. Melinza faced her, confused, and Jaina put a finger to her lips to indicate that she should remain still. The sense of walking into a trap was stronger here than ever. The only noises she could hear were dripping sounds from within the dense vegetation at the heart of the building. If Bakuran security forces had managed to follow them, then they were being exceptionally stealthy about it. Still, she had more than just a sneaking suspicion that Bakuran security weren't the only threat awaiting them. From above her in the trees, Jaina heard a soft click. In an instant her lightsaber was out. With her free hand, she pushed Melinza behind her, protecting her from any attack. "She's fast." Jaina squinted into the trees, but she couldn't make out the owner of the voice. "Who is she?" "Look at the lightsaber," replied another. "She's a Jedi." "One lightsaber against 3 blaster rifles," returned the first. "She couldn't be that fast." "Just try me and find out." Jaina challenged the voices, tightening her grip on her lightsaber while pinpointing the exact location of the voices in the trees. There were 3 of them at different heights, 2 male and 1 female. A subtle movement of the leaves suggested that perhaps there was a 4th slightly higher, silent for now. The leader, perhaps? Whatever, she thought. A quick tug of the branches with the force would soon bring them down. "It's okay," Melinza said, taking a step forward so she stood between Jaina and those in the trees. "At least I think she's okay, anyway." "What's she doing here, Melinza?" "I brought her." Melinza faced Jaina. "It's all right. You can put your weapon down. This is freedom." Jaina reluctantly relaxed her posture, deactivating the lightsaber and dropping her hands to her sides. She wasn't completely convinced everything was all right, but the last thing she wanted to do was give the rest of Melinza's rebel cell the wrong impression. The mini-forest rustled as leaves parted and 3 people emerged. The woman was striking, with the sides of her skull shaved and the remainder of her blonde hair tied back in a whip-like ponytail. The man nearest to her was dressed in a tatty security uniform about 2 sizes too big. His brown hair was wild, and he looked as though he hadn't shaved in a week. The third was a Rhodian, his green skin blending almost perfectly with the foliage. "This is Jaina Solo," Melinza told them. Jaina acknowledged them with a curt nod, glancing uneasily toward the tree for a glimpse of the 4th person she suspected to be still hiding there. "And what is it exactly that Jaina Solo wants?" the blonde-haired woman asked. "There's something going on here, on Bakura," Jaina replied for Melinza. "I'd like to find out what it is." "You mean something other than the usual?" the human male asked. "The exploitation of the weak by the powerful, the rape of natural resources, the corruption of innocence." "Easy, Zell," the blonde said. "Let's not scare her away before we've heard everything she's got to say." "Be mindful, Yorg," the Rhodian said in a rasping voice. "A Jedi is likely to put things into a mind as open as yours." "That only works on the weak-minded," Jaina said. "Besides which, I'm not here to brainwash anyone." "And we're just supposed to take your word on that." "Hey, that's enough," Melinza said firmly. "Where's Vyram, Yorg? I need to talk to him." "He's looking about somewhere," Zell said, "as usual." "I suspect that's him up in the trees over there," Jaina said, pointing to where she suspected the 4th person to be hiding. A short laugh escaped from the greenery. "You have good eyes, Jedi," said a voice. "If that is indeed what you're using." The leaves parted again, and the 4th person emerged. He was a rakishly thin, black-haired male who was perhaps a little older than Jaina. His cheekbones were prominent even beneath a patchy beard, and his movements were sure in the treetop. "I've learned not to rely on my eyes alone," she responded. The man Melinza had described as the brains of freedom smiled faintly. "Well, you come here with Melinza," he said. "That's enough for me, at the moment." Jaina practically felt the spark that passed between the young woman at her side and the black-haired man in the tree, but neither of them openly acknowledged any connection other than professional. "Take it down, Zell, so we can come aboard," Melinza said. "I'm getting tired of calling out to you from down here." The scruffy-haired human disappeared into the foliage. Jaina was shepherded toward a nearby stairwell, and as she descended, she experienced a momentary giddiness. The strange sensation caused her to stop and grab hold of something to steady herself, and it was then that she realized that the forest she was standing in wasn't what it appeared to be. The entire area was an artificial construct, draped with vines and other plants, suspended in mid-air on a bed of bakura's ubiquitous repulsors, so a casual glance would miss it completely. She wondered if it was an existing structure that Freedom had found and occupied, or one they had slowly built up so as not to attract attention. From this distance, there was no real way of telling. By the time she and Melinza reached the ground floor, the base of the structure was at arm's length above their heads. It wasn't a particularly elegant arrangement, resembling nothing more than several large, rectangular freight containers joined and surrounded by numerous layers of scaffold tubing and heavy cables, with pots and lattices for the plants covering it, but it did make for an effective disguise. Jaina glimpsed dark spaces within, and ladders leading higher up still. Melinza reached up to grab one of the horizontal bars hanging over them and hauled herself into the dense canopy. Clipping her lightsaber onto her belt, Jaina did the same. With a groan, the structure ascended back to its original position, leaving the floor some distance below. Jorgen Salkelly, the Rhodian, were at the entrance to the lowest container and helped Melinza inside. No such assistance was offered to Jaina. She had to manage by herself, which she did without difficulty. Lyram was waiting inside the container, seated in a corner on a packing crate. "Welcome to the stack," he said to Jaina with a sweep of his arm to take in his surroundings. "It's not much, but it's all we have, I'm afraid." "Where are the others?" Melinza asked him. "Scattered about," he replied, "or out on patrol." His dark eyes glistened in a faint electrical light. "Things have been difficult." "Your arrest really had us worried," Salkelly said. "Not me, though," Zell said, dropping into the container through a hole in the roof. "I'm cool." "Yeah," Jorg scoffed. "About as cool as a red dwarf." Melinza ignored both of them. "I'm sure the others will come back when word spreads that I'm out." "And I presume this one had something to do with your escape," Salkelly said. "Jaina? Actually, I'd assumed it was you, Vyram." The black-haired man shook his head. "I tried, but the defenses were way too tight. I was going to have another go at it tomorrow, when everyone's attention was on the consecration." Melinza frowned. "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" "One of the other groups, perhaps," Vyram said. He shrugged. "Or someone on the inside. A sympathetic guard, maybe." "Or someone sympathetic higher up, perhaps," Jaina mused. "How do you mean?" Melinza asked. "Kundertal didn't believe you were guilty," Jaina answered. "So if you were framed and there was nothing official he could do about it, maybe he decided to at least try to make escape easier for you." "The Prime Minister?" Zell looked more unnerved than he was before. He used a short laugh to hide it. "No way. That would just be too bizarre." "It's not important right now," Vyram said. "I'm just glad that we have you back." Again, Jaina sensed a surge of something more than just respect between Vyram and the young leader of freedom. "She's not out of the woods yet," she said. "Remember, Melinza is still a fugitive. Regardless of who helped her, she'll have to stay hidden until we can find out who really kidnapped Kundertal." "I've been digging around," Vyram said, "but none of the data I've come across has revealed any clues." "Would it be possible for me to see that data?" Jaina asked. The young man glanced uncertainly at Melinza, who nodded. "Come on, then," he said, standing. "I hope you're not afraid of heights, though. My workshop's at the very top of the stack." "I'm sure I can handle myself." With a crooked smile, Vyram hauled himself up through the hole in the container, and Jaina and the others followed. From there it was up ladders and through other boxy room spaces for another 15 meters, to the very apex of the interior jungle, where Vyram's workspace balanced on top of the rebel heap. Jaina had no doubts that the stack was structurally sound, otherwise Freedom wouldn't have used it as a base in the first place. But her instincts were telling her otherwise. Any sudden movements made the upper reaches sway unnervingly. "Pull up a seat," he said, indicating a pile of empty crates in one corner. His own seat looked a lot more comfortable, consisting of a floating orthopedically designed chair, positioned in front of a complex array of computer screens and keyboards, many of them also levitated by repulsors. Jaina pulled up a crate, closely followed by Melinza, Zell, and Jorg. The green-skinned Salkelly remained standing. Vyram brought the system to life. "I know it's not much, but given your circumstances," Jaina said, "I'm quite impressed." She noted insect fibers in the corner of the crate and what appeared to be a bird's nest under a desk. "You're actually patched into the planetary network from here?" "Not permanently. We've a holocom up on the roof, but we only use it when we need direct access. It's less risky to get a link up, take what we want, then trawl through it afterward to see if we can find something interesting. That's what the system's doing at the moment. Com scanners flag anything that looks vaguely suspicious for me to check out later. If I need to, I go back in to find more." That made sense, Jaina thought. Illegal nodes on any network were difficult to trace, even if suspicions were aroused, but it wasn't impossible. Accessing the planetary network irregularly would certainly make it more difficult for anyone to pin down Freedom. "What have you found so far?" she asked. "Melinza told me that you've uncovered evidence of corruption at a senatorial level. You'd be naive to think that this is anything remarkable. Every government I've ever seen suffers from that to some degree or another, including my own." Vyram nodded. "That's why we oppose the government we have. There has to be a strong opposition to keep the Senate and Prime Minister honest. They might try to shut us down, but we need to be here for the Bakuran people. We're the planet's conscience." "You keep things in balance," Jaina said. Melinza smiled. "Exactly." "But how do you finance yourselves?" she asked again. "I can't imagine any of this setup would have been cheap." "You'd be surprised." Vyram's smile was full of pride. "The equipment is actually second-hand or on loan, and the stack was here already. We just adapted what we found to our needs. It's a better strategy than becoming indebted to people, don't you think?" "Our allies today could be our enemies tomorrow," Melinza agreed. "You see, we're not naive, Jaina. The only way to be truly objective is to stay independent." "I admire your efforts," Jaina said, speaking with absolute honesty. She might not have agreed with Freedom's goals or methods, but the fact that its members had managed to stay out of serious trouble for so long was in itself a remarkable feat. "But something has changed. The obvious question is, what?" "The only thing we can think of is this." Vyram's hands flickered across the keyboards as he accessed encrypted memory. "We uncovered a secret leak of government funds through several intermediaries. The amounts were all different, and the payments weren't regular, but our software was sophisticated enough to spot and flag them." "Where did the money leak to?" Vyram shook his head. There's no information about that at this end. Whoever set up the leak was careful in that respect. Barely had we begun to dig when the communications blackout came down on us. Jaina had heard about the infamous cluster over the years, but her own knowledge was scant. Aunt Mara had entertained a younger Jaina with stories of adventures in the cluster with Talon Card, tales of pirates and outlaws and renegades. If only a small percentage of the stories she'd heard were true, then she had no doubt that there were probably many places within the cluster that would be more than happy to take credits from bakura, whether it was stolen government money or not. "So you think this led to Melinza being arrested?" she asked. "What else could it be?" Vyram replied. "Nothing else we found is as big as this. I mean, we're talking millions of credits here. It has to be someone in government behind it, because no one else would have the codes needed to access those funds and set up the system of automatic payments from within. If word got out, the scandal would be huge." "We're guessing we tripped something when we sliced the data," Melinza said. "There would be safeguards against detection. The person behind this must have realized that we noticed the leaky funds. They acted immediately, before we put together a strong enough case to go public. At the moment, we have no idea who's behind it or why." Vyram nodded glumly. "It comes down to our word against the government, and following Melinza's arrest, our word isn't looking so good anymore." "So you need a suspect," Jaina said, thinking quickly. "Someone high up in the government. High enough to set the payments in place and to order the fake arrest." "Such as? What about Blaine Harris?" she suggested. "He's the one who told us about Melinza's arrest, and he's certainly in the right spot to do everything else." Melinza and Vyram exchanged a look that Jaina couldn't interpret. Then Melinza shrugged. "It's possible." "I can have a closer look at his records," Vyram said, hands moving again across his equipment. "Let me patch into the network, and I'll see if we can find something on him." This took Jaina back a little. "You've sliced into the Deputy Prime Minister's private files?" Vyram smiled fleetingly up at her. "Give me a minute, and I will have." Jaina looked on as Vyram closed the documents he had opened for her, and set new programs running. His fingers were quick and confident as he prepared the Stax system for connection to the bakura's planetary network. Jaina wasn't the only one admiring his skill, either. Melinza's face was practically glowing with admiration as he worked. This quickly turned to concern, however, when a series of warning bleeps issued from the board before them. Vyram frowned. "Problem?" Jaina asked. "I can't establish a link." He tried something else, but received the same warning bleeps in response. "There seems to be some sort of interference." "Jamming?" "I don't think so. More likely it's a nearby signal swamping the microwave feed from the satellite. Let me see if I can tap into it." Data flashed across the screens as he switched rapidly from one program to another. "Here, listen." A regular bleeping began to pulse from the network's speakers. "I know that sound," Zell said from behind them. "That's a homing beacon." The dynamic inside the stack instantly changed, with everyone suddenly rising to their feet and facing Jaina. "So that's why my escape was so easy," Melinza said, advancing a pace. "Wait a minute," Jaina protested, but was quickly shouted down by Salkelly. "You led them right to us." "She's a spy," Yorg said, advancing on Jaina. "I say we kill her." "Hold on," Vyram said, fiddling with the array of computers and adjusting a directional antenna. "She isn't the source of the transmission." "What?" Yorg stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Vyram. "Then where's it coming from?" Vyram pointed at Melinza. "Me?" The rebel leader's face went pale. Vyram checked the computers. "I'm afraid so, Melinza. The signal is strongest where you're standing." The others were staring at their leader with stunned expressions, unsure how to react. Even Vyram seemed frozen by indecision.
"Can we narrow down the location of the beacon?" Jaina asked. "Maybe we can remove it before they home in."
Vyram adjusted the antenna and passed it over Melinza's body. The program's bleeping went up in pitch as it passed her midriff. She lifted her prison tunic to expose the waistline of her pants. There, embedded between two lines of stitching, was a tiny bump in the fabric. "They've had a bead on you the whole time." Zol's eyes darted around him, staring wildly at the walls of the container, almost as if, through them, he could see security guards converging on the stack. "They could be here right now." "Get a grip," Jorg said in a manner that suggested his panic offended her. "We have perimeter alarms, don't we? They couldn't get anywhere near the place without us knowing." "Why now?" Saul Kelly asked. Jorg turned to him. "What do you mean?" "They could have planted something on Molly like this months ago," he said. "So why now?" "Because she's an escapee now," Vyram said, "and we're aiding and abetting her. They're clear-cut criminal charges, not something as gray as slicing." Melinza stood. "They're only clear-cut if my original charge isn't a fake," she said, "which it is. Either way," Jaina said, "we're going to have to get out of here." "Running will only make us look guilty," the Rhodian said. "I agree with the Jedi," Zol said. "Staying here will get us caught." A fierce buzzing from the computer system suddenly filled the room. All eyes turned to Vyram at the computer console for an explanation. His expression was grim. "That's the perimeter alarm." "I knew it!" Zol shouted, nervously pacing the confined space. "I just knew it!" "Shut it, Zol," Melinza snapped. Then, more calmly, she turned to Vyram and asked, "Which one is it?" "North 14 and South 7. They're coming in from both sides. Air? Not as yet." "Good." Melinza turned to the others. She no longer looked the frightened teenager. Now she appeared every bit the leader of a covert group under threat. "I'm open to any suggestions at this time." "Why not let the Jedi fight for us?" Zol said, his expression just a little too eager and manic for Jaina's liking. "She could easily take on—" "No," Melinza said sharply. Zell fell instantly silent. "There'll be no fighting. You know that I will never approve of violence." "We might not have a choice, Melinza," Jorg said. "No, there is an alternative," Jaina said. "You could remove the bug and give it to me. I could take it elsewhere, to throw them off your scent." "Isn't it a bit late for that?" Jorg said. "They're right outside." Jaina resisted the urge to snap back. Although Vyram had proved that she was not responsible for having led the enemy to the stack, she still felt as though everyone was blaming her for the situation they were in. "They're not here yet, though," Vyram said, looking thoughtful. "Yeah, but they're not stupid either," Jorg said. "They'll know when they're being duped." "Not if we present them with many variables at once. We've had a distraction in place for some time, just in case a day should come when they'd find us." He took a deep breath and looked at Melinza. "I'd say that day has arrived, wouldn't you?" Melinza nodded, then hastily tore the bug from her waistband and handed it to Jaina. "They're getting closer," the young leader said, glancing at the screens as another siren went off. "I'd hurry if I were you." "I'll go with you," Saul Kelly said. "I know the streets better than you do." Jaina hesitated briefly, then relented with a nod. She couldn't deny that what the Rhodian said made sense. "Okay," she said. Then to Melinza she asked, "Will you at least tell me where you're going? I think it would be best if you didn't know." The girl extended a hand. Jaina took it and shook. "We'll meet again, though, I'm sure." Jaina just nodded. There wasn't time for long farewells.
"After you," she said to Sol Kelly, and the Rhodian dropped feet first out of the container. The work in the library was a painstaking process, and after so many hours poring over books, Saba was beginning to feel fatigue pressing at the stiff muscles beneath her itchy scales. Thankfully, though, there were enough allusions to a wandering planet in the innumerable cultures to keep everyone optimistic. After Danny had found the first reference, Saba had quickly discovered 2 more, and shortly after that, Jason had found yet another. Since then, as the trail grew warm, appearances came at a regular rate. When what they thought was zonama seot had passed near a relatively civilized world, they were able to pin down its appearance with precise dates. Otherwise, they were able to guess, based on more or less inaccurate records and physical evidence. Luckily, Saba thought, they weren't chasing an event that had happened centuries ago. In many cases, witnesses were still alive to relate to the CHIS contact teams their first-hand experience of the coming of the new star, or the dawning of the death sun, or whatever else it happened to be called. From these recollections, along with more recent surveys of every system in the CHIS's domain, they gradually began to reconstruct the planet's movements. Zonama seot had first appeared on the imperial fringes of the unknown regions, visiting 3 systems within a couple of years. Then it had jumped clear across to the outer edge of the galaxy, where habitable systems were fewer and far between. There it had encountered a species that, before its enslavement by the Yuuzhan Vong early in their invasion, would relate to the CHIS visitors the coming of a world that hung in their sky for a month, burning and smoking. This certainly didn't match the description of the lush and peaceful world given by Vergere, but it did match predictions of the sort of stresses the crust of a planet might experience by jumping in and out of gravity wells through hyperspace. No one had ever heard of such a feat before, so there was no experimental data on record, but the most basic planetary science suggested that zonama seot would not have been unscathed by its precipitous jumps across the galaxy. Following this, it had retreated inward, toward the core of the galaxy. There it encountered several species in quick succession before finally settling down in one particular system for almost a year. The new light in the sky had inspired a competitive surge from the normally content denizens of that system's habitable world, with the 2 main countries entering into a kind of space race to see who could be the first to land a probe on the mysterious visitor. However, well before the vying probes made orbit around the planet, it vanished once more. Again, images taken before it disappeared showed a world completely covered by smoke and ash, simmering in its own heat. Saba felt a pang of pity for the fleeing world as she once again contrasted these images with that of Vergere's own testimony, reported by Jason, of a world rich with life, in constant harmony with the Force. Oddly, though, later reports from farther around the galactic rim spoke of a world that was green again. So either zonama seot had managed to heal itself, or it was getting the hang of making hyperspace jumps without causing itself any further grievous damage. It came and went without warning, flitting shyly from star to star in search of... what? Saba wondered, but she couldn't begin to imagine. Perhaps, she thought, somewhere along the way it had lost the only company it had ever known, the Pharaohan colonists who had for generations lived on its surface, and was now seeking replacements. Then again, she was also aware that as one of the few remaining members of her own species, still mourning the loss of her home planet, she might be externalizing her own problems and transposing them onto zonama seot. She couldn't presume to know what went on in the mind of such an incomprehensible being that... A sudden high-pitched squeal startled Saba, causing her to jump and almost drop the book she was returning to the shelf. She turned to see a tall woman in her middle years, dressed in a green jumpsuit beneath black robes, standing at the end of the aisle, both hands covering her mouth. She was clearly surprised to have stumbled upon the huge Barabel. Behind her stood a blonde human girl, who looked to be in her early teens. She was dressed in a black uniform that looked like a miniature version of the CEDF dress code. The girl looked disdainfully at the older woman, as though thoroughly mortified by her exclamation. "Hi, hi," the woman stammered, lowering her hands. A nervous smile failed to hide her obvious embarrassment. "I'm sorry. You startled me." "There is no need to apologize," Saba said. "This one was startled also. We thought we were alone in the library." "You are. You were." The woman still seemed a little unsure of Saba. "What my mother means is that we just arrived," the girl said. "We're looking for my father, Suntir Fel." There was something in the way the girl glanced to the ground as she said this that suggested she wasn't telling the truth. Nevertheless, understanding dawned for Saba at the mention of the Baron's name. "Then you must be Sial Antilles." The woman smiled more easily this time, dissolving some of her awkwardness, although not all. "Yes, and this is my daughter, Win." Saba executed a short, respectful bow. The wife of Suntir Fel, mother of Jagged Fel, and sister of Wedge Antilles, was an acquaintance she was pleased to make. "This one is Saba Sabatine." "What are you looking for?" Win asked, craning to look at the spine of the book Saba had just replaced. Saba hesitated, unsure how much she should reveal. "This one was tracing the history of a species called the Hemis arbora." The girl shrugged. "I've never heard of them." Saba stretched up to pull the book back down and flipped it open to one of the strange two-dimensional maps the archive preferred. She tapped it with a claw. "They originally came from here, Keravar, and migrated to Oseraton here, via Umarenk. This one detected their influence on the Umarenk culture." "What does that mean?" "Win," her mother cautioned. Sial Antilles was waiting some distance away, a safe distance, Saba observed. Despite her years living with Baron Fel among the Chiss, she was probably still wary of non-human aliens, as so many Imperials seemed to be. To Saba she said, "I must apologize for my daughter's prying. I'm sure you have enough to do without her bothering you with questions." "This one is not bothered by your daughter," Saba assured. Then, blinking at the girl, she turned to answer her previous question. "Our search is for a particular planet. Apart from its one habitable world, Oseraton is an empty system. The Hemis arbora would have noticed a new world." Win laughed lightly. "You have a strange way of saying things. Win." The girl, easily half a meter shorter than Saba, looked up at the Barabel and rolled her eyes, all the while keeping her back to her mother. Saba smiled, saying to Sial Antilles, "It is all right. This one is not offended by her words." Win returned the smile at this, then turned her attention to the maps, her eyes almost shining in wonder. "You must lead such an amazing life, traveling to all those places, having all kinds of adventures." Saba nodded, supposing that from a child's point of view that must seem true. Jedi Knights carried with them an aura of mystique wherever they went. However, it was unlikely that Saba's current work in the library was even remotely connected to the adventures that Win was obviously imagining. "So it's true," Sial muttered as she took a step forward. There was a look of suspicion on her face. "You're really expecting us to believe that you're looking for zonama seot?" Saba didn't bother denying it. "This is our quarry, yes." "But zonama seot is nothing more than a legend, a myth." Sial shook her head, eyes narrowing as her suspicion came to the fore. "What is it you're really after?" "This one does not know what you mean by... I mean that I find it hard to believe that you came all this way to chase shadows." Saba frowned, her eyebrow ridges contracting thickly on her brow. She didn't understand why the woman's temperament had suddenly changed, or indeed what she was trying to get at. "Why else would Master Skywalker bring us here?" "The CEDF library, of course. It gives you access to everything we have on all the people and places known to the Chiss." "But why should we want to know this?" "Because you're looking for allies," she said. "We've resisted the Yuuzhan Vong better than you have. You need us far more than we need you." "You think we're looking for a way to convince you to join the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances? Or maybe coerce us?" Seot returned bluntly. "Mom," Wynne said. There was a hint of embarrassment and reproach in her tone. Then she faced Saba with a look of apology. "She doesn't mean what she says. She's just worried you're going to try to take Dad away from her, like you took Jag." The woman's eyes flashed anger at her daughter, and her voice carried denial. "Wynne." "Oh, come on, Mom," the girl said, wheeling around to face her mother. "You've been worried about Dad ever since Jag left." "That's not true," Seot said firmly. But there was something in her eyes that suggested that what her daughter said was true. After a moment, she sighed and shook her head slowly. "It hasn't been since Jag left, Wynne. It's been since Coruscant fell." Saba was beginning to feel out of her depth. She wished that Master Skywalker was here to face these accusations instead of her. He was far more adept at handling such matters. "Before Coruscant, I was actually trying to talk Soontir into joining the fight against the Yuuzhan Vong." All acrimony had gone from her tone, for which Saba was grateful. She seemed to speak now as a means of explaining her prior hostility toward Saba's presence. "I wanted him to join the New Republic like Jag did, either with the rest of the Chiss or without them. But he didn't want to fight. He said that the New Republic could handle the Yuuzhan Vong, just as we were handling it on our side of the galaxy. Then you lost the capital and—" She hesitated briefly, as if collecting her thoughts. "I knew two things then, that he would change his mind, and that you were going to lose." Her eyes flitted between Wynne and Saba as she said, "I won't let you take him down with you. I won't." "Do you think he will be safe here if the Chiss don't join us in the war?" The expression on Seol's face told Saba everything she needed to know. The woman knew that the Chiss had no hope if the rest of the galaxy fell to the Yuuzhan Vong. Within years, the alien invaders would be replenished and able to overwhelm even the strongest Chiss defense. "Don't make the mistake of underestimating the Yuuzhan Vong," Danny suddenly put in from the other end of the aisle. All eyes turned to her. Saba hadn't heard the scientist arrive, and wasn't sure how long she'd been listening in. Her expression was heavy with tiredness, but her words were uttered with the clarity of personal experience. "Too many of us have already paid a terrible price for doing just that. The New Republic, the Empire, the Hutts, the Ithorians, the Rhodians. The list keeps getting longer with every year this war continues. You obviously know what's been going on. You must realize how serious a threat these invaders are. Do you really think that hiding out here will save you forever? They may decide to wipe you out on a whim, just like they tried to do with the Imperial Remnant." "Your position is untenable," Saba added. "Denying it will not make it otherwise." "I don't want to lose him," Antilles whispered, her expression one of someone caught between two conflicting emotions. "I can't take it any more. I can't—" "Mom!" The daughter looked frightened. "Do not be afraid," Saba said, putting as much compassion as she could into her rough, reptilian voice. "We are not your enemies. We understand your fears." Wynne looked up at her with wide, staring eyes. "But there is no easy solution to this war. Turning your back on it won't make it go away. We need long-term solutions. We need to work together. Of that, this one is absolutely certain. Sial Antilles.
Sial nodded then, although her uncertainty clearly remained.
"You're Sial Antilles?"
Danny asked, coming closer.
"Yes," the woman replied. "Why?" "Baron Fell just arrived," she said. "But he didn't mention that he was expecting you." "He wasn't," she said, confirming Saba's earlier suspicion of Wynn's lie. "We just heard that someone had come from home, and we wanted to see them."
Gone was the frightened mother and wife. In her place stood a composed and confident woman beaming a pleasant smile to a stranger, who might not have heard every doubt she'd just expressed.
"And now that we have seen you, perhaps we should be moving along."
Her eyes met Saba's briefly, exchanging all manner of emotion, the most prominent of which was gratitude.
"Thank you for your words, Saba, and please accept my apology for mine."
"There is no need," Saba said, effecting a slight bow. Sial Antilles returned the gesture.
"Come along, Wynn."
"I think I might stay and help them, if that's all right."
The girl directed this to Saba and Danny, both of whom nodded.
"I don't think that's a good idea, Wynn," her mother said. "They don't need you getting in their way while they're trying to work."
"No, it's fine," Danny said. "Actually, we could use the help."
"Are you sure?"
Sial asked. There seemed to be a residue of embarrassment for her earlier outburst. But Saba knew that an injection of youthful enthusiasm from Wynn would be just what they needed.
"This one is certain that Wynn would not be a burden."
Wynn's face immediately lit up.
"You won't regret it. I know these records better than most people, including Triss."
"That I seriously doubt," her mother said.
Wynn didn't respond. Instead, she faced Danny and asked,
"Is it true that one of the Solo twins is here with the Skywalkers?"
Danny nodded and smiled.
"Jason Solo, yes. And will I get to meet him, too?" "I'm sure you will," Danny said.
"Don't get too far ahead of yourself, Wynn," her mother said.
She still seemed hesitant about her daughter staying.
"We still have to clear this with your father."
"He'll be fine with it, Mom,"
Wynn said, fairly bouncing on her toes. Her enthusiasm suggested that not much in the way of excitement had happened in her life for a long, long time.
"This one will mind her while you check if you wish."
Sial nodded, still with some uncertainty, as Danny led her away.
"Thank you so much for this,"
she exclaimed once her mother and Danny had disappeared down another aisle.
"This will be fantastic."
"It will also be hard work," Saba cautioned, "and it is very important work, too."
"Oh, I understand that,"
Wynn said, forcing herself to settle down. Then, looking around, she spread her arms as if to encompass the entire library and said,
"So, where did you want to start?"
Jaina followed as quickly as she could as Sol Kelly slithered down the pipes and vines to the bottom of the stack. The entire structure shuddered as it lowered slightly to make their drop to the ground less severe. She looked around to make sure the area was clear. It was. However close the Bakuran guards were, thankfully they hadn't yet breached the ground floor. Sol Kelly waved for her to follow. With the bug tucked deep in one of her jumpsuit pockets and her deactivated lightsaber in hand, she did so. Her feet fell silently among the plant debris and rubble that made the abandoned building look more like ruins in a jungle than an abandoned office block. The Rhodian led her out of the atrium space and through a series of short corridors. They entered what had once been a public refresher and, after a brief pause to listen for sounds outside, pushed out the window. "After you this time," Sol Kelly said. Jaina slipped through the narrow space and into the darkness outside. She found herself standing in a long and very narrow alley. She was grateful that there were no guards waiting for them, because there wouldn't have been much room to fight if there had been. It was still night by the look of the sky.
She hadn't yet adjusted to local time, but she suspected that dawn wasn't far off. If Melinza and the other members of Freedom were going to make a clean getaway, they'd have to do it soon.
"What sort of distraction does Vyram have in mind, anyway?"
she whispered to the Rhodian as he emerged from the window beside her. "Wait and see," he answered with a wink. He hurried up the alley, moving carefully but quickly. Jaina followed, alert to the slightest change in the environment around her. A fitful wind blew from ahead of her, throwing up dust and rustling discarded paper and rubbish. She was acutely aware of the fact that the guards didn't have to be super sleuths to find her. All they had to do was follow the signal from the bug in her pocket. Ideally, what she needed was a feral cratch or a lost droid to which she could attach the bug, after which she could make her own escape. Until then, though, she would just have to keep moving and stay attentive. Sol Kelly was within 10 meters of the end of the alley when an air car suddenly swept over them, landing lights and powerful arcs flashing down the narrow gap between the buildings. In a second it was gone. Jaina could hear the whine of its turbines as it circled to come back around and pinpoint them again. Through the force, Jaina sensed the blaster come up from behind her before the woman holding it had even had chance to fire. In one smooth motion, she wheeled around in mid-step and activated her lightsaber, bringing it up between her and the guard at the distant end of the alley at the exact instant the laser bolt fired. There was a bright flash as the bolt discharged into the wall beside her, spraying chips of stone into the air. More bolts followed, but the smoke in the air spoiled the guard's aim, and Jaina was easily able to back away after Sol Kelly, providing cover. The Rhodian hissed for her to hurry. Sensing no one lying in wait for them, she turned and ran full tilt for the exit from the alley. Sol Kelly had his blaster out, ready to fire at anyone who got in his way. Jaina, on the other hand, wasn't so committed to attacking people who, despite her current situation, were supposed to be her allies. Out of the alley, she found herself on a wider, more exposed street. Sol Kelly was already halfway across it, heading for a smashed window in a building on the far side. Jaina followed without hesitation, deactivating her lightsaber as she went. She dashed across the road and dived headlong through the window just seconds after Sol Kelly. She rolled as she landed, coming up into a crouch to examine her surroundings. A quick look around told her they were in the remains of an open-plan office, long abandoned, with broken furniture strewn about the floor. Sol Kelly was clambering to his feet just as the guards emerged from the alley across the street. "Keep moving," he urged, dashing from the room with his head low. He took her deep into the building, then down into one of its sub-basements. Kicking open a stuck door, he revealed a long tunnel that, judging by its length, stretched to several other buildings along the street. They hurried along it, passing entrances to other basement levels. "I trust you have a plan," Jaina said. "More or less," he called back to her. "We'll go back up in a second, to throw them off track. Once we're sure Melinza and the rest are safely away, I'll take any suggestions you have." Footfalls came from the corridor behind them. Jaina spun around, igniting her lightsaber and deflecting a handful of blaster bolts that had been aimed at their fleeing backs. Sol Kelly took the next stairwell on their right. Jaina followed. He didn't stop at the ground floor, but instead continued on to the top of the building. When they emerged, the air car was waiting for them, hovering above the roof like the remotes she'd once trained with, only much larger and much deadlier. 2 guards hung over its sides, blaster rifles pointing down at Sol Kelly and Jaina. Dodging and deflecting laser bolts, the 2 of them took cover behind a ventilation shaft. Jaina used the force to rock the air car while the Rhodian returned fire. That evened the score, but they were still in a no-win situation because they had nowhere to run. She was about to point this out when a loud explosion from nearby brought a halt to the firing from the air car. The attention of the guards in the vehicle suddenly turned to a huge ball of burning gas rising up from a nearby building. The same building, Jaina noted, that had contained the stack. She was so surprised by the turn of events that she barely noticed the arrival of other guards from the stairwell. Thankfully, though, they were also attracted to the spectacle, staring in amazement at what was emerging from the newly formed hole where the building's skylight had once been. The stack itself, its ragtag jumble of containers loosely tied together with scaffolding and hidden by vines, rose gracefully into the pre-dawn sky, glinting shards of shattered transparisteel falling like silver rain onto the building below. Propelled by repulsors, the entire structure was as buoyant as a hot air balloon, and moved in much the same way. As soon as it had cleared the top of the building, it began to drift with the prevailing wind, trailing a spreading cloud of smoke and debris beneath it. The aircar sped away to intercept the floating structure, leaving the guards on the rooftops staring at the spectacle. "Now's the time for suggestions," he hissed, "before those guards over there remember what they're here for. Right now they stand between us and our only means of escape." "There is one other," Jaina said, staring at the edge of the roof a dozen or so meters away. Salkelly laughed, following her gaze. "Don't tell me the Jedi can fly, too." She shook her head and smiled at him. "No, but we can jump. Come on." With that, she bolted for the edge of the rooftop, not stopping to check that the Rhodian was following. Then, trusting in her instincts and the Force, she threw herself into the air. Instead of landing on another rooftop, however, she found herself plunging into a deep and wide aqueduct, half filled with fast-moving water. The current instantly grabbed and held her down. Her limbs flailed as she struggled to orient herself and come up for air. Lungs burning, she finally broke the surface, desperately trying to suck in some oxygen, while at the same time coughing up some of the water she'd inhaled. Then, from somewhere nearby, above the sound of rushing current, she heard the wheezing laughter of the Rhodian. "Over here!" he called as the current swept them along into a high-ceilinged tunnel. He was paddling strongly a meter or so away from her. She spat out some more water and swam to his side. "I presume the stack was the distraction you mentioned. It was empty, right?" "Right." His voice echoed in the tunnel. "Well, the guards chasing us split up to check. The others would have slipped out through the basement." "But all that equipment," she said. A loss like that for a small group such as Freedom had to hurt. "All that data." "Data and equipment are replaceable. Lives are not." An open shaft passed by overhead, briefly affording them some light. It reflected off Salkelly's multifaceted eyes. "Okay, we're there," he said. "Swim for the edge." "You actually know where we are?" She was genuinely surprised. "A Rhodian always has an escape plan," he said, kicking vigorously for the edge of the tunnel. "I thought everyone knew that." "But it was my idea to jump." The Rhodian snorted, a nasal bleat that sounded unusually loud in the tunnel. "I had already thought of it. I just wanted to check out your mettle." He reached the wall and found purchase on its slimy surface. Jaina wasn't far behind. Her fingers dug into the gaps between bricks where ancient mortar had eroded away. "Up there," Salkelly said. "See?" Jaina looked up and, to her right, and saw an open access cover. Descending from it was a rusting metal ladder. She followed Salkelly's lead and began to edge her way toward it. The current was stronger here than it had been before, and she had to fight not to be swept away. From farther down the tunnel she could hear a faint rumbling sound, like that of a distant roaring. She guessed that either the tunnel continued to narrow the farther it went, or it ended in an underground waterfall of some kind. Either way, she didn't particularly want to find out. "I'll help you up," Salkelly said, coming up beside her when she reached the base of the ladder. "That's all right." She nudged him upward with the force and enjoyed the look of surprise on his green face. "I have something I have to do first." He ascended the ladder while she reached into her pocket and removed the bug, releasing it into the current. She was happy to let the security guards search through the drainage system to find it. Then she lifted herself out of the water, pulling herself up and out into the relatively fresh air. The sun was rising over the horizon when she scrambled through the access hatch. Looking around, she could tell they had come out in a completely different section of the city than they'd just been in. The streets were wider, the buildings lower and better maintained. It looked more like a warehousing suburb than the abandoned business complex they'd left behind. "We made it," she said, laughing in relief. "You ditched the bug?" Jaina nodded, already thinking about what to do next. I think you've helped freedom enough for one day, Saul Kelly said. Would you like a lift back into town? As long as it doesn't involve swimming again. He grinned, motioning for her to accompany him to the nearest building, a low, long container hold. There was a metal roller door securing the premises. Saul Kelly tapped a code into the lock, and it obligingly slid up, revealing a dusty but serviceable 2-seater speeder. "You're not going to tell me that's yours, are you?" she said. The Rhodian's multifaceted eyes twinkled. "Would you believe me if I did?" "Well, you know what they say," Jaina said lightly. "A Rhodian always has an escape plan." He smiled at this, gesturing with his long green fingers for her to climb aboard while he moved around the back to adjust the airfoil. In the second it took for him to do this, her senses told her that something had gone terribly awry, something she hadn't anticipated. But it was too late. She was climbing into the speeder when a searing pain caught her in the back. She turned as she fell, catching a fleeting glimpse of Saul Kelly as he lowered his blaster. "Always," she heard him say as darkness claimed her. She ran as fast as she could along the mostly empty corridors, not knowing where she was or where she was going. For all she knew, or cared, she might have been running in circles. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that she keep running in the hope that it might distract her from the pain in her mind. Try as she might, though, she couldn't outrun the memories. Her life seemed to be made up of one long tragedy, from her parents' deaths on Tatooine to her latest breakdown on Bakura. And, of course, Anakin. Remember, together you are stronger than the sum of your parts. Master Ikrit's last words to her, communicated via the Force, had helped her accept her feelings for Anakin. But it wasn't about strength. It was about being together. She loved Anakin, and always had. As a child she had loved him as a friend. Then, as they grew older, she had been learning to love him as a woman. But now, because of the Yuuzhan Vong, because of the Voxen and Mirker, that love would never be realized. Her body shook with sobs as she doubled up, clutching her stomach. Anakin's absence was like a yawning gulf in her life, a hole that nothing could fill. The future they should have had together would never happen, and nothing could ever take its place. Not even becoming a full Jedi Knight was any comfort. The Force without him in it was an empty thing. It's not supposed to be like this, she wanted to shout at the universe. Change it back. Make it right. Make it better. Make the pain go away. She fell to the floor, rolling tightly into a fetal position, desperately wanting to push back the pain. Anakin had sacrificed himself for the greater good, and the thought of that only enhanced the love she felt for him. She wanted to go back and kiss him that last time, instead of holding off as she'd done. She wanted to go back and fight at his side, to help him overcome the Yuuzhan Vong warriors who had ultimately brought him down. She wanted to die with him, because life without him was so incomprehensible. Memories. "You aren't immortal," Corran Horn had told them on an asteroid near Yagdul. "And you aren't invincible." "Everybody gets a nasty surprise someday," Anakin had replied. "I'd rather get it standing up than lying down." Memories. I've thought about the dark side for most of my life. My mother named me after the man who became Darth Vader. The Emperor touched me through her womb. Every night I had nightmares that ended with me in my grandfather's armor. With all due respect, I think I've probably thought a lot more about the dark side than anyone I know. Memories. "You were scarred up and tattooed like Savon Ra," Anakin said. "You were Jedi, but dark. I could feel the darkness radiating from you." "You don't still think that could happen to me," she responded, horrified by the vision. "How could I? You saved me from them, stopped me before they finished." His doubt, his fear that she might join the other side and destroy the Jedi, had cut her more deeply than any physical wound she had ever sustained. "Anakin, I'll never join the Yuuzhan Vong." Memories. Might be simpler if we don't make it. After their first kiss, when there was no going back to the way they'd been before. Yeah, are you sorry? No. No, not even a little bit. So let's survive so we can get a chance to figure this out. Okay? Sobs tore through her like knives. She was so lonely. She was so alone. Anakin's family could have been hers, but now instead they were frightened of her. They were suspicious of her and tried to push her away. Everyone was pushing her away. Everyone except Tahiri? The voice came from outside her head, beyond her memories. The use of her name was so unexpected that she was on her feet in an instant, her lightsaber crackling, rising defensively before she'd even seen who had said it. Then, when she did look, she couldn't see him properly because of the film of tears over her eyes. No, wait! Whoever it was, he backed nervously away, arms outstretched in a desperate request for her to lower her weapon. "You come anywhere near me," she hissed, "and so help me I won't. I promise." She didn't recognize the voice. "I just heard that you were lost. That's all. I came to help you." "Help me?" she repeated suspiciously, the lightsaber unsteady in her hands. "Why should you help me? You don't even know me." "Sure I do," he said. "You're the Jedi who was shaped. You're—" She felt the blood drain from her face. "Don't ever call me that." He backed away another step as the tip of her lightsaber stabbed toward him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't realize you found it offensive." "Well, I do," she said, pouring all of her anger into the words. "It reminds me of things I'd sooner forget." "I can understand that. You are like us in many respects." Anger flared again. He was trying to manipulate her. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend. We met back at the spaceport, remember?" "The Rin?" She blinked back the moisture covering her eyes and looked more closely at the being before her. He was gray-skinned and had a beak for a nose. A prehensile tail lashed the air behind him. There was a smell about him, too, a smell that was inherent to his species. "It is you," she said with some surprise, sensing his familiarity even though she'd never seen his face before. He nodded. "The name is Gower," he said, trying to force a smile, but clearly finding it difficult with her lightsaber still raised toward him. "Look, could we put that away for now? I think we might attract unwanted attention." With some embarrassment, Tahiri realized that they were standing in a public access way. At the other end of the corridor, people were starting to gather, staring curiously at the Jedi and the Rin. She quickly deactivated her lightsaber and reattached it to her belt. "I'm sorry," she said, appalled by her foolishness. "I'm not thinking straight at the moment." Gower shrugged good-naturedly. "It's nothing to be ashamed of," he said sotto voce. "Come, follow me, and I'll take us to a place where we won't have an audience. But try not to make it seem as though you are following me, okay? I'm a servant. You must order me to lead." She nodded slowly. "I was lost, and you are taking me home." "Exactly." He rearranged his body under the simple gray robes he wore so that he was hunched forward, as though with age. "This way." She followed him with head held high and her expression devoid of any of the emotions she'd felt just moments earlier. She pushed through the crowd at the end of the corridor, her cold stare daring anyone to obstruct her. It took all of her control of the Force to placate the more curious, and the irony wasn't lost on her that she couldn't apply the same trick to herself. Behind the facade, her mind was still very much in turmoil. Gower led her through the corridors and malls of Seot Dar, past floating statues and elegant fountains. Plant life encroached heavily on the city, thriving in the thick air and fertile soils. Tree trunks snaked through carefully arranged holes in the pavement and walls, their vine-covered coils diverting the eye from security checkpoints, public comm stations, and information outlets. In some places, Seot Dar seemed so heavily overgrown that it looked like the jungle was taking over. But Ferakrit was strong and resisted the tide of root and tendril with stubborn defiance. The city would last a while yet. It was civilization's strongest bastion in its battle against nature. "Here," Gower said, waving her ahead into a narrow corridor between two ornamental statues. She did as he told her without hesitation or question. He projected no sense of threat or danger. After looking up and down the corridor behind them, he followed. When inside, he flicked a switch. A small holoprojector flickered to life, covering the entrance with the illusion of solid wall. "It won't actually keep anyone out," Gower said, walking ahead of her along the corridor. "But it'll at least stop them from stumbling in on us." "Is security looking for me?" she asked. "Oh, no. This has nothing to do with you." His tail coiled and uncoiled restlessly. "We just prefer not to leave too many odd connections in our wake, that's all." The room at the end of the corridor was empty apart from two simple chairs and a low box. Bare stone walls and a single, naked light source lent it a forbidding air. But Tahiri didn't feel threatened by the Rin at her back. He radiated nothing but surety and reliability. "Take a seat." He fished around in the box and produced 2 scuffed metal cups and a bottle of water. Tahiri eased herself into the chair closest to the entrance, thankful to be resting her feet. She felt drained right to the very core of her being, as though she had been running for days. He offered her a cup of the water, which she gratefully accepted. It felt good and refreshing in her mouth, and she closed her eyes in appreciation as she sipped it. "What happened to your arms?" Gary indicated the scars showing beneath her thin tunic. "Nothing," she answered uneasily, folding her arms in a way that hid the self-inflicted wounds from back on Mon Cal. There was nothing she could do to hide the marks on her forehead. "What time is it?" she asked, to change the subject. "A couple of hours before dawn." That surprised her, although it did explain her exhaustion. She didn't want to ask the next question, but she had to in order to ease her mind. "What have I been doing?" Gower looked sympathetic. "You haven't hurt anyone, if that's what you're worried about. You said you'd heard that I was lost." A useful euphemism, she thought. "How?" "I have many means of learning what's going on," he said. "I'm a Rin. We're ignored at best. We work on the lowest rungs of society, doing the jobs no one else wants to do. That allows me to get into places and gives me access to information most people wouldn't even know existed. I listen to gossip, scan the security frequencies, go through the trash." She inadvertently pulled a face which made him smile. "Yeah, I know. It's not the most glamorous of jobs at times, but I get results. Anyway, your name came up in a security report. They were watching you carefully, unsure what you were up to. I thought it might be best to get you before they decided to bring you in." He shrugged. It wasn't difficult to work out where you were and where you might be headed. She hated to think what she might have done had the security guards closed in on her at any point during her strange, fugue state. The feelings of anger and hurt had been so overwhelming. She may well have used those guards as a means to vent her emotions. Still, Gower had said that she hadn't hurt anyone. That was something to be grateful for, at least. "What about Han and Leia?" she asked. "Do they know? They have other things to worry about, I'm afraid." The Rin's expression turned serious. "A warrant for Jaina's arrest was released shortly after midnight." "What? Why?" "Security droids caught images of her helping Melinza Thanis escape from where she was being held. She's been charged with aiding and abetting, along with sedition, or she will be when they find her. She's listed as being armed and dangerous. Guards are to use force if necessary." The news shocked Tahiri out of concern for herself. Jaina on the run? Her first thought was to help. The tug of the family she'd nearly had was strong, but not as strong as the sudden sense of warning that rushed through her. "I called you Rena." It came back to her in a rush. Leia's face in the gloom of the bedroom, the silver pendant. Jaina told me what Jag found. She reached into the pocket of her robe and felt the pendant, its bumps and edges worn by Yuuzhan Vong claws. The Peace Brigade had left it on Galantos, probably by accident. It had fallen under a bed in the diplomatic wing, where the brigaders had been staying. Something about the pendant had called to her, triggering her instincts. They told her that something was up. There was more to Galantos than met the eye. Searching, she'd been drawn to the pendant's dusty hiding place, and she's hiding something, from herself as well as everyone else. Then she had blacked out. When she had woken, the pendant was gone. Jag must have found it and passed it on to Jaina, who had aired her suspicions to her mother. All the while, the pendant had nagged at Tahiri, like an unscratchable itch, preoccupying her mind, calling out to her. No, not her. It was calling out to Rena of Domain Quad, the monster the Yuuzhan Vong had tried to turn her into. Somehow the Rena personality is still inside you. A deep darkness rose up in her mind, threatening to consume her, just as it had so many times before. She fought it now as she had then, fighting down the persona that kept trying to take her over. I am not Rena. I am Tahiri Vela. Despite her determination, her mental voice sounded feeble. I am a Jedi. The darkness receded, and she sagged back into the chair with a sob. What was she going to do? If the slightest hint of Yuuzhan Vong was going to destabilize her so deeply, how could she possibly hope to be of use in the war against the enemy? And what if Rena took over completely? What then would become of her and the people around her? Tahiri? Despite the softness of the voice, it cut sharply into her thoughts, startling her. So relieved was she to hear her own name that she suddenly burst into tears. Hey, I'm sorry, Tahiri. Are you okay? Lost in her thoughts, she had forgotten all about Gower, the Rin. He was crouched down before her now, his powerful scent filling her nostrils, thrusting deep into the old places of her mind, forcing itself into the spaces buried beneath her thoughts. It seemed to sweep out the cobwebs as it went, working its way through the tangled corridors of her mind like a powerful cleansing wind. Jaina couldn't be blamed for the position Tahiri was in, nor could Jag or Anakin's parents. There was only one person responsible, and that was herself. She had to be the one to prove to everyone that she could be trusted, that she was the one in control, and not Rena. Don't be sorry, she said to the anxious Rin. She wiped the tears from her face and quashed down the darkness still threatening to rise to the surface. The pendant was in her hand, and she pushed it back into the inner pocket of her robes, where she didn't have to look at it. Just help me rescue my friend. That I will, the Rin said, his tail snapping like a whip. The first thing we have to do, though, is find out if they've caught her. The warrant only mentioned Jaina, so Han and Leia might be in the clear for now, but I can't be certain. We'll need to be closer to things in order to keep an eye on them. I'll do whatever it takes, she said determinedly. I just want to put things right. And the best way to do that is with my help, if you're willing to stick with me a while longer. She met his gaze with all the strength she could muster. Part of her wanted to go straight back to Han and Leia, to try to repair the damage. But another part of her was nervous of doing that just yet, not until she was certain of where she stood. And besides, she told herself, if she could find more about what the Rin were up to, that would stand her in good stead when she did go back. It was important who was helping them, and why. Gower nodded as though in approval. Very well, Tahiri Vela. He rose to his feet. The first thing I need you to do is to wait here. You can't go wandering around looking like that. She looked down at her robe and frowned. Like what? Like you. Even if they weren't already watching you, they certainly wouldn't let you walk freely into where we need to go. The trick to being like us, you see, is to make sure you're not noticed. I need a disguise, right? He nodded, smiling. I won't be long, I promise. How long? she asked quickly, standing. The emptiness of the room was already crowding in around her. There would be nothing to do while he was gone, no distractions from her thoughts. The idea of being on her own in an unfamiliar city put her even more on edge. What if the security guards came for her? What if Gower didn't come back? "Try not to be scared, Tahiri. You'll be all right." She could tell from the hesitant movements of his hands that he would like to reach out and reassure her physically, but was reluctant to do so. Probably, she figured, because he was worried she might have another panic episode and threaten him with her lightsaber again. I'm just worried about being alone, that's all." She looked down, embarrassed by the admission. It was a weakness, and did not become the Jedi Knight she was supposed to be. "I feel very lost right now." "We have a saying," Gower said. "In the darkest hole you can always find some light. You just have to open your eyes to see it." "We also have a saying," she responded. "The darker the shadow, the brighter the light that casts it." "Very wise," he said, nodding. "But tell me, Tahiri Vela, when you say we, do you mean the Jedi or the Sand People?" She smiled at the memory of the first time Slyvan said those words to her. "The Sand People," she said. "And what about you? Rin or Bakran?" "Rin." His beak twitched for a moment, then broke into an unusual smile, as though he'd been amused by some profound joke. His hand reached out carefully to touch her shoulder. "I won't be long, Tahiri." She nodded briefly, and then he was gone, hurrying up the short corridor and disappearing through the holographic illusion hanging across the entrance. The city murmured through the stone walls, distantly, impersonally. It didn't care about her, who she was, what she wanted, or whether her friends lived or died. Its coldness was, oddly, a remedy for her dour mood, reminding her that in the larger scheme of things, perhaps it simply didn't matter who she was. But it did matter. If she gave in to Rena and Anakin's vision became fact, who would stand up against the Yuuzhan Vong then? Life in the galaxy would vanish under a creeping tide of darkness that no dawn could ever hope to dispel. She shook her head to clear her mind of the thought, and sat cross-legged on the stone floor to wait for Gower's return. With a grim determination she fell into a Jedi rejuvenation trance. It had been a long time since she'd last slept, and she was going to need her resilience. Her body must be strong, she told herself, her senses sharp. Her concentration was a crystal spear cutting through the layers of deception to the truth beneath. A worm of doubt burrowed into the trance, however, as something unsettling occurred to her. No matter where she went, she could never again be the same. There would always be Rena at the back of her mind, trying to come forward. There would always be that question niggling at her thoughts. Who am I, really? How could she live a life like that, let alone get through one more day? I am Tahiri Vela, she told herself again, Jedi Knight and child of the Sand People. I will prevail, or I'll die trying. The audience was not going well. Yasha, your word spreads farther with every day. Yet still we are reviled. We are beaten and killed as we have always been. How long until we will be free to be as we were? Romanor replied, We will only be free when the Unchained accept us as their equals, as we are in the eyes of the gods. Our message, the philosophy of the Jedi, will persuade them if we spread it far enough. If it doesn't convince them, we then will make them accept it, and us with it. Only then will we achieve our goal. He paused significantly. It is a hard road, I know, but it is one that must be walked. But if we do Yunyun Zhan's work, then his will must become clear to the enemy too. Surely they would come to see the truths the Jedi bring. You can show a blind person something 1,000 times, and he will never see it. You can speak a message to a deaf person until the universe turns cold, and she will never hear it. So, too, it is with our enemies. Only those who are open to the truth will accept the truth that the Jedi bring. Moreover, those who do not, those who continue to espouse a perverted philosophy of pain and pointless sacrifice, these are the ones who must, in turn, be sacrificed. Redemption can only be achieved by those with the capacity to be redeemed. The questioning acolyte nodded slowly, unsurely, as though Nomanor's answer only partially satisfied her. Nomanor studied the shamed one closely, seeking anything that made her stand out from the rest of the congregation. The usual procession of the disabled and the sick was increasingly diluted by numbers of the hale and the higher-ranked, all dissatisfied with the status quo on the surface. But despite the massive scars and failed bioplants that marked this particular member of the congregation as a shamed one, Nomanor couldn't help but feel there was something that set her apart from the others. Dressed in unadorned robes, she was slender without being skinny. Her eyes were filled with the furious intelligence of one consumed with doubt. She lacked the bent, cowed frame possessed by so many of the usual penitents. "But, Master," the acolyte went on, "what if one of the enemy was to question the ways he'd been taught? A lifetime of lies is difficult to fight, especially if the truth is hidden from him. The enemy you revile hears only that which he is told, filtered through many ears and mouths along the way. The message is distorted, clouded by those who are indeed your enemy, who will ascribe to you all manner of heresy simply in order to damn you. What of the one who wishes to hear the truth, but cannot obtain it? Is ignorance an excuse in Yunyujan's eyes?" Nomanor's eyes narrowed behind his Uglith masker. "Our mission should be to reach all Yuuzhan Vong, regardless of caste or rank, in order that they may have the chance to see the truth. We started lower echelons not only because they are easiest to access, but also because they are the most numerous. We see the greatest need among them. The need for freedom is not the same as the need for redemption, though, Master. One does not come without the other. No. But should you amass every one of the shamed ones and all the disaffected, you would still be fighting those at the top who wield overwhelming power over the instruments of state. It would take years to overthrow them, years I don't believe we have. Even as we speak, plans are put into motion to eradicate your movement and trample your dreams into the dust." The congregation was transfixed now. Nomanor, too, was filled with a morbid fascination. This was no ordinary penitent. She spoke too well, had thought the issue through too thoroughly, and she didn't just regurgitate the same vacuous questions that so often spilled from the mouths of those who came to see the prophet, all looking for the answers that simply didn't exist in the real world. No, this one had seen the problems Nomanor grappled with, and considered them carefully. And, like Nomanor, she'd only been able to come up with incomplete solutions, if any at all. There had been others with minds as keen as this. Kunra and Shunmai had taken them aside for training as disciples, taught them the lessons that Nomanor wanted preached, and then sent them back out into the world to spread the message further among the masses. There were 6 such disciples now, and Nomanor knew he would need many more if he were to reach all of those who hungered for redemption. More like the shamed one before him today. But the doubt in those eyes— No, thought Nomanor again, this was no ordinary penitent. "We hear rumors of countermeasures," he said, choosing his words with caution. He would have liked to clear the room to end this one's challenging questions, but that would be seen as a sign of doubt. "We have made efforts to ascertain the truth behind them." "But those efforts have failed." "Yes. They have also been noticed." Numanor fixed his stare upon the acolyte for a few lingering seconds before responding. "Of course. But there is nothing else we can do." "There are always alternatives, Master. Attacking a stronghold is pointless when it is unassailable. It must be weakened from within." "Easier said than done," Nomanor returned. "How are we to achieve this when we cannot enter it?" "How have you turned this around?" he wanted to ask, "so that you now have me asking the questions." "You must wait for the opportunity to come to you," the penitent said, "and when it does, you must take that opportunity and use it to your best advantage." There was complete silence in the room. At last Numanor understood. "Who are you?" he asked. "Does it matter?" she responded. "I am here, and I wish to join you. I think, and I am coming to believe, that you hold the answers the Yuuzhan Vong have come to the galaxy in search of. Or, if not you, then certainly the Jedi. The gods no longer speak through those who claim to speak for them, and I no longer wish to be the enemy of the truth." Numenor saw the sincerity in the words, even as he understood their fragility. Here was one who thought like him. This was not the mind of a simple follower, consumed by passions little nobler than those of animals. No, this was a higher mind, like Numenor's. Those who looked to Yuuzhan for answers would invariably be disappointed, because, even if the gods did exist, why wouldn't the truths they served be infinitely more complex than those any mere mortal could ever hope to understand? The penitent's face showed none of this, but that was because the face was as false as Numenor's own. She, too, was wearing an Uglith masker designed to give the appearance of a shamed one. All was illusion, deception. Could this be the one? Numenor wondered. Could this be the link to Shimmer I've been waiting for? He wasn't so naive as to hope for a high-ranking warrior or intendant. They were all thoroughly brainwashed. A simple servant would be enough, someone who had access to the private places he could no longer see, someone who could overhear the meetings at which policies were decided. With the spy right in the heart of the Supreme Overlord's inner circle, he could indeed eat away at his enemy from within, just as the penitent had said, using the knowledge gained from such a source to direct his campaign, and all the while recruiting others to reduce his reliance on that one person. But how could he trust someone without knowing her name? What if the penitent had been deliberately planted by Shimmer to spread false information about his intentions? Did the Supreme Overlord have the capacity for such subtlety? Doubt flowered in his gut. "Come closer," he said, motioning the penitent forward. He could feel the weight of the entire audience's stare upon him. They were present during a significant moment, and they knew it. How he handled the next few minutes was vital. The penitent approached within arm's reach, close enough to kill honorably, Numenor thought. He waved her closer still until their mouths were at each other's ears. "How do I know I can believe you?" Numenor whispered. "You can believe me." The penitent's voice was little more than an expelled breath. "The gods have brought me this far, have they not?" Numenor pulled back slightly to stab his steely gaze into the penitent's eyes. "We screen for infiltrators, not for piety." Those eyes smiled back at Numenor. "I pass on both counts, then." "Perhaps," Numenor said. "But we are not so foolish as to believe that we will catch every spy that comes our way. They come in all shapes and sizes, and they present many different faces." "You would know more about that than I, Numenor," the penitent whispered. "That was your specialty, after all." Numenor went cold, pushing the penitent away from him. "How? I recognized you as soon as I saw you, even behind your Uglith masker." The eyes of the penitent didn't leave his. They were filled with something approximating triumph, as though Numenor's reaction had confirmed what had until that moment been only a guess. "It didn't seem possible at first. We'd been told you were dead. But the more I listened to you speak, the more sure I became that it was you. Audacity and surprise were always your hallmarks, Numenor. When Shimmer cast you out, enough." Numenor pushed her farther away, as he would repel something unclean. "I have heard enough." He looked around desperately for Kunra and Shunmai. They had planned for such an eventuality. There were contingencies. They should have been sealing off the room and preparing for slaughter. There was no way he could allow anyone to leave this room now that his true name had been spoken. But they weren't moving. They stood at the back by the door looking puzzled. They hadn't heard the penitent's whisper. They didn't know what was going on. The penitent was determined. "Wait," she said, pushing forward, one gnarled hand reaching under her robes. "I have something for you." Numenor reacted instinctively.
There wasn't time to think. Someone who recognized him was threat enough. The slightest suggestion that a weapon might be drawn on him was enough to make him act. Blood rushed to the muscles around his left eye socket. Pressure peaked where the eyeball had once been. He felt a short, sharp pain as his Pleiadian bowl exploded, spitting poisoned darts into the face of the penitent. With a harsh cry, his attacker fell backward onto the ground. The audience erupted. Numenor fell back against his throne, his muscles turned to jelly. He heard screaming, confusion, cries for order. Inside he felt only emptiness. He had come so close to death. The Pleiadian bowl, where his left eye had once been, had saved him, as he had always known it would, one day. But he also knew that the respite was only temporary. An assassin had been sent to destroy him, and he had come so close. Others would follow. He would never be safe again. He forced himself up to think, to act. Kunra and Shunma were getting the crowd in order, looking to him for instructions. At his feet the penitent writhed as the paralyzing poison seared through her system. Numenor knelt beside her and pressed his claws on either side of the penitent's nose, looking for the pressure point that would cause the Uglith masker to release itself. He didn't care if the creature took off half the spy's face. He had to know who it was that Shimmer had sent. He had to look at the face of his would-be assassin. The Uglith masker came away with a grotesque noise, like that of fabric tearing. Underneath was a face more familiar than Numenor had expected. It didn't belong to a guard or a nameless servitor. Far from it. The penitent was Angala, a priestess of the Deception sect. He knew of her from the sect's attempts to infiltrate the infidels in the past. He had seen her in the company of Harar, another priest, rising in Shimmer's court. "You?" Numenor frowned deeply. "Why you?" Angala's eyes were wide and frightened, the bluish sacs beneath them almost invisible. The poison was sending fire through her nervous system, making breathing difficult. Soon her heart would stop, and it would all be over. Through the pain, she was trying to say something. She reached up, but Numenor flinched away. Then he looked again as something spilled out of the priestess's failing three-fingered grasp. It wasn't a weapon, as Numenor had suspected. It was a living unric, a chunk of tissue excised from Angala's body as a votive offering to her gods. Kept alive by biotechnology, the unric served as a symbol of Angala's servitude, and she had been offering it to Numenor. "You fool." He knelt over Angala as the priestess's body began to shake. There was an antidote to the Pleiadian bowl poison, but he had never expected to use it. The neural pathways were rusty, and he had to concentrate to stir the buried bioconstruct to life. The knuckle of his right thumb snapped straight with a click. He bit down on a gasp as a searing pain burned in the joint. A hair-thin needle extruded from under the claw. He slid it into Angala's neck, where the vein still throbbed. There was more pain as the anti-venom shot into the priestess's bloodstream, but it was nothing compared to that suffered by the female before him. Numenor held Angala down as every muscle went into spasm, burning energy in one final paroxysm of agony. A keening, hissing sound escaped the priestess's clenched jaw, growing louder with each spasm. Then, suddenly, the priestess went limp. Fearing the worst, Numenor bent over her. "Yusha." The word was little more than a sigh, and with that, Angala's eyes closed. Numenor pressed his hand to the spot on the priestess's throat where he'd injected the antidote. Despite appearances to the contrary, the faint, lingering pulse was testimony to the priestess's continuing existence in the world. He looked up. The members of the audience were staring at him in alarm and amazement. How much they understood of what had just taken place he didn't know, but he doubted that any of them would come close to grasping its true import. The gods had provided the answer to Numenor's prayers in the form of the priestess, and he'd almost killed her. The unric rested beside Angala's unconscious form. Numenor picked it up. It was warm and pulsed gently in his grasp. Angala
must have stolen it from the high priest's sanctum sanctorum before coming to offer it to the new gods. How and why she had come to believe in them, Numenor couldn't imagine. Nevertheless, he knew an opportunity when he saw one, and he did not intend to pass this one up. He indicated for Shunmai to come to him. His servant did so immediately, pushing his way through the agitated crowd.
"Master, is everything well?"
"This acolyte is to be given the best care we can offer." Which wasn't much, given their meager resources, but it was better than nothing at all. "She is important, Shunmai. Do you understand? Nothing is to happen to her."
Shunmai bowed. "It shall be so, master."
The shamed one scurried away to organize a stretcher. Numenor gestured for Kunra next. The ex-warrior came and knelt down beside him so he could whisper.
"What has happened?" he asked. "Who is this female?"
"She is a priestess, and close to Shimmer. I knew her before my fall. She named me Kunra." The ex-warrior's eyes widened, and Numenor knew that he understood the significance of that fact. "But I think we can trust her. She has given me assurances." The slow throbbing of the unrick matched the pulse visible in the great vein in Angala's neck. "She could be just what we need," Kunra said. "Exactly. But first we have to make sure that no one overheard." The members of the audience were growing more restless by the second, shuffling aimlessly and muttering among themselves. "I should take precautions, perhaps?" "No." Numenor knew that Kunra would happily kill all the penitents to ensure their safety, but that wasn't an optimal solution. Angala would wonder what had happened to them, and so would Shunmai. "We can't afford to waste resources, or to provide fuel for rumors. If they all disappear, some will be missed. Better to find out if my secret is safe and let them go. Who knows? Maybe it will work in our favor." "Feeding the legend," Kunra mused, then nodded once. "It shall be done." Numenor stood to address the crowd. "This is an auspicious day," he said dramatically, knowing that the truth was too dangerous to reveal. "I have survived an attack and am stronger for it. Go now and tell everyone. It will take more than this to keep us from the respect we deserve." The crowd accepted this pronouncement with some uncertainty, but accept it they did. He had delivered the bulk of his message before Angala's interrogation had thrown him off. They had heard everything they needed to hear. Once Kunra had satisfied himself that they hadn't heard anything else, they would be allowed to leave to begin their missionary work. "Our time draws ever nearer," he said to them as they began to file out. "And with the events of this day, it might come sooner than even I expected."
"I'm going to melt if it gets any hotter in here," Tahiri said, wiping her brow with the back of her hand.
"Adjust the ventilation controls," Gower said, his muffled voice coming from within his own hostile environment suit. A super-strong exoskeleton, a meter taller than he was, the HE suit, hid his face behind a collection of droid sensors and allowed him to use its superior strength for any manner of distasteful chores. Tahiri's own suit was identical to his, painted a dull metallic brown with scuffed ident markings on back and chest, and she watched the world through a bewildering array of views and senses. She felt as though she were wearing an ancient suit of armor. "Turn the thermostat down, and you should start to feel better."
"It's already down as far as it'll go," she said.
They could have communicated by comlink, but Gower had said he didn't want to take the risk of being overheard. The suits had external speakers and microphones, and they did the job well enough, unlike her air-conditioning unit. She jabbed at the controls with her chin, trying to blink away the salty sweat stinging her eyes. Having grown up among the Sand People, she was used to being enclosed in hot environments. But this was ridiculous. Something thumped her from behind, followed by a distinct click. A flow of icy air instantly rushed through the suit, offering a relief that was so intense that Tahiri could only sigh her thanks. "Your coolant line was clogged," said Aritza, the Kurtzen sanitation worker who accompanied them on their long turbolift ride. Gower had described him as a part-time conspirator, but not part of the Rin network. He had explored the inner workings of the Bakuran Senate complex with no interest in taking it further. Having no political agenda, he was quite happy to help Gaur get Tahiri in and out of the complex without being noticed.
"I think you just saved my life,"
Tahiri said, only half-jokingly, wriggling in her suit to help the cool air reach every centimeter of her sweat-soaked body. Her HE suit, designed to take minuscule movements of her limbs and magnify them, giving her increased strength and flexibility, made odd half-stepping motions as she did so. "I once knew someone who died from overheating on the job," was the Kurtzen's reply. "You got to look out for each other down here." She didn't quite know what to say in the face of his gruff pragmatism. "Thanks," she said after a moment. "I'll try to remember that." The turbolift clanked to a halt, and the wide steel cage opened before them. Aritsu went first, his suit scruffier than Gaur's, if that was possible. The only real difference between them was a belt of leather pouches tied around its waist. Tools, Tahiri presumed, although she doubted the suit's stubby fingers could handle anything so small with any precision. They walked in single file along the sub-basement access corridor. It was easily high and wide enough for the HE suits, designed to accommodate all sorts of maintenance machines. None of them droids, of course, she reminded herself, not with Bakura's distaste for automated machinery. If droids couldn't do the dirty work, people had to. Hence the suits they were wearing. Aritsu was taking them to another turbolift that led directly under the main Senate chambers. There they could enter the complex itself, avoiding the tight security employed by the normal entrances. As part of a waste cleanup crew performing the usual morning rounds, they would be able to move unobserved, or at least unhindered, through the lower levels of the complex. They might not get into the Senate chamber itself, but they should be able to access the internal data networks with relative ease.
"Do you have any idea what's going on?" she asked.
"No. Security has been on edge since Kundertal's kidnapping. I haven't worked out who was behind it, but I know it wasn't Melinza Thanos. That's not her style."
"Then who?"
"I'm not sure." After walking a while in silence, Tahiri switched to a private channel and ventured another question.
"You always get around in these things?"
she asked as they trundled along, steel boots clomping heavily on the reinforced floor.
"There must be easier ways to travel."
"Unfortunately, the security scare has shut down my usual sources," he said, "especially with the arrival of the kirac and today's ceremony. It's crude, I know, but it's all I have left for now. I just hope it doesn't result in me getting caught and my activities being discovered."
"What would happen if you were discovered? Would you be replaced?"
"Once word got out, then yes. Another of my kind would be sent to replace me."
"But how would word get out? If communications are down like they are now, I can't see how that could be possible."
"Well, the first thing we do when we arrive at our posts is set up plans to cover such emergencies. Those of my family don't use the Force, nor do we rely on conventional communications. That, you see, is our strength. We get into places we're not supposed to, simply because we are ignored, not by virtue of arcane technology or powers, which people are always looking for. In the same way, who notices a note or two slipped into a cargo manifest, a whisper from a dock handler to a droid, or a story innocently exchanged in a tavern? Even during communications embargoes, Bakura receives its fair share of freighters and traders. Everyone needs repulsors. I use the simplest and most universal techniques of spreading my word via those travelers. It may be slow at times, but it is effective."
Tahiri fumbled with the concept. "Are you telling me you're sort of a pan-galactic gossip-monger?"
"You make it sound like a bad thing. It's actually very effective. If one of my regular messages fails to arrive at a certain place at a certain time every day, then a message will be sent to the next Rin along the chain, who will request a replacement."
"Who from?"
Tahiri was unable to suppress her curiosity about the Rin network. Their existence had been completely unsuspected until Galantos, but their influence seemed to be as insidious as the Peace Brigaders had been. Gower chuckled softly. "I can't tell you too much, Tahiri. A secret organization can only operate efficiently if its workings remain secret. Since you already know we exist, I can tell you that we Rin don't have a strictly hierarchical system like the Jedi. We do have, however, a leader who ultimately receives the information each of us supplies. It is he who makes all the major decisions."
"Does your leader have a name?"
"Of course. But to reveal it would compromise his safety. Toward this end, not even we know his real identity. We know that someone perceived the need for such a network of information seekers. It was that same someone who trained me, and many others like me, in the art of infiltration and sent us to our posts. Mark my words, a time will come when there will be songs sung about him, if they aren't already." Gower stopped as they reached the second turbolift. It was as battered and well-used as everything else on this level. With a deep groan it slid open. When they were inside, it lurched upward. Tahiri found her hands reaching for the sides to steady herself. Every muscle tensed uneasily. She distracted herself with another question.
"How can songs be sung about someone who has no name?"
A noise like wheezing issued from Gower's HE suit speakers that, while it might not have particularly sounded like it, Tahiri knew nonetheless to be a laugh.
"You're so practical, aren't you?"
Before he could answer her question, however, Aritza had raised a hand and waved the two of them to silence. "We're almost there," he said. "Remember the arrangement." Tahiri nodded inside her all-encompassing helmet. From now on, they were to address each other only as Jan, Gatesy, and Skad, members of an underground cleaning gang nicknamed the Tripod. The lift platform grated to a halt a second later, and the massive doors slid open again, revealing another service corridor that seemed little different from the one they'd left below, except this one terminated in a set of thick blast doors after only a few meters. Tahiri followed Aritza as he approached it, imitating the heavy lope of his HE suit in the hope of radiating the impression that she was as comfortable in the bulky outfit as she would have been in normal clothing. "Identify!" a voice blared from the other side of the door. Laser beams tracked the suits, reading ident codes painted in various reflective paints. "Tripod duty," Aritza said in a bored tone. After only a few seconds waiting, he added gruffly, "Come on, Shifil. Let us in, will you? I haven't got all day. And so much important work to do, eh?" The double door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. "There's a block in Compactor J earmarked for your attention, Jan. You must have been a bad boy last night." Aritza just grunted as he led them past the security checkpoint. Two guards in an open booth watched them pass, weapons slung across their laps and smirks on their faces. The HE suits could have crushed them like bugs, but physical strength was no match for superior social status. Tahiri filed subserviently past, putting a hunched sway to her heavy lurch that she thought was suitable for a low-grade worker. So focused was she on her performance that it took her a moment to realize that one of the guards was talking to her. She stopped, turning slowly, using the seconds to reach into the guard's mind, to discover that he thought he was talking to the cleaner called Gatesy. "Got a kiss for me today, Gatesy?" the guard asked, puckering grotesquely while his partner laughed. Tahiri improvised a suitably moist smacking sound with her lips before turning away and moving on. "Delightful," Gower muttered, once they had cleared the checkpoint and were safely following Aritza into the underbelly of the Bakuran Senate complex. "It never ceases to amaze me what happens to the males of most species when you give them a gun and put them in a uniform."
"I suppose the male Rin are above all that, are they?" Tahiri said dryly.
"Actually, we are," he defended indignantly. "That's why we work in secrecy, with no fancy titles or privileges. We exist to oppose such self-aggrandizing methods used by groups like the Peace Brigade. In fact, rumor has it that our founder was inspired by the Great River, the network of safe houses and escape routes founded by Master Skywalker in order to save the Jedi from betrayal. Is that why the Rin helped us back on Galantos? News of what happened there has yet to filter down to me, he said. But yes, if the Peace Brigade were there, then we would have done what we could to resist them. Look on it as our contribution to the war effort. We can't take on the Yuuzhan Vong directly. Not even we could infiltrate their society. So we aim lower, at those who rot the Galactic Alliance from within. A second line of defense, Tahiri suggested. We like to think of it as the first line, he countered. There's no point defeating the Yuuzhan Vong if we defeat ourselves in the process. As cryptic as that sounded, it echoed Jason's philosophical uncertainties regarding the consequences of winning the war by violence alone. It also hit a little close to where her own problems lived. "We're not really going to have to unclog that garbage compactor, are we?" she asked by way of changing the subject, thinking not just of the mounds of steaming refuse, but the closing walls as well. "No," Aritza said. "You just go about your business. I'll make sure the chores get done." "We have signals we can send each other if we're needed at either end," Gower explained. "If you're bothered by anyone," the Kurtzen added, "or you split up, just tell security that your localizers have been scrambled and you're looking for Sector C. I'll find you there." Tahiri nodded. They reached a T-junction and split up without another word. Aritza heading off to the right to perform the functions of the cleanup crew, Tahiri and Gower stomping down the left corridor to begin their reconnaissance. From that moment on, Tahiri knew, the risk multiplied. She didn't know how closely the cleaning crews were monitored or how deeply they could move through the complex before someone noticed that they weren't following the usual routine. All she could do was work quickly and hope that they were given enough time to do what they'd come to do. Gower led her on a long and winding route through the sub-basement levels, occasionally taking turbolifts up or down floors, or detouring through warehouses full of sealed containers. "There's more to the complex than meets the eye," she commented after passing through an enormous underground bunker, packed to the ceiling with food rations. "After the war with the Cyruk, it was redesigned as a shelter," Gower explained. "The Senate and a large proportion of the population of Sadis Dar could survive down here a considerable length of time, as long as the barriers to the surface weren't breached, of course." "And if they were?" "There's a weapons cache, too," the Rin replied. "Enough for a small army. Believe me, they wouldn't go down without a fight." Given the horrors of entekment, Tahiri could understand the lengths the Senate had gone to avoid them. With the specter of enslavement and death hanging over them for decades, fear of a return invasion must have been deeply entrenched. No wonder, then, that some people were reluctant to have anything to do with the Pwek, whether they were former slaves themselves or not. So why the sudden turnaround, she wondered. Princess Leia had commented that Prime Minister Kundertal had been anti-alien when serving on the New Republic Senate, so why had that changed now? She forced herself to put the matter aside and concentrate on the issue at hand. "If they put food and weapons down here," she said, "there must be some sort of command hub as well." "Exactly," Gower replied, "and that's where we're headed." They took a small detour to gather a floating floor-polishing machine, then continued on their way. They passed through an empty security checkpoint and went down one more turbolift. Tahiri constantly checked the spaces around them for any sign of habitation, but the sub-basement was uniformly empty. They could have been wandering the well-preserved ruins of an ancient, abandoned city, for all she could tell. But there were still security cams at every corner. All it would take was for one person to become suspicious. Two large, molded doors slid aside to reveal the unused command hub. Tahiri and Gower strode confidently inside, as though they visited there every day. Rather than crane her hydraulic neck, she sent her HE suit sensors sweeping across the empty workstations and dormant,
holoprojectors. There was room for 50 or more people to work around a raised circular dais where, she presumed, the Prime Minister and his chief officers would conduct business in times of war. Although it had clearly been empty for many years, there was an air of preparedness to the place, a hint of anticipation in the dusty durasteel, as though it was waiting for its moment to come. It might yet, she thought cynically, if the Kiramac's intentions are not what they seem. Gower came to a halt in the middle of the vast room and activated the cleaning machine. Swinging it back and forth, he spoke over its patient whine. "Look like you're cleaning. I'll slice into the systems and see if I can find Jaina. Switch your monitors to channel 17 so that you can monitor my progress." "Won't someone notice what we're doing?" "Not if I'm good enough." He smiled at her through his faceplate. "And I am good enough." More seriously, he added, "Although we need to be in the hub to access its networks, we don't want to do anything obvious like switch on the displays. The HE suits can do the job for us." Again the heavy shoulders of his suit flexed. "I suspect we're only going to get one shot at this, so we have to make it count." Tahiri acknowledged the instruction and did as he told her, making a big show of using her suit's strength and flexibility for the sake of anyone that might be watching. All the time she was working, she kept one eye on Gower's progress, using the upper half of her helmet's interior as a crude VR hood. At first, she saw nothing but line after line of complex machine code as he used a number of simple techniques to infiltrate the complex's low-security networks. From there, the job became much tougher, and it took him a while to break into the next layer. There he gained access to administrative data, such as arrests and releases, but there was no mention of Jaina. Another 20 minutes code work took Gower right into the heart of the Bakuran bureaucracy, where he said the true secrets were stored. At first, Tahiri was amazed at his ability, until she remembered that the Rin had a reputation for being capable slicers. Not only that, but Bakura, a system on the isolated edge of the rim worlds, probably didn't possess the sophisticated software required to guarantee silence, the kind she took for granted back on Cal. Nevertheless, peeling back the system's strongest defenses in under an hour and a half was still impressive. "Interesting," he muttered at one point. "You found something?" Tahiri was immediately interested. She was growing tired of polishing and dusting. "Not about Jaina, I'm afraid. I've managed to access hidden holocams in rooms that aren't supposed to have them." The view through the top half of her hood changed to a video feed, and she saw a wide, circular bed surrounded by lush drapes. "Looks like someone has been doing a little spying," Tahiri said. "I doubt it. Probably just an overzealous security chief. You see this kind of thing wherever you go. It's a case of the left hand not trusting the right." He scanned through more hidden cams, glancing at more supposedly secure rooms. The picture quality varied from full 3D to grainy black and white 2D. Mostly the footage was of empty offices or of senators going about early morning preparations for the consecration ceremony. Nothing terribly exciting. After flitting through numerous cam points of view, Tahiri was starting to wonder whether they were ever going to find anything useful. Then, "Wait," she called out. "Go back." But Gower was already onto it, recalling the image of Han and Leia and manipulating it to bring it into focus. They were standing in a plushly appointed office opposite Prime Minister Kundertal's broad, polished desk. Leia's expression was carefully composed, as always, but there was no mistaking Han's frustration. Tahiri was about to ask if there was any sound when Gower provided it. "Understand your concern," Kundertal was saying, "but at this stage there really is nothing I can do, especially when it appears that she might have been complicit in the escape of a dangerous criminal." Han bristled. If she helped Melinza escape, then it had to be for a good reason. "Be that as it may, Captain Solo, the fact remains that she broke the law. If your daughter believed in Melinza's innocence, then there are legal avenues she could have pursued.
However, as things stand, you have to see that my hands are tied. From a legal point of view, it is hard to deny that she is guilty. Of helping an innocent woman escape? Han said. Melinza Thanis is hardly an innocent, the Prime Minister said gravely. She and her band of insurrectionists have done more than enough damage to the peace of Bakura to warrant her outlaw status. It was time she was put away. But you yourself thought she was innocent? Han blustered, incredulous. Kundertal's expression was one of mystified puzzlement. Whatever gave you that idea? Leia broke in calmly, averting an explosion of Corellian proportions. Prime Minister, it's my suspicion that Jaina has been set up. We were contacted by someone claiming to have information for us. Acting on that information, Jaina went to visit Melinza Thanis, but only to speak with the girl. She certainly never went there to help Melinza escape. If she did participate, it would only have been under coercion. So why hasn't she come forward to explain herself? Kundertal asked. The footage clearly shows her leading Thanis out of the penitentiary of her own free will. There was no coercion. Then she was tricked into it, Leia said. Why? If we knew that, Han snarled, then we wouldn't be wasting our time with you, would we? We'd fix the problem ourselves. Leia put a hand on her husband's shoulder. We don't mean to criticize, she said. We are simply concerned about the well-being of our daughter. And what about your other companion, the other Jedi? Has she returned yet? Han's scowl deepened, but Leia's expression remained calm and sober. Unfortunately, no. And I'm becoming concerned about her safety, too. So that makes 2 Jedi Knights roaming Salas Dar unchecked. I'm sure you'll forgive me for suggesting that anything underhanded is going on, but the timing is uncanny. One day before Bakura is due to cement a lasting peace with its old enemy, the Galactic Alliance turns up and throws everything into disorder. I can't help but wonder whether you want us to sever ties with the rest of the galaxy, or perhaps there is something you still need from us that you fear we will no longer give you. I don't think you believe that, Prime Minister, Leia said, unruffled by the accusations. You know us, and you know that we only act in the interest of peace. I'm afraid I have yet to see any evidence whatsoever to support this, Princess. At that moment, a high-pitched buzzing sound issued from the Prime Minister's desk. In one smooth movement, Kundertal stood and smoothed back his hair. The change in his behavior was striking. As unperturbed as he had been by Han's threatening manner, a tinny alarm seemed to leave him quite flustered. I'm sorry, but you really must excuse me. That will be my next appointment. You can rest assured, though, that we will be doing everything in our power to find the missing Jedi Knights, along with Melinza Thanis. Almost as an afterthought he added, I trust we will see you both at the consecration ceremony. It's only a short time away now, and I do not wish you to feel that because of the recent developments we would be so churlish as to rescind our invitation to you. Princess Leia, Captain Solo, you remain our honored guests until such time as we have cause to think otherwise. Leia practically had to drag her husband from the office. They were both clearly unsatisfied by the audience with the Prime Minister, but even Tahiri, watching from afar, could see that they could do little about it just then. As the door shut behind them, Kundertal sat back down. For a long moment he was completely still, as though gathering his thoughts in meditation. Leia mentioned you, Tahiri said to Gower. You're the one who contacted us, who sent Jaina into the penitentiary. She probably thinks you're involved in whatever trouble Jaina's in, which is all the more reason to find out what happened to her. Let's see if we can pick up something in— Wait. Look. The door to Kundertal's office had opened again. 4 dull-scaled Pwek guards walked in, dressed in elaborate leather harnesses and wearing paddle beamers at their sides. They spread out on either side of the desk and gazed suspiciously around the room. Lwathan then lumbered in, and behind him, walking serenely and with consummate grace, came a figure that, broadly speaking, resembled a Pwek, but was in almost every detail something quite different. The kirac, Tahiri thought. She couldn't help but admire the creature's beautifully swirled, multicolored scales. The pattern they made shimmered with rainbow hues under the bright lights of the office. Every movement sent new sparkles dancing. The Sairuvi physique that was of a refined hunter, honed by thousands of years of dominance over the stunted, nervous-looking Pweks. The kirac's posture was straighter and its poise more balanced. Its limbs were longer, its muscles sleeker, and its eyes glinted with an intelligence and cunning that made advance leader Lwathan look about as threatening as an Ewok. 2 more Pwek guards followed. The doors shut firmly behind them. The kirac strode right up to Kundertal's desk and stood there, its thick tail swishing. Kundertal rose and bowed formally. The kirac said something in the powerful, deep fluting of the Sairuvi tongue. Tahiri listened for a translation, but none came. Kundertal had an earplug, she assumed, feeding the kirac's words in Basic directly to him. That was unfortunate, but not a disaster. At least we can still hear his reply, Tahiri thought. But what happened next took her completely by surprise. When the kirac had finished speaking, Prime Minister Kundertal opened his mouth and replied to the alien in fluent Sairuvi, a language that no human could possibly dream of pronouncing. Tahiri stared at the screen, watching Kundertal's larynx bob up and down in a highly unusual fashion as a rapid series of flutes issued from his mouth. "This isn't possible," she said, stunned. Kundertal's speech was interrupted by a loud interjection from the kirac. A clawed hand grasped air between the two of them. Kundertal protested at something, but the kirac cut him off again. Finally, with a sour expression, he nodded and sat back in his seat, folding his arms across his chest. He spoke again in the alien language, to which the kirac responded with a snort that might have been Sairuvi laughter. Lwathan tried to lean into the conversation, but the kirac batted him roughly aside. Kundertal smiled at this. "I don't like the look of this," Tahiri said. "Me neither," Gower replied. "If only there was some way I could record this, or at least patch it into a translator. But I can't do either without alerting security." "Then maybe that's what we need to do," Tahiri said. "I mean, someone needs to know about this." The words had barely left her lips when the exchange between Kundertal and kirac ended. The Prime Minister stood and offered another slight bow. Lwathan and his Sairuvi leader left the room, flanked by their armed bodyguard. When he was alone again, Kundertal fell heavily into his seat once more, this time with a relieved expression on his face. "I've no idea what just happened," Gower said. "But you're right. We have to tell someone about it." "Tell them what, though?" Tahiri asked. The incident was only seconds in the past, and already she was finding it difficult to credit. So how were others going to believe them without proof? "Do we just come out and say that the Prime Minister might be some sort of human Sairu hybrid? They're never going to believe us." "There is someone who might," Gower said thoughtfully. "Who?" This kind of thing would undoubtedly end Kundertal's career, regardless of what his intentions might be. Who do you think would stand to gain the most from that? Tahiri nodded. "The Deputy Prime Minister." "Exactly. He has a motive for doing something, as well as the power to make it happen quickly. If we can just get to him before the ceremony." She finished for him. "If the kirac is planning to double-cross Bakura, then we'll need to act before then. The only thing stopping them from attacking openly is fear for their souls. Once Bakura is consecrated, there'll be no stopping them." "Agreed. And that doesn't leave us much time." The image of Prime Minister Kundertal winked out and was replaced by a flowchart of the complex's communications network. "Now, where exactly is Harris at the moment?" Before he could pinpoint the Deputy Prime Minister, a blaring voice rang out through the empty command hub. "Attention cleaning crew. On whose instructions are you acting?" Gower activated an external comlink, his voice erupting uncomfortably close to Tahiri's right ear. "Supervisor Jacatus, sir." "Supervisor Jacatus denies requesting a crew in that location," came the instant reply. "Your presence is not authorized. I'm sure if you were to ask him again, you are in violation of Sections 4 through 16 of the Secrecy Act. Remain where you are until a squad arrives. You will be escorted to a holding area where you will be formally processed." The feed from the command hub ceased. Tahiri cursed under her breath and, despite the air-conditioning unit of her suit, started to sweat again. They'd been paying too much attention to Kundertal, and not enough on maintaining the pretense of manual labor. Now that they'd been sprung, security would almost certainly be listening in on them. Gower butted the helmet of his HE suit against Tahiri's to ensure that they could speak without being overheard. At least their identities hadn't been revealed. "There goes that plan," he said.
"We have to get out of here."
An uneasy feeling was growing inside her. She couldn't sense anyone nearby, but the security squad might just as easily consist of droids. "Don't worry," he said. "We will. Follow me and do exactly as I do."
"What about Harris?"
"I found him before they cut us off," Gower said. "All we have to do is get to him."
"And Aritza?"
"He can look after himself. Come on." Before she could ask anything else, he'd pulled away and was powering his suit toward the exit. Although bulky and not designed exclusively for speed, the massive constructs could move quickly when they had to. She followed, the pounding of her heavy feet vibrating up through her metal legs and jarring into her body. The sound of hydros straining was loud in her ears. Gower led her back to the first turbolift they'd taken. Knowing that security would be watching them, he didn't even consider taking it. Instead, he took Tahiri along another series of corridors to a spiraling stairwell. The stairs shook precariously under their combined weight, but it was better than being trapped in a lift, waiting to be arrested. They climbed 10 floors without interruption. Concern about the stability of the stairs became a worry of a very different kind when 2 black spheres dropped from above, wailing and flashing warning lights. "Security droids," Gower yelled, his voice echoing from his speakers through the stairwell. Tahiri looked up. Restricted to the stairs, the droids had dropped down the center of the stairwell shaft. Thankfully, there were only 2, but she had no doubt that others would soon follow. Their stun prods would be harmless against the HE suit's armor, but they had more powerful weapons at their disposal. "You are under arrest," they announced. "You are under arrest. Drop your weapons and cease all movement." Not likely, Tahiri thought, opening a metal hatch on the outside of the suit and reaching inside. Before climbing into the suit, she had hidden her lightsaber among the cleaning tools in case of an emergency such as this. It felt tiny in her giant metal fist, and she would have to concentrate twice as hard to fight the natural clumsiness of the suit. But she instantly felt better for having it in her hand. "No," Gower shouted, seeing what she was doing. "If you activate it, then they'll know who you are." "What difference will that make?" she wanted to shout back. If they didn't already know, they would as soon as she was arrested and forced to step out of the suit. But an instinct told her to trust Gower. He didn't seem to be running without purpose. Wherever he was taking her, he obviously thought they could get away. And there were ways to fight that didn't involve using a lightsaber. She sent a psychokinetic pulse to knock out the nearest droid. It spun out of control, showering sparks as it rolled crazily around the stone wall before plummeting to the bottom of the stairwell. The second backed away a meter or so, its weapon arms rising threateningly. She sent a power surge through its repulsor lift circuits, sending it upward to a fate similar to the first. Its screams of protest faded rapidly as it disappeared into the shadows above. "Good work," Gower said, reaching up to smash a nearby security cam. "Now, through here." They left the stairwell 13 floors above the level of the secret command hub. The area they entered wasn't designed for heavy maintenance, and Tahiri had to stoop to fit into the corridor. Gower didn't bother. The top of his metal head scraped against the ceiling, lifting tiles and smashing light fittings, leaving a trail of wreckage behind him. Whenever he passed a security cam, he didn't pause. He just reached out and crushed it without so much as breaking step.
"I take it you know where you're going?"
Tahiri asked. Her previous confidence in him was starting to wane. She couldn't help wonder whether he really did have a plan or whether he was just intent on causing as much damage as possible. If my memory serves me correctly, there should be a maintenance shaft somewhere. Ahead of them was a 2-meter-wide, cylindrical column running from floor to ceiling. Gower stepped up to it and used his suit's strength to tear through the column's side. Within, Tahiri saw numerous coiled cables and pipes. Clearly, the column stretched many floors above and below them, delivering essential services to the areas around it. Gower spent a moment searching for the cable he needed. Frustration soon took hold, and he started pulling out handfuls at random. "Come on," Tahiri muttered, glancing around nervously, checking for signs of the other security droids. They couldn't be far behind. Sparks and steam hissed and spat from the column as the powerful hands of Gower's HE suit tore through wires and conduits. When he was up to his elbows in bubbling fluid and smoking insulator, he clutched both hands around something he'd found deep inside and gave a mighty wrench. Instantly the lights went out around them, and the entire floor was plunged into darkness. "Okay," she heard him say, somewhat breathlessly. Tahiri switched to infrared to see him step back from the column, then move over to a ventilation shaft and pull it open. "We haven't got much time. This isn't going to hold them for long." There was a hiss as his HE suit cracked down the back. His head emerged from the seam, followed by his arms. Tahiri reached around to give him a hand. Her HE suit lifted him as though he were a doll, his tail lashing in obvious relief at being freed from its confinement. "Slave your control circuits to mine before you come out," he instructed her. She did so, and then clicked the fast-release button. She inhaled deeply, appreciating the fresh, cool air that immediately swept across her body. "Now what?" she asked, retrieving her lightsaber from the suit's unresisting fist. Gower pointed at the open shaft. "We climb. But first—" He reached under his suit's armpit and flicked a switch. Both suits whirred shut and turned to stride quickly away, each leaving a trail of destruction as they walked through the low-ceilinged corridors. "Now that's a trail no one could miss," he said, his face briefly lit by sparks as the suits marched away into the darkness. "I've programmed them to run free, heading up whenever they can. If they reach the stairwell, things could get interesting. If not, well, they'll gain us a minute or two at least." He helped her into the shaft, then followed, replacing the cover behind him. "There should be a central air shaft not far from here," he explained. "When we find it, we go up. Once we reach the surface, we can look for somewhere to come out of the shaft. From there, we're free." "Hopefully," Tahiri added. Gower nodded grimly. "Hopefully. And what about the Deputy Prime Minister?" "As long as Harris doesn't go too far, we should be able to find him in time. But we've only got an hour before the ceremony starts, and we have 17 floors to climb." "Then we'd better get moving, wouldn't you say?" Outside the shaft, emergency lighting flickered into life. In the distance, they could hear the pounding of the suit's feet and the crackle of blaster fire. In the shadowy and reddish darkness, Gower nodded again, and without another word, the two of them began to crawl.
"What do you mean you prefer to leave the fighting to your sister?"
Wynne Antilles stared at Jason as though he'd gone mad. With her severe black uniform and blonde hair pulled back, she looked like a schoolgirl trying to impersonate a grand moth. She might have known the rules, but she didn't have the maturity to pull it off. "Where I come from," Jason responded good-naturedly, "we don't have customs prohibiting women from fighting in battle. In fact, I didn't think you had here, either."
"We don't," she said. "That would just be stupid. Wouldn't it, Commander Erodia?"
The CHIS officer nodded stiffly from the far side of the table, where she was watching Jason input data from the library search into datapads for further analysis. Wynne had joined Jason and Danny as they reviewed their data electronically, while the other members of the group had continued to talk with the girl's parents. Initially, Wynne had been very excited at meeting Jason, and was keen to talk to him about the search for zonama seot. But when this conversation ebbed, the girl had obviously decided it might be fun to lock horns with Jason, determinedly teasing out his place in the mission and the universe in general. He couldn't figure out if she was genuinely interested in what he had to say, or if she was deliberately antagonizing him, trying to see how far she could actually push a Jedi before his patience cracked.
All I meant was that you should fight when you have to. Your preferences don't come into it. Your enemy won't stand down just because you don't want to fight. You either rise to the occasion or you die.
Harsh words, Jason thought, coming from one so young. But with her pedigree, he reminded himself, and the culture and times in which she'd been educated, perhaps it wasn't so surprising. I guess what I should have said was that I prefer to put myself in situations where skills other than those involving combat will save the day. He tried to put his feelings into words with consummate precision, not wanting to give her the chance to leap on another ambiguity. Fatigue wasn't making it easy, though. Not every conflict can be solved with violence, Wynne. Some become exponentially more difficult to solve once violence has entered the equation. The Force may need both sides of life, birth and death, in order to be balanced, but that doesn't mean we can't look for peaceful solutions. It's the same if violence seems to be the only, or indeed the easiest, option. To his relief, Wynne acknowledged his point with a thoughtful nod.
Okay, I can understand that. But what about your sister? How does she feel about you letting her risk her life, exercising the easy option?
I don't think it's a case of me letting her do anything, he said. She's simply better at following that path when the need for it arises. While I spend half my life philosophically pondering the way of things, she focuses her energies on the exterior, on what she can change. But as far as I'm concerned, deep down, we're still addressing the same problem, just from different angles.
You carry a lightsaber,
Wynne pointed out. He shrugged. It's a symbol of a Jedi, just like the insignia on Commander Arolia's uniform.
Nevertheless, the weapon at your side seems out of place on a man who says he dislikes violence.
How do I answer that, he wondered. If I say that I don't hate violence, I undermine everything I've told her. If I confirm that I do, I make a mockery of my own convictions. Is this the corner I've backed myself into?
Haven't we drifted off the topic a little here? Danny said, stretching tiredly. We were looking for zonama seot, remember?
Jason nodded. It had been an exhausting session, and one that had only been partially successful. The number of hits, systems where stories of a wandering planet had been recorded, was reaching a plateau. They quickly ran out of the ones that were easiest to find. So far they had 60 confirmed or suspected appearances in a 40-year period spanning from shortly before the formation of the Empire to some years after. Wherever it was that zonama seot had settled down, it seemed to have done so about 20 years before the arrival of the Yuuzhan Vong.
But you said before that you were probably looking in the wrong place, Wynne said.
Danny sighed, and when she spoke there was no mistaking the frustration in her tone.
We're looking primarily through sociological records, she said. Astronomical data would be our best bet. We need to look specifically for systems that have adopted a new planet in their habitable zones, whether those zones are inhabited or not. But there are hundreds of thousands of stars in and around CHIS space, Wynne said, plus about the same number again of orphan worlds drifting in interstellar space. There must be planets captured and lost all the time. Actually, no.
After Danny's success at cracking the biological secrets of the Yuuzhan Vong, it was easy to forget that her original specialization was astronomy.
Although the capture of extrasolar planets does happen quite naturally, it's a very rare event, and even rarer right in the middle of the habitable zone. A large percentage of those systems have been visited more than once by droid probes on deep survey missions, and the basic configurations of the others would have been at least recorded by large-scale interferometric detectors in nearby systems. The CHIS checked every target system at least twice in the last 60 years. Any discrepancies would show up in even the most basic scan.
Wynne nodded.
We could set up a sweep to look for stuff that was added to any of the systems on record. I can talk to Triss and—
She stopped as Luke appeared from one of the aisles, followed closely by Saba. "Sorry to interrupt," he said. "We've decided to bring Shadow to a closer spaceport. If you'd like to clean up and have a rest, then this might be your best chance."
"I think I'd settle for either right now," Danny said.
"What about you, Saba?" Luke said, facing the Barabel. She was bringing another heavy-looking tome to read.
"A shower sounds good," she said.
The exhaustion was clearly evident in her voice.
"Even the best hunters need to wash."
"Okay, then we'll see you all shortly at the barge," Luke said. "When we come back, we'll bring R2 with us. He might be able to help us search through the less obvious data."
"That's a good idea,"
Danny said, rising to her feet. She faced Jason.
"You coming?"
He shook his head. "I think I'll stay here. Someone has to keep looking through the data we've collected. There's a lot to get through, and we've only one day left." Danny's disappointment was obvious, but Luke agreed with a cautious nod. "Don't overdo it, Jason. I'm sure Commander Aurelia can provide you with a bunk and a fresher if you decide you need one."
"Of course,"
the commander said. "Sial and Sunter will be coming with us on the ice barge," Luke went on. "Obviously you're welcome to come as well, Wynne, if you're interested."
"Actually, I think I'll stay and help Jason, if that's all right."
Jason nodded. "No problem. We can begin that search you thought of, Danny, and if anything comes up, I promise to call, okay?" Danny glanced at Jason and Wynne, offering a curt and unenthusiastic nod.
"Sure," she said,
then faced Luke. "How soon do we leave?" "Right now, if you like."
"Sounds good to me," Danny said.
Then, with the faintest glance at Wynne, added,
"The sooner the better."
Jason's uncle, aunt, and Lieutenant Stalgis left for the barge with a brief farewell to everyone, followed shortly by Danny and Saba.
"So, what do you want to do?" Wynne asked when everyone had gone. "I could show you around, if you want, or there's always—"
"I don't think that's such a good idea." Jason cut her off firmly but gently. Commander Aurelia silently took up position against the far wall, a position that allowed her to keep an eye on both Jason and Wynne. "There really isn't much time before the deadline runs out, and if we don't learn anything, then we're back where we started." The girl rolled her eyes, sighing with only a half-serious look of rejection on her face.
"Then we'd better get going," she said.
No, thought Jason. That's exactly what they wouldn't be able to do. If they ever did find what they were looking for, then everything would be blown wide open. It would be the beginning of the end of everything they had come to take for granted these last few years. He kept this to himself. When he thought of the future, the image he received from the Force was invariably clouded. His vision of a galaxy slipping into darkness still burned inside him, and he didn't like to think that any failure on his part might contribute to such an outcome. He was determined to bring his uncle's peaceful solution into being, and despite a twinge of guilt, he couldn't allow Wynne's feelings to get in the way of that. I should have known better. Jaina struggled to get a grip on the world around her as suffocating folds of unconsciousness tried to drag her back down. The only signal she received from her body was that of a burning sensation between her shoulder blades, where she'd been shot. She suspected that she hadn't been seriously hurt, but the blaster's stun setting had been on the high side, and her nervous system was still a bit scrambled. When the darkness finally began to recede and she managed to haul herself out into daylight, she couldn't tell if weeks or minutes had passed. Moaning, she tried to move, but found that Saul Kelly had bound her arms and legs tightly together. There was a translucent hood over her head, too. "I see you're awake," she heard him say from close by, his voice raised over the steady whining of his land speeder's motor.
From the way the world bumped and slewed beneath her, she guessed that she was slumped on the reclined seat of the vehicle. Despite her situation, she actually found this thought reassuring. It suggested that she hadn't been out too long after all.
"Where are you taking me?" she asked.
"To meet someone."
"Who?"
"It's not important. He has money, and that's all that concerns me right now." She reached into herself to find her still center, hoping to pluck his intentions directly from his mind, but her focus was scattered by the pain and disorientation.
"You betrayed them," she said disgustedly.
"Do you mean freedom?
You sold them out.
They did it to themselves. I mean, what do they expect? You go up against the big cannons, you have to expect to get shot.
But you were the one pulling the trigger.
Better that than be on the receiving end. Besides, if they hadn't caused so much trouble, this might never have happened."
"So they were getting close to someone."
"You really think you're going to get any information out of me?" He laughed. "I don't think so, Jedi." She tried again to use the Force, and this time felt a flicker of response. She clutched at it as though it were a life raft.
"You could just release me,"
she said, putting as much persuasion as possible behind the words.
"I'm of no importance."
"You're right," he said. "So I might as well shoot you now, and be done with it." She heard him pull the blaster from its holster.
"No, wait."
The bolt took her in the shoulder, hurling her again into darkness. Hundreds of thousands of stars. It was easy to say the words, but much more difficult to comprehend what they actually meant. On a map, the unknown regions comprised only 15% of the total volume of the galaxy. But when that 15% became the search area for something as small as a planet, which on a cosmic scale was much, much smaller than a needle in a haystack, the true immensity of the task became all too apparent. And they had to do it in just 2 days. Jason concentrated on scouring through data Saba and Danny had discovered, while Wynne worked on the search algorithm. There were thousands of mission reports to scan through. Wandering asteroids and close encounters with comets were common, and it wasn't always easy to distinguish these from a mysterious planetary appearance. He soon lost track of all the unfamiliar names among the thousands of people and places he came across. "Who's this Giorgio Camco who keeps cropping up in the records?" he asked Wynne. The girl looked up and shrugged.
"Beats me."
"Giorgio Camco was one of our founding syndics," Aurelia said from where she had kept patiently out of the way while Wynne and Jason worked.
"He proposed the expansionary defense fleet after a series of exploratory expeditions turned up numerous vital resources."
Jason nodded. That would explain why the man's name was on so many of the older reports. There were at least 7 vessels named after him and 2 systems. There had been no mention of him in any of the old or recent Republic records, which only went to show just how much there was still to learn about the Chiss. It amused him, therefore, when Wynne demonstrated that the ignorance worked both ways.
"Tell me," she said, "what's it like on Coruscant?"
Jason did his best to describe the capital world as he remembered it. His recollections were tainted by his recent experiences with the Yuuzhan Vong, however, and the knowledge that so much that had been beautiful was now lost or sullied in his memories. It made him sad to think of the former imperial palace in ruin, or the Monument Plaza turned into Yorick coral fields, but they were very real possibilities. And the saddest thing of all was that even if the Galactic Alliance defeated the Yuuzhan Vong tomorrow, the actual damage inflicted upon Coruscant might never be undone. Memories could be all that remained to future generations. Wynne listened soberly, only occasionally interrupting with a question. The idea of a world devoid of natural life, on which most people lived underground, didn't seem to surprise her as he thought it might. But then, perhaps her world wasn't all that different. On Coruscant, the bedrock was covered with city. On Scylla, it was ice, but the effect was essentially the same.
I think I'd like to go there someday, she said when he'd finished talking. When the war is over, of course. I'll see if I can get Father to let me take Starflare, our family yacht. I'm licensed to fly her, you know. Not that I get much of a chance, because Sem's always taking her out. She was probably fishing for a personal invite from him to show her around the place sometime, but he refused the bait. He smiled, saying nothing. Oh, well, if Saba and Danny are right, then I guess it doesn't matter anyway. She went on when he frowned at her. Sometimes they talk about stuff when they forget I'm there. She paused, looking uncomfortable. You really think there's a chance that we won't be able to beat the Yuuzhan Vong? Jason nodded slowly. It's a very real possibility, Win. Yes. She nodded also, equally as slowly, but infinitely more sadly, as only a teenager who'd been told she might not have long to live could. Sometimes I think... She stopped in mid-sentence, dropping her gaze. The notion obviously scared her. Sometimes you think what, Win? It doesn't matter, she said. No one cares what I think anyway. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't, Jason said soberly. She looked up again, flashing an appreciative smile. Sometimes I think that the sooner we can be rid of the Yuuzhan Vong, the better. I don't want what happened to Coruscant to happen here, Jason. I think we should do whatever we have to make sure of that. Even if it means joining up with us? Yes, she said, nodding. Unfortunately, though, Dad and I are in the minority there. Most people believe that the Yuuzhan Vong would strike twice as hard if they found out we'd sided with you. Others just worry that you will corrupt us with your ways, making it easier for the Yuuzhan Vong to walk all over us when the time comes. And Jag's behavior has only helped support this argument, I'm afraid. What do you mean? What about Jag's behavior? Jag and his squadron were supposed to return months ago, she explained. To some, the fact that he hasn't only proves that you've been a bad influence on him. He would never have gone off for so long before. I wasn't aware that this was a problem, Jason said, wondering if Jaina had any idea either. But I can say that he's been a great help to us in the fight against the enemy. I hope your people realize that. That's just it, though. Because he hasn't reported back as he was supposed to, no one really knows exactly what he's been doing. Maybe he's just been too busy fighting the Yuuzhan Vong to communicate. Maybe, Wynne said. Or maybe he's just been spending a little too much time with his new girlfriend. Jason studied her curiously for a few seconds. How could you possibly know about that? I didn't say he hadn't reported in at all, just that he hadn't reported in as he was supposed to. She grinned impishly. That's an important difference for the Chiss, you know. Her expression was one of exaggerated innocence mixed with mischievousness, and her smile left no doubt in Jason's mind that the girl knew that Jag's girlfriend was in fact Jason's own sister. Well, perhaps he might prefer his private life to remain private, he returned in a tone that said this was a path he was not prepared to take. Her eyes twinkled. She knew how to press people's buttons. Hey, if he's sweet on her, then that's just fine by me. It keeps him out of my hair for a while, at least. He can be such a pain. Despite her obvious intelligence, comments such as this only served to remind Jason of just how young she really was, hovering as she was on the cusp of adolescence and adulthood. He didn't doubt that she loved Jag, but she was clearly unimpressed by her older brother's achievements at the same time. "What about your father?" Jason asked, moving the subject along. "What does he think?" "Well, he's been something of a disruptive influence himself," she said. "The Chiss don't like to use droids in combat, arguing that they're too slow and vulnerable. Dad agrees, mostly, but not all the time. He says, that expendability can be a deciding factor in a war. He has a team of engineers working on a prototype droid fighter that should—" She stopped abruptly when Aurelia pointedly cleared her throat. The commander stared warningly at Jason, her expression telling him quite clearly that she didn't for a moment believe that he was asking such questions out of idle interest. "I'm sorry," he put in quickly, directing his apology to both of them. "I shouldn't have asked. My mission here is to find zonama seot, not to pry into your affairs." Then to Wynne specifically he added, "You've been a lot of help, Wynne, and I'm grateful for that. I'd hate for you to get into any trouble because of me." "I won't," she said, offering a fleeting, somewhat chastened glance at Aurelia. "Perhaps we should change the subject, though." The two of them returned to the holodisplay before them. "How's that algorithm coming along, anyway?" Jason asked after a moment of studying the data. "You almost there?" "It's ready to roll. All you need to do is give me the constraints." "As we discussed earlier, any system that has gained an extra habitable world in the last 60 years should be flagged for our attention. If Danny's right, that should narrow our search dramatically. Can you do that?" "Of course." The girl bent her head to the task, not looking up as footsteps approached across the library floor. Jason didn't need to turn either to know who it was. He could tell both from the way that Commander Aurelia instantly snapped to attention and from the hostility the man radiated as he entered the room. "At ease, Commander," Chief Navigator Abe said. Jason and Wynne swiveled around to face him. The bald man glided smoothly to the table, flanked by 2 Chiss guards. He walked to where Wynne was sitting and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Your father has asked me to fetch you." The girl looked worried. "It was an honest mistake, mentioning the droids," she said. "I swear, if you'll just let me stay to— This has nothing to do with that, child." Abe's voice was firm. "But disobeying his instructions won't make him any more pleased with you, will it?" She sagged into herself and then stood. "Sorry, Jason," she said, nervously glancing down to him. "Good luck with the search, though." "Thanks." He watched, unable to protest, as Abe led her from the room. "Hopefully you'll get the chance to come visit me at my home someday." She briefly smiled back at him as the door closed between them. Then she was gone, leaving him alone with Commander Aurelia. The commander sat down wearily, her red eyes avoiding his. He sensed that she, too, didn't like the way in which Wynne had been whisked out of the room. Nothing was said, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of misgivings about what had just taken place. Something didn't feel right, somehow. Wynne's search was indeed ready to roll, as promised. He called up a list of references on his datapad and considered where to start. He sat as though he was deep in thought for several minutes, but for once he wasn't thinking about zonama seot. He unclipped his comlink from his belt and turned away from Aurelia. "Uncle Luke? Can you hear me?" He kept his voice and the volume of the comlink down to a minimum. "I hear you, Jason. Have you found something?" "Not yet. I just wanted to make sure you're okay." "Everything's fine. We're still on the ice barge, not far from the spaceport. We should be back within 2 hours. There was a slight pause. "Is everything all right at your end?" "Well, something odd just happened. Do you know if Suntir Fel has been in touch with Chief Navigator Abe in the last half hour or so?" "Not that I'm aware of. He's been with us the whole time." Abe had lied about being sent by Fel to collect Wynne. But why? Jason thought hard. What was Abe up to, he wondered. To isolate Jason, perhaps? He looked over to Commander Aurelia. She was sat perfectly still, silently watching him. He sensed nothing untoward in the tone of her thoughts, no anticipation, no nervousness, and there was nothing in the force to suggest she was about to attack him.
The threat had to be directed elsewhere. But where? Jason? His uncle sounded concerned. What's wrong? It's probably nothing, he answered. It's just that... Before he could finish the sentence, however, a sense of extreme alarm surged through the force. It hadn't come from Luke either, but rather from someone close to his uncle. And tangled up in the thought was an impression of a cold, white wasteland and howling winds. "We're under attack," came the urgent cry over the comlink. "Aunt Mara!" Although she was thousands of kilometers away, he found himself instinctively jumping to his feet and going for his lightsaber. Erodia stood also, startled by Jason's inexplicable outburst, automatically reaching for her own weapon. "What's going on?" she asked anxiously, clearly confused. Jason ignored her. "Uncle Luke, Aunt Mara," he called into the comlink. "Answer me." It could have only been a few seconds before his uncle replied, but it felt like eons of tortured silence to Jason. "Jason, I can't talk now," Luke said, voice crackling. Then he was alone, desperately wanting to know exactly what had happened, but understanding that it could be a while before he found out. There was betrayal in the air, so thick and cloying that he felt for a moment as though he couldn't breathe. "May the Force be with you," he muttered quietly to his uncle, reluctantly releasing the hand grip of his lightsaber. His thoughts turned to Wynne, wherever she was. "And you?" Jaina's eyes opened to bright light. She winced and recoiled from the sudden rush of information. "Where am I?" she croaked, squinting around as she tried to sit up. Just these simple tasks caused every muscle in her body to cry out in pain, and she fleetingly wished she'd remained unconscious. She appeared to be in a study of some kind, although the details were still hazy. The smell of leather was strong in her nostrils, and her questing fingers quickly discovered the plush couch beneath her. "Welcome back, Jaina." She turned slightly in the direction of the voice and made out a vague, green-faced blur standing by what appeared to be a door. She hadn't really needed to look, though. She knew who the voice belonged to. "Saul Kelly, you treacherous little—" "It's not there," someone else said, when her hand crept down to her side in search of her lightsaber. The voice was familiar, but a name didn't immediately spring to mind. "It's all right. No harm will come to you. If you behave yourself, that is." She felt naked without her lightsaber, especially in such a weakened state. 2 stun bolts so close together had left her nervous system profoundly scrambled. Her eyes were only slowly remembering how to focus. Her lightsaber wasn't all that was missing, either. Her comlink was gone, along with everything else that might have enabled her to call for help. She forced herself to sit up straighter, turning to face the second person. He, too, was just a blur, but he wasn't to know that. "Saul Kelly said someone wanted to talk to me," she said. "I presume that someone is you?" Whoever he was seated behind a wide desk and dressed in richly red garments. "You presume correctly." "So where exactly am I?" she asked again, glancing around the confines of the room, hoping for something familiar to fall into place. "You are in my private chambers," the man answered. "These rooms are soundproofed and protected against all form of electronic infiltration. The door is blast-proof, and its lock can only be opened by my thumbprint." The leather of his chair squeaked beneath him as he leaned back into it, obviously trying to exude a calm and confident air. "Trust me when I say that you will not be leaving here without my consent." "Yeah, I'm getting that impression," she said, looking around again. Her depth of field was gradually returning, allowing her to make things out more clearly. The study was lavishly appointed. Polished wood cupboards containing delicate crystal ornaments, small glasses and bowls mostly, some of them veined with bright colors, lined the walls. The beauty of the objects, however, was somewhat diminished by Saul Kelly standing in front of them, his green face staring back at her with an expression of extreme smugness. When she returned her gaze to the person sitting behind the desk, her vision had snapped back into focus. Long-boned and sharp-eyed, Deputy Prime Minister Blaine Harris looked at her with a questioning look on his face. "Well?" he asked, arms outstretched imploringly. "Will you cooperate?" She kept her surprise carefully in check. "That all depends. On what you plan to do with me, of course," she answered. "And also what you did with the credits." He frowned deeply. "Credits? What credits?" "The credits you've been siphoning from the bakura treasury, of course," she said, taking a gamble on a plausible theory. "Freedom discovered the leaks. That's why you had Melinza put away. What I don't get, though, is what you wanted that much for in the first place. I mean, what could you buy with all those millions of credits?" "Ah, yes." Harris nodded his understanding. "Kelly told me something about your little theory. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Freedom fail to pin anything on me?" "Yes, but I'm sure Vyram would have, if he'd been given the chance." "I very much doubt that." Harris steepled his fingers in front of him, smiling thinly behind them. "You see, it really wasn't me who stole those credits." Jaina forced a disbelieving laugh. "You expect me to—" "Quite honestly," he interjected, "I don't care if you believe me or not, because the truth is, it wasn't me. If I had access to that many credits, do you really think I'd be employing spies like this?" He gestured at Kelly. The Rhodian seemed completely unfazed by the obvious insult. "Sorry to disappoint you, Jaina," Harris went on, "but I'm not your thief. I was interested to learn about it, though, and I'm as curious as you are to find out who is responsible. When this ridiculous farce is over, I'll certainly make a point of looking into it more closely. I'll not allow the Bakuran public to be bled dry." Jaina's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the Deputy Prime Minister for any hint of duplicity. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find anything. Nevertheless, she didn't believe him. "You're up to something," she said finally. "I know it." "Oh, I'm not denying that for a second," he said with a laugh. "It's just not what you think." Harris pressed a control on his desk, and a section of the office wall slid to one side. The space behind it contained a holoprojector 3 meters across. The Deputy Prime Minister stood up to gain a better vantage point as an image came to life within it. Jaina recognized it from her approach path to Setos Dar, a massive amphitheater whose walls were bedecked with multicolored streamers and pennants bearing the Pwek and Bakuran emblems. Banners scrawled with greetings for the visiting aliens stretched between huge stone pillars around the outside, while overhead floated an enormous canopy that offered cover for the central arena, its underside painted with Bakura's flag. The sun was rising into the sky behind the point of view of the holocam, casting a golden glow across the stone steps and pillars. People were already filing into the seats, with guards in dark green uniforms making sure nobody strayed into a circular area in the center of the stadium, easily the most decorated section in view. "The ceremony," Jaina said. Blaine Harris nodded. "It'll be underway within the hour. From what I understand, it's supposed to be quite impressive, too." "You're going to try to stop it?" Harris glanced momentarily away from the holo, to cast her a scornful look. "Don't be a fool, girl," he said with obvious contempt, and then turned back to that image. "My intentions are far more complex than that." Jaina tried to force herself to think. Something was going on, but what? "You said farce," she prompted. "I wasn't referring to the ceremony, if that's what you're thinking." In the hollow, a squad of Pwek guards appeared. With powerful muscles gliding smoothly beneath dull scales, they spread out to inspect the circle at the center of the stadium where, Jaina presumed, the ceremony itself would take place. "They're keeping tight-lipped about the ceremony," Harris went on thoughtfully, still staring at the events unfolding. "I guess that's their prerogative. It's a privilege for us to be part of it." I thought the people on Bakura were only meant to be spectators. Oh, we are. But our planet is becoming sacred, and that's not something that happens every day. You really believe in this stuff? Jaina asked. He found this amusing. Of course I don't believe in it, but the Pwek do, and that's enough for me. He turned back to Jaina. Have you ever noticed the similarities between the Sairuk and the Yuzhanvong? Both cultures are xenophobic, stratified, religious, and expansionist. Both express these tendencies in violent methodologies. Both are, or have been, potent enemies of the New Republic. Just like the Yavitha, Jaina said. Harris frowned. What do they have to do with this? She shook her head. Perhaps nothing. Or everything, she added to herself. Go on. Both the Sairuk and the Yuzhanvong used defeated foes as slaves, an ugly practice that I'm pleased to see the Pwek abandon. That's one of two ways they've learned from their old masters, the second being, no more xenophobia, of course, he said, as though stating the obvious. I'm hoping we can make it 3 ways. By allowing them their ritual, they might also learn to turn their religion into a non-violent activity. Then we'll work on their caste system and see if we can't make the slave mentality a little more flexible. Acceptance, you see, can be as effective a tool for change as domination and force. She frowned, understanding what he was saying but not getting the context. I'm sorry, but I think I'm missing the point you're trying to make. He moved away from the hollow with a sigh and began to pace. My point, Jaina, is that we don't need the New Republic telling us what to do here on Bakura. We can make our own decisions, and you breathing down our neck only makes things more complicated. But we're not here to do that, she protested. We're just trying to make sure that everything is okay with— Really? He cut in. I find that very hard to believe. He stopped a few steps away from her, staring fiercely down into her eyes. On the eve of our greatest moment, alliance with the heirs of our old enemy, you turn up to sow the seeds of dissent. Coincidence? I don't think so. Wait a minute. We were called to Bakura by someone who was concerned that something bad was going on. And who was that, exactly? She glanced away. An informant, she said, unable to be more precise. He snorted. If there's one thing I learned in the military, it's that an ill-informed informant can do more damage than a convincing double agent. The only way to be certain of anything, my dear girl, is to see it with your own eyes. And even then— He turned back to the projection, sentence unfinished. When he spoke again, his tone was softer, the subject changed. I never thought I'd see this day. After all the years of fear and doubt, Bakura has finally found a means to become what we have always wanted it to be, independent and safe. From this day forward, Bakura will be a world in its own right, not one shackled to the Empire or the Republic or the Sairuk. With the Pwek, we can forge a new alliance, an alliance of our own choosing, not one forced upon us by circumstance. Peace will never again be ripped out from under us by powers from afar. It is time for us to be strong, at last. Remembering the story she'd been told of riots and disturbances, Jaina said, I take it not everyone feels the same way about this as you do. That is only to be expected. It can take people time to realize what is good for them. An apologetic smile flickered across his angular features. I am self-aware enough to understand that I am betraying some of my own principles here. But as those who believe in the cosmic balance might say, sometimes it takes a great evil to bring about the greatest good. Exactly what sort of evil are we talking about? He ignored her question. It's odd, you know, that we here on Bakura should defy the will of the Jedi so blatantly. I mean, not just that it was your uncle, Luke Skywalker, who played such an important part in saving us from the Sairuk so long ago, but that our beliefs so closely mirror yours. You, too, believe in a cosmic system of checks and balances that ultimately ensures life will thrive. I don't know if you're familiar with the beliefs of the native population of the planet, the Kurtzim, but they cling to a faith in a universal life force not dissimilar to your all-pervasive force. Combine the two, and we might have become you. But there has never been a Jedi from Bakura that I am aware of. I find that strange. You think we're neglecting you, Deputy Prime Minister? Is that it? There are thousands of worlds out there. It takes time to search them all. Time we don't have at the moment with the Yuuzhan Vong. His laughter cut her off. My motive is not one of jealousy. You see, a buzzing sound came from the door. Harris glanced at Saul Kelly, who straightened and raised his blaster. This could be it. The Deputy Prime Minister came back around the desk to check something and nodded. And not a second too soon. He looked up at Jaina with a smile. It would seem that the reinforcements have arrived. Quite unintentionally, I might add, but still. He gestured to Saul Kelly, and the Rodian crossed the room to take Jaina by the arm, pressing the blaster into her side. She decided to play along for the moment. The Rodian's will was weak, and it probably wouldn't take much to make him turn the blaster on Harris. However, she thought it would be more prudent to wait for a while, to see if she could find out just what Harris's plan was, and whether there was a way to stop it. Saul Kelly walked her to a position in the corner of the room, out of sight of the door. He raised the blaster to her neck, pushing it firmly under her chin as he clamped one leathery hand over her mouth. Then he signaled to Harris, and the Deputy Prime Minister crossed the room and pressed his thumb against the lock. The double door slid open with a hiss, and 3 people entered in a rush. Jaina didn't recognize them at first. They were hooded and cloaked. But she could tell that it wasn't her parents and Tahiri. Clearly, they weren't who Harris had met by the reinforcements arriving. It wasn't until the door shut behind them, and the one in front turned to face Harris, that Jaina saw who it was. "We're in trouble," Melinza Thanos said. The others pulled back their hoods, revealing Yorg and Vyram. Harris looked concerned. "What happened to Zell?" "He was shot when we fled the stack," Melinza said, her voice caught somewhere between anger and tears. "They shot him, Blaine." "The main thing is that you're safe," he returned coolly. "Everything will be all right now." "How can you say that?" "It was all we could do, just to get here without being seen, and that's only because security is distracted by the ceremony. We're never going to be able to show our faces again unless you find out who's behind this." "Behind what, my dear?" "Framing me for kidnapping, for one, then letting me escape to make it look like I'm guilty. I'll probably get blamed for Zell's death as well." Melinza sounded like she was on the edge of breaking down, but with obvious effort she brought her emotions under control. "We've lost Saul Kelly, too. He created a diversion while we got away, but he didn't meet us at the rendezvous. I'm worried that—" "You should know that I'd never let myself be caught or killed, Melinza," the Rodian said, stepping out from where he'd kept himself hidden and dragging Jaina with him. "But I guess you didn't know me that well, did you?" Melinza turned, her look of surprise deepening when she saw Jaina. I don't understand." "That is becoming increasingly obvious," Harris said, producing a blaster of his own from beneath his scarlet robe. "Your weapons on the floor, if you would be so kind." Melinza's face was pale as she dropped her small blaster onto the rug in front of her. Yorg obeyed with a snarl, while Vyram calmly complied, keeping his thoughts to himself. "What do you intend to do?" Melinza asked, fighting even harder now to keep her emotions in check. "Do?" Harris waved Saul Kelly forward, and the Rodian pushed Jaina over to the others. "The job you set out to do, of course. Why else would I have funded you, Melinza, if our goals weren't the same in the first place? I'm going to unite the people against the Galactic Alliance. With the Prek's help, I will make Bakura as safe as it can possibly be from outside invasion. We will govern our own destiny forever." He smiled coldly. The only real difference between your plans and my own is that, when mine come to fruition, the people of Bakura will be united behind me, not you. Which is a shame, really, because it will be your tragic death that finally mobilizes them. That and the terrible betrayal of the Jedi who came to enslave us once again.
What?
Asked Melinza and Jaina at the same time. All will be made clear in due course, I assure you. Now, Saul Kelly, if you could bind their hands, please. The Rhodian dragged Jaina to join the others, holstered his blaster, and produced electronic binders for the 4 of them from a drawer in Harris's desk. With only the one blaster on them now, Jaina felt a heightened edginess in the Freedom members. She tried to catch Melinza's eye, but the girl was steadfastly ignoring her, although, whether from embarrassment or anger, she couldn't tell.
"You're crazy if you think you're going to get away with this,"
Jaina said, trying to divert the burden of rebellion onto her shoulders. Get away with what exactly? Harris laughed. You don't even know what it is I intend to do. The Deputy Prime Minister was finding the whole thing entirely too amusing for Jaina's liking. That troubled Jaina deeply. That and the cool readiness with which he held the blaster trained on his captives. Melinza glared at Saul Kelly as he started to put the binders around her wrists. "We trusted you," she hissed. "If it makes you feel any better, Melinza, it'll probably be the last mistake you're ever going to make."
"Melinza, no!"
Jaina called out when she saw the girl noticeably stiffen. But it was too late. Not waiting for the binders to snap shut and tighten about her wrists, Melinza pushed Saul Kelly's hands aside and brought her knee up into his groin. As he jackknifed forward, she clubbed him to the ground. Barely had the look of surprise begun to form on his face when Jorg was moving forward also. The long-limbed blonde lunged across the room, her strong thighs propelling her forward, reaching for Harris's gun. He didn't even move except to pull the trigger. A single shot rang out, and Jorg hit the floor with a sickening thud. Then the blaster was on Jaina. "Whatever you're thinking," he said softly, "I advise against it." Melinza backed away, mouth open in horror as she stared at Jorg's limp body. Vyram made a move as though to help his fallen comrade, but Jaina quickly pulled him back. "He means it," she said. "That blaster's not set to stun." "Why didn't you do something?" Melinza asked, her words steeped in accusation and her cheeks soaked with tears. Jaina shook her head. There was no way to say it nicely. Harris saved her the trouble. If Jorg hadn't resisted, she'd still be alive. Jaina would have perhaps phrased it less bluntly, and added something to the effect that there would come an opportunity to escape later when they found out what exactly Harris was up to. But that was the essence of it. Saul Kelly had climbed back to his feet, looking a little gray. Stepping up close to Melinza, he snarled, "Don't ever try that again." He fastened the binders then, and Jaina saw Melinza wince as he set them to tighten around the girl's wrists, obviously tighter than they needed to be. Melinza didn't complain. She just let him do it with her jaw firmly clenched, her eyes unable to hide the anger and betrayal she was feeling. "This actually works out well for me," Harris said as Saul Kelly bound Vyram next. "You saved me the trouble of trying to decide which one of you to shoot. There's nothing quite like a body to prove that there was a struggle, don't you think? Unfortunately, security was so distracted by the kirac and the ceremony that they didn't notice a slight glitch in the cams monitoring my office antechamber and the corridors outside. When they do, I'll be sure to point out your prowess, Vyram, at slicing into official systems. Such a disruption would be well within your capabilities, wouldn't you say?" Jaina held out her hands when it was her turn for the binders. As Saul Kelly reached around her wrists to seal the durasteel binders, she slid a simple thought into his mind. The click of the binders locking. She reinforced it with a wince, similar to Melinza's, as though they were pinching her skin. He leered at her as he stepped back, confident that all of the captives were now effectively bound. Jaina smiled back at him defiantly. The binders were tight around her wrists, but not locked. A good tug would have them open when the time was right. Then she would help Melinza and her friends escape. Saul Kelly produced his blaster and took his place beside Harris. Melinza glowered at him, eyes filled with hate, while Harris stopped to check the growing crowd in the holoprojector before switching it off and closing the panel. Within the hour, this planet will be a consecrated part of the Pwek emancipation movement, and you, my dear Melinza, will be a martyr to your cause. Doesn't that fill you with pride? Melinza spat on the carpet at his feet. Harris simply smiled back at her, his eyes triumphant and gloating. Spoken like a true rebel. He faced his accomplice then. Saul Kelly, in position, please. The Rhodian ushered his 3 prisoners closer to the door, and Harris opened it with his thumbprint. Jaina, Melinza, and Vyram filed outside with the blaster pointed at their backs. "Where are you taking us?" Melinza asked. "Wait and see," Harris said. "I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Part 4. Consecration. Disappointed? The note of incredulity in Jag's voice could barely hide his irritation. Jaina is still missing, and you think I might be disappointed that I'm not going to see the ceremony? The voice of Twin Sun 3 fell silent, her attempt at lightening the mood having fallen painfully flat. Jag clicked twice to remind his pilots not to clutter the airwaves, even as he chided himself for being snappy. He was concerned by Jaina's continued absence, but at the same time he had to trust in Jaina's ability to look after herself. Besides which, if anything terrible had happened to her, he was sure Leia would sense it. That Jaina hadn't called for help yet through the Force suggested that she was at least still in control of her situation, whatever that might be. And until such a time as she did get in touch with anyone, he would just have to continue on as though everything were normal, and that meant concentrating on flying. He had taken a mixed flight out to patrol the edges of Salonia's orbit, wary of any unauthorized activity while attention was focused below. Both Pwek and Bakuran contingents were quiet. The 2 big alien assault carriers, Ernunka and Firenri, orbiting in quadrants diametrically opposed to the 2 local defenders, Defender and Sentinel. The latter had 2 full squadrons of Pwek fighter craft stationed at close quarters, plus 2 squat picket ships. If things were to turn nasty, for whatever reason, they could do a lot of damage while the Bakurans tried to get their balance. While Jag obviously hoped nothing untoward would happen, he had to think tactically. "Don't just outguess your enemy," his father had once said, "but outsee him too. Always assume that he's 2 steps ahead of the current play, and be 3 steps ahead yourself." Jag took his clawcraft and his 2 wingmates in a wide arc around Salonia. The frigate basked in the light of Bakura's sun, unmolested and apparently completely ignored by the forces surrounding it. He could sense games all around him, moving slowly toward their end plays. It irked him once again to be so far away from the action taking place below on Bakura's surface. But if nothing came of it, and all his second-guessing proved unfounded, he wouldn't be disappointed. A large part of him agreed with Leia that maybe, just maybe, this deal with the Pwek would turn out to be the best thing that had ever happened to Bakura. The voice of the comm operator on Salonia suddenly cut across his thoughts. "Launches detected." "I'm on it," he said, quickly swinging his clawcraft in the direction of the numerous vessels his sensors detected emerging from Sentinel's launching bays. His wingmates were close behind him, following him in for a closer look. "Has Bakuran Defense Fleet advised us of the launches?" he asked. The number of ships leaving the cruiser was already up to 20 and still rising. "As far as they're concerned, I don't think they feel they have to," came the reply, "but I'll check with them anyway." Jag was already close enough to pick out the types of craft emerging from the launching bays, but this only confused him. It was a mixed bag,
consisting of Y and X-wings from the Bakuran Defense Forces, along with an equal number of Sairuvi, Pwek, he reminded himself, swarm-class droid fighters. They flew in elegant formation out of the bays and into orbit, peeling off in 3s and 5s, still divided more or less equally between both forces. "Apparently it's an honor guard," came back Salonia's operator. "I've notified Captain Maine." Honor guard? It was plausible enough, he supposed. The ships were flying tightly together and had obviously rehearsed their maneuvers well beforehand. That showed a degree of cooperation between the two forces, as well as trust. But it still troubled him. The number of ships was approaching 50, far too many for the depleted Twin Suns to tackle on its own, especially if it was caught off guard. Be 3 steps ahead. "Do you think they'd mind if the Galactic Alliance joined them to show our respects too?" he asked Salonia. "I'll ask." While he waited on a reply, on another channel he alerted the Twin Suns pilots on standby, telling them to kit up and launch as soon as possible. "We're on our way," Josel said, adding dryly, "I don't think any of us really expected this to be a slow day, did we?" Jag picked a flight of 3 ships, 2 of them droid fighters, and tailed them around the planet. The trio didn't react to his presence, but a transmission from Salonia not long after confirmed that they'd been noticed. "They're requesting we stay well clear," came Captain Maine over the open channel. "I informed them that we would happily comply, but that we would have to take the necessary steps to ensure our security." Jag smiled tightly to himself. What Maine was saying was that, short of Jag provoking an altercation, he had a free hand to do whatever he felt necessary. With this in mind, he continued to shadow the trio of fighters. The total number of ships in the Honor Guard had just reached an even 100, and it was still climbing. "We're under attack." In an instant, Saba was awake and clambering to her feet. Disconcerted, she tried to get her bearings. Then she remembered. She'd been resting in a large chair on the ice barge's opulent observation deck. She'd nodded off and fallen into a peaceful dream of being up on the slopes of the Listian hills. The sky had been red and cloudy, the scent on the breeze relaxing, and she'd lain there among the warm rocks, listening to the restive growlings of her hatchmates nearby. Then Mara's cry through the force had snapped her back to reality, and she realized with some disappointment that the growling she'd heard in the dream was in fact the rasping of the barge's many repulsors over the surface of the ice beneath them. With a grunt, she shook herself free of the dream and made her way over to where the others were standing. The barge was a shallow, oval-shaped vessel that skidded across the surface of glaciers and ice fields with more speed than grace. The 3 passenger decks bulged out of the top like an afterthought, ringed by the powerful generators and repulsors that kept it in the air. It possessed heavy shields that kept the icy wind at bay, but the howling was still audible as a thin, far-off, Ixal-like wail. There were 4 weapons emplacements around the curved edge of the barge, and they currently pointed at something flickering in and out of sight through dense snow spray off to the starboard side. "There are 2 more behind us," Sunterfell said. One thick finger stabbed at a display. 10 swift targets surrounded the barge. Software identified the objects as smaller than a snowspeeder, but just as heavily armed and shielded. They looked like fat coins tipped on their sides, ripping edge first through the air. "Single-person flyers, I imagine, given the speed they're moving." A warning shot on the port side bounced off the barge's shields and into a snowbank. Steam exploded from the point of impact, sending a white cloud high into the air. "Pirates?" Master Skywalker asked. "Possibly." Fell rocked the barge in the direction of the snowflyer, forcing it to swerve away. "Shouldn't we try to contact the spaceport to let them know what's happening?" Mara asked. "Already tried," Fell said, shifting the barge suddenly to starboard. A loud thump sounded as the barge's shields connected with one of the flyers. "But we're being jammed." "If they're not pirates, could they be enemies of yours?" Stalgis asked. "Sure, but which ones?" Fell grunted. "Whoever they are,
We can't outrun or outshoot them. Our one advantage is the shield, which I'm fairly certain they can't take out. Unless they bring in something bigger, we should be safe in here."
Seol Antilles put a hand on his shoulder. "When we reach the spaceport, security will drive them away."
A nearby explosion rocked the ice barge from nose to stern. Fragments of ice ricocheted off the barge's shield and swept into its wake. Another explosion cracked the ice ahead of them, sending spreading fingers across the endless white plain. Fell banked to avoid the instability. When he tried to return to his original course, more fire from the snowflyers forced him back.
"That's if we can make it there," he belatedly responded to Seol's comment.
"They're trying to force us off course,"
Mara said. "I think you're right," Phil growled. "If it was just me, I'd take my chances over those crevasses. But—"
He glanced at Seol, standing behind him with her hand still on his shoulder. He shook his head.
"I'm not prepared to take that risk right now."
"I'm sorry," Luke said. "It's us they want."
"Don't be too sure. I'm not popular with some of the syndics, because I want to change their ways. All it would take is for one of them to decide to make a move while I'm distracted."
Another explosion rocked the barge, forcing it to turn farther starboard.
"Either way," Mara said, "we're all in this together right now."
"Maybe if I give myself up to them, they'll leave the rest of you alone,"
Fel said.
"No," Seol responded instantly. "I won't let you do that."
Luke agreed. "It would be a pointless sacrifice. They won't leave any witnesses. You know that. In fact, if anything, they'll use us as scapegoats. What could be more believable than a spat between old enemies, especially if the accused are killed resisting capture?" Fel acquiesced with a nod.
"So what do you suggest?"
"There's clearly no point running, and we can't beat them with brute force." Luke's gaze wandered around him as he thought for a moment. "I suggest we stop trying altogether."
"I thought you just said we shouldn't give them what they want," Seol said.
"I did."
"So what are you saying?" pressed the woman.
Master Skywalker smiled. "I'm saying we should maybe give them a little more than they're expecting." Leia followed and ushered to their seats, accompanied by Han, C-3PO, and her 2 Nogri bodyguards. The stadium was enormous, practically a giant crater lined with stalls, with the more comfortable booths higher up, affording the more privileged guests a better view of the proceedings that would soon be taking place in the stadium's center. The delegation from the Galactic Alliance was, of course, among those privileged guests. They had reserved seating to the right of Prime Minister Kundertal's stand, where he would be surrounded by senior senators atop a large podium that jutted out from the ring of seats. The day was warm. Floating sunshades circulated lazily above the crowd, propelled by the ever-present repulsors. Among the crowd, she made out signs and banners, although she couldn't quite make out exactly what they were saying. She guessed that they'd belong to both protesters and supporters of the kirac and its Prek revolutionaries. This was a big day for Bakura, and a lot hung in the balance. Nothing much was happening just yet, though. The Prime Minister had still to appear, and, after the early morning meeting, he would no doubt be avoiding the Galactic Alliance when he did. 50 Prek soldiers maintained a perfect ring around the area on which the ceremony was to take place, well away from the nearest seats in the center of the stadium. Han's hand found hers, and gave it a tight squeeze. Warmth flooded through her, reminding her of why she loved him. Even in difficult times, when events threatened to overtake everything, he was always there for her. Flashes of irritation hit a depth of emotion that surprised even him sometimes, and of which she was always grateful to be the recipient. "Do you think the rain's going to hold off?" he asked. She followed his gaze. Dense clouds were building on the western horizon, promising a tropical storm. "If it doesn't," she said, "then I guess we're going to get wet." "Great. That's really going to add insult to injury." A fanfare sounded as they took their seats. announcing the formal arrival of the Bakuran and Pwek leaders. Prime Minister Kundertal, dressed in a magnificent purple robe, and the kirac led a large group of human, Kurtzen, and Pwek officials in a cleared path from the base of the stadium to the central ring. There, to the stirring sound of the Bakuran anthem, they turned to address the crowd and, symbolically, Bakura itself. "My people," Kundertal began, his voice magnified 1,000-fold by speakers floating high above the stadium. "Welcome to you all on this magnificent occasion. With our new allies, the Pwek, we join together to usher in a new era of prosperity and peace. As neighbors and friends, we will embrace the universal truths that bind together all cultures. Today, Bakura achieves its destiny, free from fear of old enemies and working with new allies to build a common future." The crowd responded with equal parts cheers and boos as he stepped back to allow the kirac to speak. The mutant Sairu looked radiant in a shining silver harness trailing multicolored ribbons and tiny bells that jangled delicately with each movement. Its scales glinted in the weakened morning light, making it hard to tell where its outfit stopped and its skin began. Not even the growing cloud cover could dim its unique beauty. The powerful tones that issued from its throat boomed deafeningly across the stadium. "People of Bakura," came the translation when it had finished its address. "I am proud to be here as the leader of a liberated people. The Pwek species, no longer bound to an oppressive regime rooted in cruelty and bloodshed, joins with you in spiritual communion, as our two great nations create a bond that will run much deeper than mere friendship. With the signing of the treaty, we will be one, our fates forever linked." The response from the crowd was as mixed as it had been for Kundertal, but it didn't seem to faze either leader. They bowed to one another, then the Prime Minister and his contingent made their way back through the crowd to their seats. As Leia had guessed, he acknowledged her and Han with only a formal nod. Han muttered something to the effect that he wouldn't trade a bootful of Minot droppings for Kundertal on a good day. Leia shushed him. There was no sign of the Deputy Prime Minister, an absence no one had mentioned, but which she found interesting. There was no time to ponder it, however, as the ceremony was immediately underway. Pwek priests, bedecked with streamers, began warbling some monotonous chant as the kirac prowled the edges of the cleared space, scattering glinting shards in a perfect circle around the alien contingent. Every few seconds, in counterpoint to the chanting, the kirac would raise its head and intone a phrase in its own tongue. This time there was no public interpreter to explain what was being said. "Can you translate this?" Leia whispered to C-3PO. "Only in part, mistress. The dialect is not the same in which the Pwek converse. It appears to be an ancient ritual tongue, perhaps preserved for—" "Spare us the details, Goldenrod," Han said in an irritable undertone, "and just get to the point, will you?" "As you wish, sir." "The kirac is addressing the life spirit of the galaxy, beseeching it to hear him and grant his wishes. The golden light of this morning is yours, it is saying. The blue-tinted skies and white clouds are yours. Where leaves are green and flowers bloom in many colors, you are there. Where children grow strong in limb and heart, you are there." "Very poetic," Han muttered. "How much more of this is there?" "The ceremony is scheduled to last 1 hour, sir." "That's just great." Han stretched his legs in front of him and locked his hands behind his head. "Wake me when it's over, will you, Leia?" The floating van pulled up outside an unguarded entrance to the stadium. Gaur, at the controls of the aircar following the van, drove past, rounded a corner, and came to a halt. Tahiri was the first to climb out, running back to the corner. Gaur was close behind. Once there, the two of them cautiously peered around, just in time to see Blaine Harris lead Jaina, Malinza Thanis, and 2 others into the stadium. "So much for security," Tahiri muttered over the sound of chanting coming from speakers within the stadium. "There's no one at the gates. They just walked right in." "I suspect it was arranged that way." The Rin's tail brushed rhythmically against her legs. "And if we're quick enough, we might be able to take advantage of the situation, too,"
Together they approached the entrance, their pace hurried but wary, aware that at any moment alarms might start to ring out. In the end, they managed to reach the gateway without incident and slip inside undetected. The rumble of the crowd within wrapped around them like a warm and comforting embrace. Whatever was taking place inside the stadium, Tahiri thought, it certainly sounded impressive. "Can you sense your friend?" Gower asked. Jaina's mind had been shining like a beacon since well before she'd left Blaine Harris's office, just minutes after Tahiri and Gower had arrived. While she and the Rin had been trying to convince a security guard to let them in to see the Deputy Prime Minister, Tahiri had detected that Jaina was on the move. Retreating from the ministerial offices, Tahiri and Gower had found a droid interface, via which the Rin had been able to determine from security cam images that Harris was moving with Jaina. Although they had no idea of where exactly the Deputy Prime Minister was taking Jaina, they'd set out in pursuit, with Tahiri beginning to despair of being able to reach Harris in time to stop the ceremony. That they had ended up at the stadium where the ceremony itself was taking place was indeed a stroke of luck. Perhaps, she thought, the Deputy Prime Minister had the same idea they had, and was wanting to stop the ceremony before Kundertal's plan, whatever it was, came into effect. But there was an edge to Jaina's thoughts that undermined Tahiri's confidence. Something wasn't quite right. If Jaina was Harris's prisoner, then what did that mean? Tahiri was finding it increasingly difficult to tell who was on what side, which made knowing what to do almost impossible. "Well?" Gower asked. Tahiri nodded. "Yeah, I can sense her all right." Then, together, they padded silently down the corridors, following Jaina's presence deep into the bowels of the stadium. "Where are you taking us?" Jaina demanded. Harris, a few paces ahead, ignored her. Saul Kelly gave her a shove in the shoulder from behind with the butt of his weapon. It was a simple message: shut up and keep moving. She did so, following the Deputy Prime Minister down a wide ramp and through a series of archways barely high enough to accommodate his large frame. A short time later, they stopped before a sealed door that looked big enough to drive a land speeder through. It opened when Blaine Harris keyed a long alphanumeric sequence into the lock. "Move," he ordered curtly, waving her and the surviving members of Freedom ahead of him. Jaina found herself in an equipment locker, empty except for a single metal container in the center of the room. "A little bare for my tastes," she said dryly, "but I guess it will do for now." "As good a place as any to die, you think?" Harris countered. He closed the door and strode over to stand beside Jaina. "Take a look at the box. Tell me what you see." Jaina squatted to take a closer look, carefully maintaining the pretense that her wrists were still securely bound. After a moment's consideration, she shrugged. "A remote detonator?" "Very good," said Harris. "Now press the red button." She laughed humorlessly. "You can't be—" "Do it," Harris insisted, raising his weapon and pressing it to Melinza's forehead. "Do it, or I shoot the girl." Jaina glanced at Melinza. Her expression was determined, but her eyes couldn't hide her fear. They both knew that Harris's threats weren't idle. "Okay," she said, reaching out with her seemingly bound hands and depressing the button. A numeric timer came to life, counting down from 10 standard minutes. Harris nodded in satisfaction, lowering the blaster to his side. "And now that your fingerprints are on the button, your fate is effectively sealed. Once you're dead and the bomb goes off, there'll be no one to plead in your defense." Jaina focused her energy, forcing herself to remain calm. Soon, she told herself, just a little bit longer. "You know," she said, standing, "blowing up the stadium isn't going to help relations with the Pwek." It was as much to stall Harris as it was to fish for information from the man. "If that was my intention," he said, "then yes, I have no doubt that such an action would seriously compromise relations with the Pwek. But it's not. Well, not the entire stadium, anyway." Just the part where my enemies are seated. My enemies?
Prime Minister Kundertal?
Then, with a terrible realization spreading through her, she said,
My parents?
His smile was wide and cruel. Yes, my dear. What will become evident when the pieces are put together is that you planted the bomb to derail the treaty with the Pwek. The Jedi didn't want Bakura to leave the Galactic Alliance, and they were prepared to stop at nothing to prevent this from happening. Your parents, unfortunately, were simply necessary sacrifices to the cause. Thinking that you were helping her, Melinza Thanos was convinced by you to kidnap me and force her way into the stadium, where a bomb awaited. But just in time, your evil plans were discovered by the misguided but loyal young Melinza, who, at the cost of her own life and the lives of her friends, helped release me. Alas, not in time to prevent the detonation of the bomb. The Prime Minister will be killed, along with much of the Senate.
And you step in to make sure the ceremony goes ahead as planned, right?
Jaina finished for him. In memory of the brave Melinza Thanos, of course, he added, still smiling widely. It's all rather poetic, don't you think?
It's abominable,
Melinza muttered, unable to hide the tremor from her voice. I think efficient sounds better. Jaina glanced at the timer while Harris gloated. She had only 7.5 minutes left to deal with both Harris and Sol Kelly, as well as deactivate the bomb. Even for a Jedi, that seemed a tall order. Leia watched with interest as the Pwek priests added a swaying, fluid dance to their weird chant. The kirac had completed the circle and was addressing the sky above, opening its arms as if to encompass the entire world. The oceans of space have parted to create this island of bounty, C-3PO continued to translate. Even in the desert of the void, oases must exist. We invite you to share this one with us in the spirit of galactic unity. One mind, one body, one spirit, one— I'm afraid I am unable to translate this particular phrase. Remind me again why we had to be here, Han whispered. Leia shushed him again. The stars shine kindly upon this world, the kirac said, for it is a blessed place. Leia wasn't so sure about that. Bakura had seen its fair share of trouble, and she doubted some alien blessing was going to change that. If the Yuuzhan Vong kept coming, it was going to take more than hand-waving and the jingling of a few bells to keep them at bay. Mind you, she thought, if the Pwek turned out to be as good at fighting as the Syruk had been, the chances were they'd give the Yuuzhan Vong a run for their money. The Syruk fought well when forced into it. Their fear of dying away from a consecrated world lent any engagements outside the Imperium a hurried, almost frantic air, which was probably why, Leia thought, they were so good at the quick strike. They had honed this tactic over the years until they had become the masters of it, and the more such raids they won, the stronger they became, since the object was as often to take captives for enactment as it was to destroy. Still, she couldn't help feeling a growing edginess as the ceremony built in intensity. The chanting had reached an almost fever pitch, so much so that C-3PO was barely able to keep up with the kirac's intonations. The crowd was utterly silent now. Even Han abandoned all pretense of disinterest, leaning forward as though hypnotized by the swaying, singing aliens. Tighten the bonds, conjoined in glorious synergy, although space may separate, as one in the crash of stars. Then suddenly a stab of urgency cut through her. She didn't know where it was coming from at first, until she identified its source as the Force, and from outside her. "Han," she whispered. Then, louder to be heard over the Pwek, "Han, it's Jaina." He instantly snapped upright in his seat. "Where?" he asked, looking vaguely into the crowd in search of his daughter. "Where? Is she okay? I don't see her."
"She's not here."
Leia struggled to interpret what she was feeling.
"She's calling to me through the Force. She's in trouble. But her thoughts aren't focused on herself. She's trying to warn us. She's—"
She shook her head, unable to get a proper reading on the message.
"Something's about to happen."
Han turned to his wife. "What is it?" Leia closed her eyes to sort out a mad jumble of wordless impressions. Images she couldn't interpret flooded into her on a tide of growing urgency.
"Han, I think we need to get out of here. Quickly."
Han rose to his feet immediately. He knew better than to question the instincts of both his wife and his daughter. With Cockmane and Meewall gathered close around Leia, he got to his feet and started to lead the way out of the stadium. No one paid them any attention. They were all too busy concentrating on the spectacle taking place down below in the stadium center. They reached the edge of the prestige stand unmolested. No assassins had lunged at them out of the crowd, nor any threats been issued. But there was no denying Leia's nervousness. Whatever Jaina was sending her via the Force, it was getting more urgent with each passing moment. "What's going on, Leia?" Han asked at one point. "Where is she?"
"She's near here. I don't want to distract her, Han. She's—"
A near-perfect image formed in her mind. Explosives, a timer, seconds decreasing rapidly in number.
"Oh, it's coming,"
she gasped.
"We have to get down. Run, everyone, run!"
She shouted this last comment to the people around her, but no one seemed to pay her any mind. They were still taken by what was going on below. Her Noghri bodyguards bustled their 2 human charges and C-3PO toward an exit from the stadium.
"No," she shouted. "There's not enough time. Get down! Get down!"
Her bodyguards pressed her to the ground, saurian eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of what was to come. The alien chanting was at its peak, screeching over the channel, making it almost impossible to hear anything else. Then another desperate image from Jaina, so clear it formed words in her mind. Tahiri, no. The world turned white, and her connection to Jaina instantly went dead. The ice barge slowed to a halt in the lee of a giant snow dune. The grating whine of its repulsors ebbed as it settled onto its wide belly. Fel's hands worked the controls with practiced ease, guiding the craft to a near-perfect landing. When everything was still, the burly human glanced at Luke as though to ask, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" When Luke nodded his reassurance, Fel killed the shields. The barge instantly shuddered as the howling, icy wind swept over it.
"We'll need survival suits,"
Seol said. Fel shook his head. "We won't be out there long enough to need them. This should be over in a minute or 2. Danny glowered at the 10 circular shapes swooping around the landed barge. Her eyes were dark with fatigue.
"Here comes one now,"
she said, pointing at a snowflyer arcing in to land near the barge. "And another," Stalgis said, also pointing. Saba watched as the strange-looking craft came down on one edge. Its engines burned brightly in infrared, outshining the cold sun. 4 spindly supports emerged to support the vertical disk in the snow. When it was stable, a circular panel on its side irised open, and a black-clad female pilot stepped out, her uniform unadorned by rank or other identifying markers. The figure was tall and slender, just like every other Chiss Saba had ever encountered. Saba watched as the woman strode confidently to the curving flank of the barge, then jumped lightly up onto it. A second pilot joined her, holding one of the 2-handed rifles Saba had seen in the immersion room. The Chiss called them kiracs, she had learned. The first pilot removed her helmet, revealing craggy, weathered features under close-cropped hair. The blue skin of her face looked colder than the ice around her. "Gamut," Fel said darkly. "I should have known." "Who is she?" Luke asked. "She commands a phalanx for a rival syndic, one who doesn't approve of the changes I'm encouraging, and I know she wouldn't approve of you either." Master Luke dismissed the implied warning with a smile. "Then maybe it's time we meet her," he said. "See if we can't change her mind about us." Fel didn't smile back in response. He just slipped his hand into a pair of thin black gloves as he turned to his wife. "Everything ready?" Seol nodded and pressed a button on the ice barge's controls. A display to one side of the main instrumental panel began to count down. 2 minutes. 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 58 seconds. The main door lifted up and out, and warm air in the cabin was instantly sucked outside. An icy chill wrapped itself around Saba, who clenched her teeth, bracing herself for the freezing temperatures. As with most saurian species, the cold would slow her down, so she would have to draw upon the force to counter this, which she did, igniting a ball of warmth in her chest that spread outward through her limbs. Only her extremities retained any sensation of the cold, and she kept them tucked in close, curling her fingers into fists and tucking her tail near her legs. Sunter Fel exited the barge first, exuding a calm self-assurance. He surveyed the scene before him, then stepped over the threshold to make way for the others. Master Luke went next, followed by Saba, Mara, and Stalgis. Danny and Seol stayed inside. 1 minute 45 seconds. Fel stopped in front of the female pilot, looking her up and down with quiet disapproval. Finally he shook his head. "You don't seem the type for open rebellion, Gannett." "I prefer the term excision, myself," she answered calmly. "Whatever it takes to justify your actions, is that it?" Another pilot stepped up behind the craggy woman and waited there with kirac at the ready. 2 more snowflyers landed nearby. "I'm not here to banter with you, Fel," Gannett said. "I want your cooperation, and I will get it too because we have your daughter." Saba detected a slight stiffening to Fel's posture, but his expression and tone remained firm and steady. "Who exactly are we, Gannett?" "It's not important," she said as she raised her weapon and pointed it at his chest. "All that matters is that we have her, yes?" "At least tell me why." Fel stepped forward, his barrel chest defying the nozzle of her weapon. "I have given the Chiss my all since I joined you. Surely I have the—" "You joined Thrawn, Fel. That's not the same as joining the Chiss. We have ways and traditions he turned his back on, and by joining him you proved that you don't respect them either." "Isn't one of those traditions not to fire upon an enemy until he has fired upon you first?" Gannett smiled calmly. "But you aren't my enemy, Fel. Don't mistake me on that. You are merely an inconvenience that I will soon be rid of." 1 minute. "And what about us?" Master Luke asked. Gannett took a step to her right, out of Fel's reach, turning her attention to the others. "You were invited here on a pretext the CEDF does not credit," she said. "You may have fooled the houses, but your fables don't impress us. Zonama Seot is a smokescreen for something more sinister. We just don't know what it is yet." "Then you intend to dispose of us, too?" Gannett laughed. "It was always our intention to dispose of you, Jedi. We never intended to let you leave here." "Then the deadline," Stalgis started, "was a ruse, to give us an opportunity to move against you, of course. So we're all just pawns in Chief Navigator Abe's little power game." Luke shook his head. "What did you promise him? Sunter's position, once it was available?" 30 seconds. "He delivered us the means to fix a difficult situation," she said, nodding. "He will be suitably rewarded when the time comes, yes." "The same way you're rewarding Sunter right now?" Mara said. "Don't you people have a conscience?" "We are aware of the concept," Gannett said, raising the kirac. "But it has no place in war. And this is war, Mara Jade. Have no doubts about that whatsoever. In the fight against the Yuuzhan Vong, there can be no gray areas. There are only allies and enemies. The Chiss do not need allies, so I'm afraid that leaves only the other option." She motioned the other snowflyer pilot to come forward as 2 more stepped up onto the ice barge. "Please move away from the door and turn around, all of you." 10 seconds. "That includes your wife, Fel." Fel motioned for Seol and Danny to join them. which they quickly did. "I promise you a clean death, Fel," Gannett said. "There's no dishonor in accepting your fate." 3 seconds. "For the Chiss." "Indeed," Gannett said, mistaking Fel's battle cry for a qualifying statement. "For the—" "Now," Luke commanded. Saba, Danny, and Mara sprang immediately into action, along with Suntir Fel, a split second before all the ice barge's cannons simultaneously fired. The intended distraction worked. Gannett and her accomplices were momentarily thrown by the explosions, and a moment was all the Jedi needed. Fel stepped nimbly to his left. Gannett instinctively followed, the kirac in her hand ready to fire. With a hiss, Luke's lightsaber flared to life, slicing smoothly up to sever the barrel of Gannett's weapon. Fel snap-kicked her legs from beneath her, as Luke turned upon the second pilot, effortlessly knocking him to the ground with a force push. "You heard me?" Luke called to Fel. "I didn't know you were force-sensitive." "I'm not," Fel responded, "but I can count." Mara spun around as a bolt of energy flashed by Luke's head, and saw the other 2 pilots adopt sharpshooter stances on the edge of the barge. She deflected the first shot with her lightsaber, exploding a snow dune 100 meters away into a puff of white. The second shot missed altogether. Saba reached out with a mental hand and wrenched the pilot's rifle away from him. The remaining pilot turned his kirac on her and fired. The shot was a good one, and would have connected with Saba's head had she not deflected it back at him with her lightsaber. He fell backward off the barge and into the snow. A screaming sound heralded an attack from above. Blaster bolts scored thick black lines across the top of the barge, barely missing Saba as the snowflyer swept by and swung around for another pass. 2 of the other 5 were already lining up to do the same. "Get those shields back on," Stalgis yelled, picking up a kirac and taking a pot shot at the retreating flyer. The shot pinged from the craft's side, but didn't slow it even slightly. "Come on, Saba," Mara said, pointing at 2 of the landed flyers. "While we have the chance." Saba understood instantly what she meant. Even with its shield up, the ice barge would be vulnerable to the remaining 6 snowflyers. If they were going to reach the spaceport, then they were going to have to take a more offensive role in this fight. Flexing the muscles in her powerful legs, Saba ran for the edge of the barge and threw herself forward into the snow. Not a moment too soon. Her tail caught the edge of the shield as it snapped into life. Flexing it to get rid of the tingling, stinging sensation, she ran up the snow dune for the nearest of the flyers. Mara took the one to their right, using the force to assist her movement through the thick snow. The flyers were larger than they looked in the air, at least twice as tall as Saba, and as thick across as 3 of her body lengths. Like a glossy black wheel stuck in the snow, it towered over her as she reached its base and hauled herself up the egress ladder. The controls were different from any she'd seen before, but, like the kiracs, operated on principles she understood. The craft didn't possess a sophisticated security system, and responded to the touch of her cold fingers. Wrapping her tail around her hips, she fired up the engines. The flyer's legs retracted with a faint whir as it lifted smoothly from the ground. Then, with the cockpit vibrating to the tune of the craft's powerful repulsors, it swung up into the sky, forcing Saba back into the seat, grunting in discomfort as her tail was momentarily squashed. The flyer's weapon system was uncluttered and simple to operate. She armed the blaster cannon and targeted one of the 6 enemy snowflyers coming around to respond to the new threat. Her first shot went wide. She adjusted her trim, rapidly familiarizing herself with the snowflyer's responses. Her second shot was closer to the mark, but she still had to make some adjustments. She fought to ignore the giddying rolls of the horizon as the flyer she was following banked sharply in an attempt to throw off its tail. It had been a long time since her last dogfight around Barab 1, but she was pleased to find that her skills hadn't atrophied. A low growl emerged from her throat as the flyer edged up into her crosshairs. She fired. Sparks flew in a comet tail. Her shot had blown her target's port stabilizer. It wobbled in an ungainly fashion across the sky as the pilot fought to bring it down in a controlled ditch. Saba didn't stick around to see if it made it or not. She was too busy bringing her own flyer around in search of another target.
Mara had downed one flyer too, but that did nothing to deter the remaining 4. Regrouping in a tight square formation, they abandoned their attack of the ice barge, now firing its own cannon through its shields at the enemy flyers. Saba and Mara were disadvantaged by their inability to communicate with each other, but the force more than compensated for that. Subtle instructions from Mara nudged Saba in new directions, toward new targets. She followed them without question, even when they appeared to conflict with what her own instincts were telling her. When the force told her to take her flyer in a barrel roll right through the heart of the Chiss's diamond-shaped formation, she did just that, breaking them up and scattering them in 4 different directions. Mara picked one off as she swept by in Saba's wake, reducing the odds to a more comfortable 3-2. "On your tail, Saba." Saba twisted in her seat to see what was behind her, but immediately regretted her impulsive reaction. The sudden movement in the restricted seat made her tail cramp. A shot from behind sizzled horribly close to her starboard cockpit shell. Forcing herself to ignore the discomfort, she jerked the flight stick down hard, then up again, rolling the flyer up and over in a loop that brought her behind the flyer that had been chasing her. It pitched forward in an attempt to lose her, but wasn't quick enough to avoid a volley of blaster fire that sheared off its cannon and scored a hole in its canopy. Wind snatched at the damage, twisting it off course and plunging it into a snowbank in a bright explosion that scattered debris far out from the impact site. Mara performed a spectacular maneuver that knocked another flyer out of the sky and left her on a head-to-head trajectory with the sole remaining flyer. The Chiss pilot didn't deviate from his course in the slightest, however, as the 2 flyers sped toward one another. Saba felt distinctly uneasy as she watched, knowing that Mara would never back down from such a challenge. Opening herself completely to the force, she closed her eyes and fired 3 rapid cannon bursts. When she opened her eyes again, the Chiss flyer was spiraling toward the ground with damage to its maneuvering flaps. They performed a quick circuit of the grounded ice barge before landing. Master Skywalker and the others had rounded up Inaganit Neruodo and the other 3 pilots and placed them in binders. The 4 were on their knees on the flank of the barge, watching bitterly as Seol killed the barge's shield and Saba and Mara landed nearby. Saba's tail whipped gratefully behind her as she climbed aboard the barge and rejoined her friends. After the heat of battle, the air felt even colder than before. "Nice flying," Luke said, addressing the compliment to both Mara and Saba. Coming from such an accomplished pilot as the Jedi Master himself, Saba couldn't help but feel pleased. "Thank you," she said, feeling herself flush dark green beneath her scales. "The jammer is in Gannett's flyer." Luke nodded at one of the flyers still parked nearby. "We didn't deactivate it, so they haven't been able to call for help." "But we could now, right?" Mara asked. All eyes turned to Fel, who knew best of all how the local security forces would react to the development. "I think we should make our way to the spaceport, as originally planned," he said after a moment's consideration. "While we're out here, there's still an opportunity to dispose of us and erase the evidence. I think it best we present them with a fait accompli by coming back alive." He shot a dark glance to Gannet, glowering on her knees before him. "Showing the Chiss the worst they can do usually brings out the best in them. This is probably just what we need to demonstrate the futility of our inaction while the rest of the galaxy is at war. There's no point pretending we're strong, while our own command structure falls apart around our ears." Seol came to stand next to her husband. "I don't want you to go to war," she said, "but I'd rather that than seeing you betrayed by our own people." Fel put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently. He said nothing, but his eyes betrayed the affection he obviously held for her. "We should gather the other pilots from the downed flyers," Luke said. "We can't leave them out here to die in the cold." "Why not?" Stolges said, glaring at Gannet. "They seem to have no qualms about killing us." Gannet glared back at him without apology. "But we're not them," the Jedi Master pointed out soberly. "Saba, can you sense any of them out there?"
A quick force reading of the wasteland around them located the remaining pilots with ease.
4 of them are alive. 3 of those are injured. This one will guide you to them.
Fell urged the 4 captives to their feet.
"Inside," he said, "and don't try anything, Gannett, because believe me when I say that I won't display the same compassion that the Jedi have."
The woman turned her red eyes upon him malevolently, but she did as she was told without argument.
"And what about Wynne?" Seol asked. "What do we do about her?"
"Don't worry," Luke said. "If I know Jason, that's already being dealt with." Despair was a feeling Jaina had never succumbed to. Not entirely. But frustration was a completely different story. She had tried twice to distract Sol Kelly, but the Rhodian was watching her far too closely. With the blaster trained on Melinza and the others, there was no way she could risk an open attack. Then she felt a touch through the Force that was at the same time familiar and strikingly unfamiliar. Tahiri was nearby and coming closer. Unnerved though she was by the thought of touching minds with the young Jedi, Jaina made her presence as strong in the Force as she could. If Tahiri was homing in on her and arrived in time— Unaware of the subtle life energies flowing around him, Harris had produced Jaina's lightsaber from the folds of his robe and triumphantly activated the shining blade. "There remains only one thing to do to make the story watertight," he said. "If the Jedi really are to be the enemy, our hero needs some realistic wounds, don't you think?" Sol Kelly grinned as Harris approached Melinza. The girl backed away in horror. Vyram pushed himself between the Deputy Prime Minister and the girl. Harris, however, wasn't fazed in the slightest. "Either one of you will do," he said, raising the violet blade over his head, ready to strike. "I really don't mind which one gets it first." Jaina couldn't wait any longer. If she was going to act, then she needed to do it now. A swift outward movement of her arms got rid of the binders, and one solid force push knocked the lightsaber out of Harris's hands. She duck-rolled as Sol Kelly brought his blaster to bear on her, his eyes widening in surprise at the abrupt turn of events. She kicked the Rhodian's legs from beneath him. Harris wasted no time getting his own blaster out, but Jaina was on her feet in time to deflect his first 2 shots, directing them harmlessly into the wall. Another 2 bolts hissed by, exploding loudly somewhere behind her. Then, with 3 quick steps, she lunged at the Deputy Prime Minister, clubbing him with the hand grip of her lightsaber. He collapsed back against the wall, a look of startled annoyance frozen on his face as he slumped to the floor. Confident that there was no longer any threat from Harris, she turned her attention back to Sol Kelly. Melinza, however, had already taken care of him. The girl had him pinned to the ground with one arm twisted up behind his back. Jaina nodded, impressed. "Well done," she said. Then, holding out her lightsaber, she added, "Here, give me your hands." She cut the binders from both Melinza and Vyram with 2 deft flicks of her blade. "You'll pay for this," Sol Kelly snarled from the floor. "Your time will come soon enough, Jedi filth." "Want me to shut him up?" Vyram asked, collecting Harris's blaster. "Not yet," Jaina said, deactivating her lightsaber. "We might yet need his help." Then, with dismay, she saw the ruin of the remote detonator. One of the stray blaster bolts had struck it square in the top casing. The Rhodian followed her stare to the smoking, half-melted box, and burst into a fit of mocking laughter. Melinza looked, too. "What do we do now?" Jaina thought frantically. "How much longer did we have on the timer?" Vyram shook his head. "I have no idea." "You've lost, Jedi," Sol Kelly cackled. "Not yet we haven't," she said, grabbing him under the chin. "Tell me where the bomb is, and tell me now." The Rhodian stared at the crackling lightsaber close to his face. "Not that you can do anything to stop it now, anyway. But it's under the premium stalls, tucked safely away behind a ferrocrete support." "But it still doesn't help us," Melinza said, "because we're trapped in here." The sound of pounding erupted from the far side of the locked door. Jaina reached out through the force and felt Tahiri trying to attract her attention, but the door was too thick to shout through, and 2 Jedi weren't enough to form a force meld. Frustration returned, but only for an instant. Looking over to Salkelly, she suddenly remembered. She hurried across the room to where the Rhodian lay pinned by Melinza. A quick search of his pockets, and she soon found what she was looking for. Her comlink.
"Tahiri, can you hear me?"
A second's pause before,
"Jaina, we're right here outside the door. I know. Can you get it open, though?"
There was some hesitation.
"The code sequence might take a minute or 2 to get through, but yes, we should be able to get you out." "We don't have a minute or 2, Tahiri. Listen, there's a bomb. You have to get to it and defuse it." "Where is it?"
Jaina repeated the information that Salkelly had given her.
"How long do we have?" "I'm not sure, but I'm guessing not much. There was a 10-minute timer, and it's already been ticking away for some time."
"You'd better get going, while I find out how to disarm it."
"Okay. Gower's going to stay here and try to get the door open." He's the Rin who's been helping us. You can trust him."
Jaina nodded.
"Don't worry about us. We're probably safer in here than you are. Just get going."
She sensed Tahiri hurrying away up the corridor, calling on the force to maximize her speed. She could feel the girl's exhaustion, too, and wished she could send some of her strength to help. But there was little she could do in that regard. She had to direct her efforts elsewhere. Jaina turned away from the door and squatted down next to the squirming Salkelly, still futilely trying to break free.
"I thought Rhodians always had an escape plan," she said.
The Rhodian spat at her and glared. She didn't let it bother her.
"How do I disarm the bomb, Salkelly?"
"How should I know?" he growled. "And what makes you think I'd tell you even if I did? I've already told you too much." Jaina sighed.
"I'll try again,"
she said, this time with some forced persuasion behind it.
"How do I disarm the bomb?"
His eyes glazed over slightly as he said, "It can't be deactivated now." That threw her for a moment.
"There has to be a way."
She pushed even harder with the force. She didn't believe for a moment that the Rhodian wouldn't have had at least some knowledge of Harris's bomb.
"Now tell me what it is, Salkelly. How is the bomb disarmed?"
"The remote detonator," he answered without resistance. Then, glancing over to the ruined box, he smiled nastily. "But like I said, there's no way to disarm it now." Jaina cursed under her breath. It was unlikely the Rhodian had the will to resist the force persuasion, so he was probably telling the truth, or the truth as he saw it anyway. And even if the Deputy Prime Minister did know of another way to deactivate the bomb, it was unlikely they'd be able to rouse him in time to get that information.
"I'm almost there,"
Tahiri said over the comlink, her voice crackling through dozens of meters of durasteel and ferrocrete.
"Do you have the information?"
Jaina shook her head, beginning to feel nauseous.
"Tahiri, I don't think it can be disarmed."
"What?"
"Harris rigged it so that it can't be switched off without the remote detonator, and that's been destroyed." "There has to be a way, Jaina." "There isn't. I've seen devices like these before. We're lucky it didn't automatically go off early." "Then what are we going to do?" "We try to warn Mom and Dad, and get them to alert Kundertal. If we're quick enough, they might be able to clear the stand and get everyone away before— How much time do we have?" "I still don't know, Tahiri. But not much, so get out of there as quickly as possible, okay?"
She tried to raise her mother on the comlink, but its signal was too weak. Instead, she reached out through the force. Leia Organa Solo was one mind among thousands, but her mental signature was instantly recognizable. Jaina felt second-hand the hypnotic power of the consecration ceremony gathering force throughout the stadium, and fought to punch through it.
"Mom, you have to get out of there. There's a bomb."
It was difficult to convey more than sense impressions through the force, but she tried her best, and did receive a faint hint of a response for her efforts. She couldn't tell, though, if her mother understood.
"I found it," Tahiri said. "I have the bomb right here in front of me."
Jaina's anxiety doubled.
"What are you still doing in there, Tahiri? I told you to get out." "I'm going to try to disarm it. Tahiri, do as I tell you. Just get out of there and try to warn the others. Jaina, we don't know how much time we have. What if they can't clear everyone out in time?"
Jaina bit back an angry response.
"You don't know what you're doing, though." "Then I'll just have to improvise, won't I?" came the reply.
Jaina reached out with all her strength and tried to force meld with Tahiri. The link was faint, but she did receive a brief clear view through Tahiri's eyes. The bomb in front of her was not equipped for manual disarming, but it did have a timer. In bold blue digits, Jaina could see they had 70 seconds left. 69. Then something cold and dark pushed her away, and the link ebbed.
"Mom, can you hear me?" Jaina called, fighting a mounting desperation. "Get everyone out of there, fast!"
The locker door hissed open, and the Rin-called Gower rushed in, his tail straight up behind him. "What's going on?" Jaina checked her chronometer. They had only 30 seconds left.
"Get that door shut," she told him sharply. "That bomb's about to go off."
The meld with Tahiri returned faintly.
"I'm making progress," the girl said over the comlink. "I've got the cover off, and I think I can—"
Sparks flashed, and Jaina received the sharp tang of burning wires through the force. At the same time, she felt the equally sharp stab of hopelessness as Tahiri realized she didn't have a clue what to do next.
"Tahiri, you've got to get out of there." "No, there has to be a way." "There isn't. Now move." "I can do it, Jaina. I have to."
"Why? So you can die like Anakin?" The backlash of pain surprised Jaina and made her instantly regret her words.
"Tahiri, You don't trust me, do you, Jaina?" "You don't have to prove anything to me, Tahiri. Please, I can do it. I know I can." "Can we argue about this later, Tahiri?"
But again something dark and powerful broke the meld between them, its presence casting a black shape in Jaina's mind.
"Mun Malrish hu kamasami."
The words cut into Jaina like a jagged blade.
"Tahiri, no!"
Tahiri cried, her desperation shattering the fragile darkness.
"Leave me alone."
Her will was not as strong as the darkness, though, and the broken pieces of the shadow reassembled, twice as powerful as it had been before.
"Doroak vong prot."
The voice over the comlink didn't sound like Tahiri's, but Jaina recognized the words. She'd heard it on the lips of her enemies many times in the past. It was a Yuuzhan Vong battle cry.
"Rena?"
Jaina asked. The voice changed to basic with uncanny ease.
"Anakin killed me, and now you want me dead too. I won't let that happen. Krell Nag Shin Rushfek." "Wait, Rena."
It was too late. Time had run out. The bomb went off with a muffled concussion that Jaina felt rather than heard. The floor bucked beneath her, throwing everyone to the ground. The lights went out. Someone screamed. Jaina collected herself when the shaking died down. She frantically reached out into the darkness for Tahiri's mind. No matter how much she tried, though, she couldn't find it anywhere. Tahiri was gone. Wynn's fear was strong in Jason's mind as he tracked her and her Chiss escort along the ice tunnels far below Scylla's frozen surface. He sensed that she was frightened, but had nothing concrete on which to pin her concerns. Although she clearly didn't like Chief Navigator Abe, as yet he'd done nothing overt to threaten her. Let's just hope it stays that way, he thought.
"I don't understand,"
Aurelia hissed from behind him.
"Why would Abe kidnap Assistant Syndic Fell's daughter?"
"I have no idea, Commander. All I do know is that he has taken her, and that we have to stop him before any harm comes to her."
"But how can you know this?" she asked. "This force of yours is something we don't have. How do I know you're telling me the truth? For all I—"
He motioned her to silence. They had reached an intersection, and his breath puffed into thick, frosty clouds as he peered around the corner. He didn't have time to justify his actions to Aurelia, or try to convince her of the existence of the Force. Wynn was close. He could feel her. The way ahead held a faint glimmer of light, the bubble of warmth and heat containing Abe, the 2 guards, and Suntir Fell's youngest daughter was moving rapidly away from them. "They're heading for the Iceway terminus," Aurelia said, looking past him. "Which is an underground transport station. There are excavated tunnels through the bedrock, far below the ice. Carriages travel through them." Jason quickly considered their options. "Then we'll just have to stop them before they reach it." "Agreed. Because if they manage to get onto a carriage, then they could be on the other side of the planet within an hour." He turned to look at her. The Chiss commander was staring ahead with a determined expression, her blue skin and red eyes contrasting powerfully in the icy gloom. All suggestion of the skepticism she'd voiced just moments earlier appeared to have left her. Even if she wasn't convinced about his motives, at least she was determined to help him get Wynn back in one piece. He felt vaguely sorry for her. She'd been put in charge of babysitting the visitors from the Galactic Alliance through Chiss space and on Scylla. It wasn't her fault that she'd been betrayed by a senior officer, whose orders she hadn't even thought to question. He could understand her wanting to fix the situation before word of her mistakes spread. The light flickered and died at the end of the tunnel. At some point, he knew, he was going to have to try to get closer. He could think of no actual way to hide along the dark and icy corridor so that Abe and the other guards wouldn't see them, but he couldn't afford to hold back either. The longer he left it, the farther away Wynn became. "Come on, Commander. We're going to have to run to catch them." "Are you sure you'll be able to? Running in these temperatures can be more draining than people realize." "You just worry about keeping up." He let the Force flow through him, guiding his footfalls and strengthening the muscles in his legs. His fatigue washed away, along with his concerns for Wynn and the others. He concentrated solely on running, a single, pure action that allowed him to focus his thoughts. What he would do when he caught up with Abe, he didn't rightly know, nor did it matter. Nothing did. He existed simply to cross this short stretch of ice that separated Wynn from himself, and while he remained focused on that solitary task, he was able to do it with an athletic ease. Aurelia matched his pace beside him, but with considerably more effort. By the time they reached the junction where the lit section had disappeared, her breathing was coming in long, deep gulps. She leaned against the nearest wall as Jason peered around another corner. They seemed to be a lot closer now. So close, in fact, that Abe was clearly distinguishable within the bubble of light ahead by virtue of the gleam off his scalp. "Are you okay to continue?" he whispered to Aurelia. She nodded. "I am in perfect physical condition," she said, wiping sweat from her forehead. "I could run the same distance 3 times over and still fight at the end of it." "That's good to hear," Jason said, "because that's probably what you're going to have to do." He glanced around the icy corner again. "How far do you figure before they reach those carriages?" "There are only 2 more junctions between here and the Iceway terminus." "Then I guess we'd better get moving. Are you sure you're ready?" "You just worry about keeping up," she said. He smiled at the commander's quip, then continued with his pursuit. He was more cautious this time, because they were well within sight of Abe's party. He didn't know how well sound carried through the fields, keeping the heat in, but he couldn't afford to assume that their approach would be covered. He didn't even know if he'd be able to penetrate the field walls around the bubble. Another 2 corners would give him and Aurelia time to catch up, as Abe and Wynn reached the terminus, when they would be distracted and out of the fields. As Jason drew closer, a faint hissing broke the silence. The sound came from the field walls as they swept over the icy surfaces around the bubble. Beneath the sound was a hint of voices, too low for him to catch anything more than broken fragments. From the handful of words he was able to make out, though, he knew that Wynn was starting to question Abe's intentions, asking why her father was having her transported via the iceways rather than the barge. Abe muttered something that went unheard, as did Wynn's response, although there was no mistaking the misgivings in the girl's tone. They rounded one corner, then the second. All that lay between them and the iceway terminus now was a straight stretch of tunnel. Jason and Aurelia kept pace with the bubble, lurking just beyond the wash of light it cast. Jason unclipped his lightsaber from his belt and held it ready, his thumb resting on the activation stud. The bubble dissolved as Abe, the guards, and Wynn left the tunnel. Beyond them was the terminus, a much smaller space than Jason had imagined. Long and narrow, it had a series of sliding panels set into the far wall, which Jason presumed to be airlocks leading to the carriages. Jason and Aurelia stopped at the end of the tunnel, watching quietly as Abe and the others crossed the narrow room to one of the sliding doors. Only when one of these doors grated open did Wynn give in to the misgivings Jason had heard in her voice. "I'd like to talk to my father," she said, pulling away from the ex-Imperial and his Chiss sidekicks. "I want to know where he's sending me." "It's a little late to ask that, don't you think?" Abe's skull gleamed. His mouth, overshadowed by his large nose, curled into a menacing snarl. She shook her head uneasily. "This isn't right," she said, taking another step back. "You're lying to me. My father wouldn't ask me to be taken down here." Abe rounded on her in order to cut off her route to the exit. "And what possible reason would I have to lie to you, child? I am your father's trusted servant. You know that. Why do you dishonor me with such accusations?" "Trusted servant?" she shot back, looking frightened but determined. "My father says he never even heard of you until you turned up on the Chiss border looking for asylum. He thinks you're a deserter." Jason could no longer see Abe's face, but his posture noticeably stiffened. "Your accusations grow with your hysteria, child," he said frostily. "You should be mindful of the things you say." "Do you deny it?" she continued, regardless of the obvious danger she was in. "It is irrelevant," he replied, unclipping the holster at his waist. "You're coming with me, whether you like it or not, and I'll hear no more said about your father. His time is over. The CEDF has better things to do than pander to neighbors who can't mind their own affairs. The sooner he and you are out of the way, the better it will be for all concerned." Wynn backed away a few more steps, straight into the arms of one of the guards. Abe drew his blaster and approached her. Jason had heard enough. Before, it might have just been possible that Abe was following orders, but now there was no mistaking his intentions. "I really think it's in your best interest to lower that weapon and let the girl go, Chief Navigator," Jason said, activating his lightsaber as he stepped out from the shadowed corridor. Abe spun around, redirecting his blaster's aim at Jason. Then, seeing Aurelia with him, his face crumpled into a frown. "What is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation." "Funny, but I was about to say exactly the same thing," the commander said, drawing her own blaster. "I need explain nothing to you, Commander," Abe sneered. "I'm your superior officer, remember? And I am ordering you to turn around and return to your normal duties. As an officer of the Expansionary Defense Force, I believe it is my duty to ensure the safety and security of the Chiss realm. That directive, as you are well aware, supersedes all others. It is my firm belief that I am following that directive right now." Aurelia raised her blaster and sighted Abe along the barrel. "So if you wouldn't mind dropping your weapon, sir." "You fool!" Jason felt the force rush through him an instant before Abe fired. His instincts moved him forward, swinging his lightsaber up and across to intersect the bolt before it could hit Aurelia. A split second later, she too fired. Jason didn't hesitate. His lightsaber came down again, deflecting that bolt also. "What are you doing?" Aurelia snapped. Jason didn't have time to explain to the commander that it was unnecessary for anyone to die. He was too busy advancing on Abe as the chief navigator slowly retreated. The guards stood behind him, frozen with indecision. "You cowards!" Abe yelled back at them. "He's only a boy, Take him!" But the guards took another step away from him, making it clear to Jason and Aurelia that Abe was on his own in this. When the commander indicated for them to lower their weapons, they did so without hesitation, laying them on the floor at their feet. Whether they had been part of the conspiracy or simply following orders was something that would have to be determined later. Realizing his situation, Abe grabbed Wynne and shoved her forcibly between himself and Jason. Then he turned to run for the open iceway carriage door, his only chance at obtaining freedom. Jason took 3 long strides to bring himself within reach of the fleeing man, his lightsaber raised, tensed and ready to strike. A single exertion of will, backed up by the Force, wrenched the carriage doors closed. Abe crashed into them at full tilt, toppling back onto the ice at Jason's feet, his blaster flying out of his stunned grasp and clattering across the floor. Wynne was quick to pick it up and pointed at him. "There's nowhere to run," Jason said, the steady thrum of his lightsaber sounding in the cold air. He felt Wynne watching in amazement as he stood over Abe, willing the man to give up. Defiance lingered in Abe's eyes, but then suddenly flickered and died. The man sagged back to the floor with a defeated sigh. Jason stepped back, lowering his lightsaber, glad that the crisis was over, and that nobody had been hurt. He activated his comlink, and it bleeped immediately. It was his uncle. "Jason, is everything all right?" "It is now," he answered. "And Wynne, she's fine. I'll fill you in on all the details later." "Well done, Jason. You've diffused a potentially difficult situation." "Thanks, Uncle Luke," he returned, deactivating his lightsaber and reattaching it to his belt. Aurelia was already busy speaking into a wall communicator, calling for backup. "How's everything there?" "Under control. We've heard from Techley. Someone made a half-hearted attempt to break through Jade Shadow's airlock, but they failed and haven't come back. Port Security is already looking into the incident. It looks like we've weathered the storm rather well, don't you think?" As Jason watched the guards hoist Abe onto his feet, he found he could only nod in silent agreement. A failed attempt to put them out of the picture would almost certainly bring the Chiss more firmly behind them, as well as Fel. The real leaders behind the attempt, assuming Abe wasn't as high up as they went, would no doubt lie low for a while, fearing reprisals from either Chiss loyal to the existing command structure like Aurelia, or the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances, which was bound to take an attack on peaceful diplomats poorly. It might also mean that the 2-day deadline would be extended. "How long do you think before you'll get back?" he asked his uncle. "Probably within the hour," Luke said. "We'll resume our search then." Jason nodded to himself again, glad to be able to put the incident behind them and get back to work. "And, Jason," Luke said, "don't assume that everything that happened here has been unimportant. The smallest action can have the largest consequences. The good work we've done today may have far-reaching consequences, consequences we can only guess at right now." "I know, Uncle Luke," Jason said. "I'll see you when you get back, okay?" "You take care, Jason. You too." He closed the line and returned the comlink to his belt, reflecting upon the simple truth of his uncle's words. He couldn't help but wonder at what the consequences of this day would be. Perhaps saving Wynne would enable her to achieve her ambition of seeing Coruscant. One day, when the war was over, the girl could easily follow in her brother's footsteps and leave Chiss space in favor of the Galactic Alliance. He sensed strength and determination in her, as well as a keen intellect. If she wanted to do something badly enough, he had no doubt that she would find a way. "What will become of you, Winfell?" he wondered to himself. Only time would tell, he supposed, and if he could give her nothing else, he would do his best to give her that, at least. The time to realize her potential, her and the Chiss, as well as the galaxy itself. He shrugged off the train of thought, forcing himself back to the present. Wynne was standing to one side, the blaster in her hand, trembling slightly. She was staring at him with something approximating awe. "Are you all right?" he asked her. She nodded once. "A little shaken, but I'll be okay." She couldn't seem to take her eyes off him.
Thank you for coming when you did. You were amazing."
He felt himself flush slightly, at the compliment as well as the girl's obvious admiration for him that had prompted it. But he forced himself to ignore it. There were much more important things to concern himself with. Bigger than Wynne or Abe. Bigger even than himself. The search for Zonama seot was of paramount importance. Everything else was just a distraction. "All in a day's work," he told Wynne, with a smile that he hoped would hide his discomfort at her adoration. "The life of a Jedi is not a boring one."
Mom. Mom.
In the aftermath of the explosion, Jaina's mind was filled with psychic pain. She sent her mind out among the wounded and dying, searching for her mother. She found her mother and father down in the thick of it, fighting their way through the panicked crowd, trying to get to where help was needed the most. Jaina sat up in the gloom of the room's emergency lighting. The locker was filled with dust, but it had remained intact, just as Harris had anticipated it would. Melinza was climbing to her feet, shaking her head groggily. Vyram and Gower were clambering upright too, both coughing violently, as the dust caught in their throats. Sol Kelly lay curled in a ball, looking up with a grin on his face, triumphant that their best efforts to stop the bomb had failed. Harris remained where Jaina had left him, out cold in the corner. She collected the comlink from the floor where she'd dropped it, and quickly activated it.
"Mom?"
She opened the locker door to reduce the interference.
"Mom, can you hear me?"
It took a few moments before Leia answered.
"I hear you, Jaina."
Relief rushed through her at the sound of her mother's voice.
"Are you all right?" "I'm okay, but Mom, Tahiri—" "I know. I felt it too. Do you think she's okay?" "I don't know, Jaina. I'll never forgive myself if she's—"
Leia didn't let her finish.
"You aren't to blame for anything that has happened here, Jaina."
Jaina knew that wasn't true. If she hadn't been so closed off to the girl in the first place, if she'd tried to help her confront her problems earlier instead of— She broke away from the guilt-ridden thought.
"How bad is it up there, Mom?" "It's utter chaos. The blast took out the Prime Minister's stalls. Security is trying to clear the area now."
Jaina caught flashes from her mother. Frightened faces, tangled wreckage, and blood. Lots of blood. Before she could ask if there was anything she could do, Sol Kelly took the opportunity to gloat. "You look a little concerned there, Jedi," the Rodian said with a half-smile, half-sneer. "Not so sure of yourself now, Vyram didn't ask this time. He just shut the Rodian up by stunning him with the butt of his blaster. "What do we do now?" he asked, stepping up to Jaina.
"We go topside to help," she answered. "Besides, security has to know about these two."
"I'll go," Melinza said. Jaina shook her head.
"They might not believe you."
"No," the girl said,
"but they will listen."
"And I can stay here and keep an eye on these two, if you like," Vyram said. Jaina thought about this for a moment, then nodded.
"Okay. I'll back you up when I get there."
"Wait a minute," Gower said. "Where are you going?"
"To find Tahiri."
"Then I'm coming too," he said. The Rin had a look in his eye that Jaina recognized from her father, the kind that said there was no point arguing. Jaina shrugged helplessly and let him follow her out as they retraced Tahiri's steps through the damaged corridors, updating Leia as they went. The stadium's structure had held, but it was going to require an extensive overhaul. The closer they got to the center of the blast, the more damage there was. Ceilings had come down. Ferrocrete had cracked. Stanchions were twisted, and the air was full of dust.
"Through here, I think,"
she said, following the vague impressions she'd received from Tahiri's mind. Everything had looked so different then, with the smooth, clean corridors. Now they were in ruins, open to the sky. The cries of the wounded were very real from such close quarters, and the smell of smoke and dust was powerfully strong. At the heart of the destruction, they found a clear space about 2 meters across. The blast had destroyed everything around the area, but nothing within it, and there at its center lay Tahiri, curled up like a child, hiding from a nightmare. Jaina came to a halt at the edge of the unaffected area, her heart pounding sickeningly fast in her chest. She tried reaching for the girl through the force, but she still couldn't find her. "What happened here?" Gara asked. "She must have put a force bubble around herself," Jaina said. She looked around, surveying the damage more closely. "Looks like it deflected the bulk of the blast away from above." She reached out cautiously with her hand, feeling for the bubble, and was surprised to find nothing there. "It must have closed when she passed out." Gara moved to the girl's side and rolled her over. Tahiri turned without resistance and lay on her back with her eyes open. "Tahiri?" The Rin felt for a pulse in her throat when there was no response. "She's alive." Jaina tried to reach her through the force one more time. "Tahiri?" Nothing. Jaina had never felt anyone so empty before. The girl felt hollow in the force, almost— She stopped the thought, not wanting to introduce the idea into her mind, but it was too late. Almost invisible, she thought, like the Yuuzhan Vong. Jaina's comlink beeped. "Jaina?" Her mother's voice came again over the comlink. She turned away from Tahiri and raised her comlink. "Yes, Mom? Rescue teams have reached the epicenter of the blast." Looking up, she could see movement through the hole. "We're directly below. Are you with them?" "Yes. They've started pulling bodies out of the rubble." A sickening sensation swept through her. If she'd only acted faster, not wasted time assuming the bomb could be defused. "How many?" she asked. "4 so far, and—" Leia's hesitation told her there was worse to come. "What is it, Mom?" "It's Prime Minister Kundertal. He's dead." Jaina looked down into Tahiri's empty, almost accusing eyes. The hollowness she exhibited was catching. "Jaina, did you hear me? I heard you, Mom. I'm on my way up." Gara took Tahiri into his arms, and together they negotiated the rubble. As they reached the surface, Molinza's words about the cosmic balance came back to haunt her. Good works lead to evil results. Jaina had been trying to do the right thing, but it had all gone so terribly wrong. Salkelly had betrayed her. Zell and Jorg were dead. Tahiri was unconscious. The Prime Minister had been murdered. All of this, despite her best efforts. It wasn't just her, either. Uncle Luke had liberated the Bakurans from the Empire only to see them turn their backs on the Galactic Alliance. The New Republic had created the Bakuran Defense Fleet to protect the planet from the Cyruk, but half of it had been destroyed elsewhere in the galaxy, leaving Bakura vulnerable again. Bakura had never been the aggressor, yet bad things kept happening to it. No wonder its people were eager to look for alternatives. And what if the treaty with the Pwek did turn out to be legitimate, she asked herself. What then? What evil might that reap farther down the track for the planet? They clambered out into the daylight and saw the small knot of people gathered around the Prime Minister's body, looking down in shock and horror. The large man lay sprawled out on a repulsor gurney, the scorched remains of his ceremonial robes torn down the center, where a meditech had struggled unsuccessfully to revive him. Leia's attention was fixed on the Prime Minister's body and the activities taking place around it, but she looked up to acknowledge Jaina. She was pale beneath sooty smudges that covered her face. Her expression was one of abhorrence, and her eyes were filled with tears and pain. Reports were garbled from below, but the sense of disaster was all too vivid for Jag's liking. Relayed from commentators and unofficial sources through Salonia to him, there was a lot of room for misinformation. There had been some sort of explosion during the consecration ceremony. Something had muffled the blast, though, according to commentators on the ground, and thankfully the damage to the intended target wasn't as extensive as it could have been. Nevertheless, 2 senators were dead, along with half a dozen guards and a couple of guests. 40 more had incurred wounds, with injuries ranging from hearing loss to loss of limbs. And, of course, there was Kundertal himself. "Kata!" he spat. The Chiss rarely expressed emotions vocally, but they did have words for it when the occasion arrived. Assassination was an ugly tactic, no matter who employed it, and if this turned out to be the work of terrorists hoping to disrupt the consecration ceremony, he was sure that retaliation would be swift and brutal. It hadn't been terrorists, some of the uglier rumors said, but the Deputy Prime Minister himself. Jaina's reappearance had brought some comfort, briefly. She had only confirmed everyone's worst fears. Blaine Harris had set the bomb, hoping to incriminate the Galactic Alliance and make a martyr out of Melinza Thanos, as well as getting Kundertal out of the way. The implications of this stunned Jag, and he shook his head at the thought. With Kundertal dead and Harris likely to face any number of charges, Bakura had effectively been stripped of its highest levels of command. On the heels of that thought came an announcement from Pride of Salonia. "We've just had word from Sentinel," Captain Mayne said. "General Panib has declared martial law. He's requested that, no matter what happens, we don't take any direct action. Word is filtering down the chains of command on both sides. He's not exactly sure what the kirac will make of this yet, but we're picking up activity on the Salastar spaceport where the Prek ships are parked. My guess is they're not going to sit around and do nothing while bombs go off around their precious leader." Jag agreed. It made sense that they would pull out and try again later. There had been no mention that the ceremony had to be performed at a specific time, so presumably there'd be no problem with picking up and carrying on from where they left off later. "What do you want us to do?" he asked Mayne. "Just back off a little. This is a touchy time. Whatever this honor guard is really about, we're just going to have to leave them to it for a while." "Understood." He relayed the order to his pilots and changed the vector of his own wing, letting the trio they'd been following drift slowly away. Now more than ever, he wanted to ask for permission to land, not only to help out with things on the surface of the planet, but also, and more importantly, so that he could be with Jaina. As soon as Tahiri was strapped safely onto a repulsor gurney, Gower joined the rescue effort. Han raised an eyebrow at the sight of the Rin, but was too grateful for the extra set of hands to question his presence. 2 people had been caught under the rubble, and, with the help of hastily improvised repulsor sleds, the rescue was only slowly unfolding. Jaina lent her efforts where she could, using the Force to search the rubble pile for weak points, applying pressure where those on the outside couldn't reach, and shoring up the healing energies of the victims who couldn't be treated immediately. But it didn't feel enough. In the first minutes after the explosion, as panic prompted a mass evacuation of the area, chaos and confusion kept emergency services at a distance. The few who did get through, some of them dropping down from air cars with med packs on their backs, worked harder than they probably had in their entire lives. Beneath a foreboding sky, darkened further by a thick pall of smoke hanging over the stadium, the Prek bodyguards had tightened their ranks around the kirac. The multicolored Cyruvi mutant watched on from the safety of this vantage point, its expression unreadable as it surveyed the carnage. Jaina had barely had the chance to do more than hug her mother and father in relief at seeing them again. It was only later, when medical reinforcements arrived, that she had time to actually step back and take a proper look at the world around her. Everyone was covered in dust and splattered with blood. Where the 2 met, they made a dirty red paste. The survivors had a shocked look in their eyes, even those who helped in the rescue. Senators and security guards were suddenly on the same level, united by the terrible tragedy that had taken place around them. No one paid any mind to the thunderstorm that was brewing overhead. It seemed almost irrelevant in the face of what had happened. But there was something else that wasn't as easy to ignore. A sound that nagged at her from below the rumbling of the crowd. It was a strange and haunting wail, an ululation that seemed in search of a note of despair, but couldn't quite find it. Her father looked up, frowning. "You hear that, Leia?" Leia turned in disbelief. "They've started again." Jaina followed her gaze to the heart of the stadium. Sure enough, the ceremony had recommenced. She could see lithe reptilian aliens dancing in a circle, and one multicolored shape prowling the center, uttering noises that sounded like the angry song of some mighty bird. "What is this?" she asked. "They're going to finish the job," Han said, the stubble on his chin flecked with dust. "You've got to admire their persistence, don't you?" Admire them, Jaina thought. Hardly. If anything, it was incredibly insensitive. Even over the sound of rubble shifting and the moans of those in pain, the strange sounds coming from the Pwek set her teeth on edge. "I don't understand," she said. "Why would the kirac finish it now, when it would obviously be safer later?" "They're aliens," a nearby meditech said. "Who's to say what goes on in their heads?" "3PO," Leia said. "Translate for me, will you?" The protocol droid stood up from where he'd been lifting chunks of rock and placing them into a hamper. He tilted his head to listen properly to the growing cacophony. "The gulfs of space are not home to us," he translated, "and neither are the barren worlds. The worlds of fire and the worlds of ice are not home to us, where oxygen burns and water flows, where carbon bonds and ozone protects. There we plant our roots. The seed of our species is fertile. All we require is the soil in which to plant it." "More of the same, in other words," Han said. "But I still don't understand their urgency to get the ceremony finished with all this chaos around them." Jaina remembered what Harris had said earlier about the similarities between the Syruk and the Yuuzhan Vong. The warriors of the Yuuzhan Vong wouldn't consider going into battle without making appropriate sacrifices to Yunyamka. The Syruk, in turn, were loath to risk their souls on a world that hadn't been consecrated. Perhaps the sudden carnage around them made them want to get the ceremony finished as quickly as possible, just in case more attacks were to follow. She found it hard to understand the logic that drove such notions. The Force didn't demand sacrifice, nor favor one location over another. It simply was, in and surrounding all things. Jaina's thoughts came back to Melinza's words on the swinging of cosmic scales. She had to bring her parents up to speed on what had happened to the young activist, and she also wanted to ask Gower where he fit into everything. There were other, more pressing matters to consider, too, not the least of them being what the Bakuran government would do once things settled down. Would they put Melinza Thanis back behind bars? Or Jaina herself for having helped the girl escape? Without objective witnesses to Harris's treachery, an investigation could drag on for ages. And then there was Tahiri. Good works lead to evil results. Tahiri's brainwashing at the hands of the Yuuzhan Vong shaper, Mejon Quad, had been a terrible thing, but her rescue and apparent recovery had balanced that out. Anakin's growing love for her had been cancelled out by his death. Where did that leave her now? The reemergence of the Rena Quad personality was only going to make things worse, surely. If there was a balance in the galaxy, when was it going to swing again in Tahiri's favor? Jaina's thoughts were distracted when the sound of engines whining joined the chanting. It was growing steadily louder. Jaina looked around, then up. Emerging smoothly from the clouds were 3 Deki-class Pwek troopships. Bulbous around the middle and tapering to a fine point at the stern, they slowly descended toward the stadium. The huge canopy flag ripped beneath the landing struts of one of the ships. Its tattered remnants flapped chaotically in the wind. "Reinforcements?" Han asked of no one in particular. Some of the stadium crowd had defied security after the explosion and spilled into the center space, waving placards angrily. Jaina wondered if they thought the Pwek were behind the crisis. The Pwek, armed with paddle beamers, were more than capable of keeping the crowd back, but they must have been aware that the crowd could easily grow larger and more hostile if provoked. "A quick getaway, perhaps," Jaina suggested. "They might be keen enough to consecrate in the middle of all this, but I doubt that they'd want to stick around afterward." "You could be right, honey," her father said. Jaina was struck by conflicting impressions of him. How old he was getting, and how much more alive he looked when the going got tough. He might sweat and fidget through diplomatic negotiations, but when things took a turn for the physical, he was often the first into the fray. The alien vessels rotated in mid-air when they were over the stadium and descended at a safe distance from the ring of Pwek guards. The sound of engines had risen to an almost painful level, and the bakurans below quickly scattered, shaking fists into the air as they ran. The noise drowned out any protest they made. Tahiri-class ships were small as far as spacecraft went, but still 4 stories high from base to tip. "Excuse me, mistress," C-3PO said. "Look," Han said, shouting over the growing din. 3 more. She shaded her eyes and looked where he was pointing. Another trio of ships was descending beyond the stadium walls, the same type of troop ship as those that had just landed. "What are they doing?" Leia asked. Jaina recognized the edge to her mother's tone. She, too, was starting to have misgivings about all this. "If I might interrupt, mistress," 3PO tried again, gesticulating off to one side. He was desperately trying to make himself heard, but the racket was smothering most of what he was saying. Suddenly the engines from all 3 of the ships in the stadium below cut out, allowing a relative quiet to settle around the area. The chanting had ceased also, and the kirac was now standing in the middle of his enormous entourage, glinting as though wearing rainbow-tinted armor. The guards stood with their tails flat to the ground, paddle beamers held at the ready across their chests. For a moment everything was still. Then, with one eye on what was taking place with the Pwek, Jaina leaned toward C-3PO and muttered, "What was that you just said, 3PO?" "The ceremony is complete, mistress," the golden droid said. "Thanks, Goldenrod," Han said. "But that seems pretty obvious from where I'm standing. But, sir, I've been trying to explain that the ceremony required the kirac to give Bakura a new name. Shui." Leia faced him fully now. "Did he happen to mention this fact to the Bakurans before he did it?" "I doubt that very much, mistress," C-3PO said. "You see, the kirac has also dedicated Shui to the Cyruvi Imperium." Han and Jaina also turned to look at C-3PO now. As if in response to the droid's words, a peal of thunder rumbled from the tropical sky. Fat raindrops began to splatter his metal cranium, turning what dust was there to a reddish mud. "3PO, are you sure about this?" Leia asked. "Oh, quite certain. In fact, it was stated several times and in different ways. As the glorious Cyruvi Imperium, the majestic Cyruvi Imperium, the boundless and incomparable Cyruvi Imperium." Han turned to Leia, speaking over the top of C-3PO. "Couldn't this just be part of the ceremony? Something carried over from the old ways? I mean, we still talk about the New Republic instead of the Galactic Alliance. Maybe their new Cyruvi Imperium has nothing at all to do with the old one." "I don't think so," Leia said. "Look at the ships." Rain began to fall in great sheets across the stadium as the sides of the troop ships opened, issuing ramps. Jaina squinted to see through the rain, trying to make out what lay inside. Dull brown paint was falling away in the rain, revealing golden scales, the sign of the Cyruvi priest caste. Relieved of the need for concealment, the priests' postures straightened, shrugging off the hunch of years of supposed servility and adopting the cold, straight-backed pride Jaina remembered from Hollows. Realization struck her like a physical blow. Of course! The treaty with the Pwek was a smokescreen for the real tactic. Once Bakura belonged to the Cyruk. Once it was consecrated, they could advance on it in force. "This can't be good," Han said as columns of russet-scaled Cyruvi warriors began marching out of the nearest troop ship. Jag's frustration immediately increased when, at the peak of the consecration ceremony, the feed from the ground dissolved in a burst of static. All transmissions from the planet ceased, sending white noise blistering through his ears. He quickly checked his comm, and ascertained that the problem wasn't on board. It lay outside his clawcraft. "Salonia, I seem to have a communications outage. Anything coming through from your end?" "Negative, Twin One," came the reply, distorted but comprehensible. "We've lost our uplink, too. Hold on while we look into it." Jag waited anxiously, with only the persistent static to listen to. Then, amid the crackly hissing, he heard another noise. It was like a wailing, constantly fading in and out. It was unsettling, both haunting and hypnotic at the same time. "I have launches." The voice of one of his pilots jolted him out of his reverie. A quick glance at his board confirmed the report. The nearest of the two Prek carriers, Aranunka, was disgorging dozens of smaller vessels into the space around it. His computer instantly recognized and marked the familiar droid fighters, but that proved to be only half the complement of the new ships. The rest were of a type never before seen outside the borders of the Psi-Rook Imperium. They were Vasset-class fighters, and if his memory served him well, they possessed twice the firepower of ordinary droid fighters, as well as a superior maneuverability. Most importantly, though, they carried flesh-and-blood pilots. It took him only a moment to figure out what was going on. The Prek's offer of peace had been completely bogus. The consecration of the planet had been nothing more than a means to clear the way for an invasion force. It didn't take a genius to know that things were about to get very nasty very quickly. "Twin Suns, full alert. Salonia, are you registering this?" "We have it on our scopes now, trying to raise General Panib. Communications are out down there, too." The transmission dissolved into static again. The voice returned briefly with, "Be jammed somehow, beyond—" The signal vanished beneath a howl of rising interference. Jag turned down the gain. What next? They had enemy ships pouring onto the scan, and, as yet, no response from the local forces. Between himself and the enemy were the mixed flights comprising the Bakuran Pwek Honor Guard, now numbering in excess of 200. It seemed from the way they were still flying in formation that they hadn't received orders to engage or break away. This surprised Jag. Even if the messages were being jammed, surely one of the Bakuran Honor Guard pilots would have realized by now what was going on. And yet they were all there, flying in perfect formation, completely unaffected by what was happening around them. Clicking his wingmates, he brought his clawcraft around to match the vectors with the nearest trio of Honor Guard fighters. 2 droid ships flanked a Bakuran Y-wing in perfect synchrony, shadowing its every move as it swept around the planet. He scanned the formation for energy emissions and soon discovered that shadowing was as far from the truth as it could get. The 2 droid ships had powerful tractor beams locked on the Y-wing and were forcing it to go where they wanted it. He plotted its course. In 2 orbits, it would intersect with the carrier Firenri. A cold chill ran through him. The droid ships were kidnapping the pilot. A quick scan confirmed that the same was true of all the other Honor Guard flights. Powerless to resist the Pwek tractor beams, the Bakuran pilots were helpless in the traps sprung on them, and half of the Bakuran's defense fleet was about to be taken down with them. There was no way he could warn Twin Suns, Salonia, and General Panib. However, he wasn't about to sit back and let those pilots be reeled in to be unteched. He could only hope that others would understand his actions and follow his lead. Arming his forward batteries, he thrust hard to cut off the droid fighters. A burst from his blaster cannon skittered off shields that were tougher than he'd expected. It weakened them slightly, but there was certainly no penetration. As soon as he'd swept past, one of them broke away to give chase. The first of his wingmates, Twin 6, met it with a hail of laser fire that forced it to change course. It ducked away, although not before sending a spray of energy at Twin 3 as it did. The second droid ship and its unwilling charge were making a break for it, abandoning all pretense of cooperation and changing course. Instead of arcing gradually around the planet, the pair headed directly for Firenri. A quick glance at his scopes confirmed that the others were doing the same. The masquerade was over. There was no longer any mistaking the Honor Guard for what it was. Jag lined up behind the fleeing droid fighter and sent a volley of lasers through its weakened shields, quickly reducing it into space dust. The liberated Y-wing instantly changed course, wiggling on its long axis in what Jag took as a gesture of thanks. Twin 2 dispatched the other droid fighter and swooped back to join formation. The Y-wing followed, emitting a series of clicks. Jag didn't need any more encouragement than that. Leading a diamond-shaped formation of mixed vessels, he targeted the next honor guard trio and closed in. By then, his tactical scopes were full of new targets. The alien carriers had emptied their launching bays, and hundreds of fully fueled fighters were jockeying to protect the inbound captives. A rash of launches from Sentinel and Defender indicated that the Bakuran defense fleet had finally caught on. The sky around Bakura was soon boiling as the two forces clashed over the honor guard ships, one half fighting to save them, the other half doing everything in their power to repel the rescue attempt. Jag flew as he hadn't flown in a long time. It felt good to be fighting an enemy who used a technology he was familiar with, even if that enemy easily outnumbered him and his squadron. In a strange way, it felt like he was back at the academy sitting through a simulation, riding out old melees with an instructor on his case. He was pleased that time away fighting the Yuzhanvong hadn't eroded the reflexes he'd honed as a child. The manned Viset fighters were tough kills, though. Flattened and slightly curved versions of the droid fighters the Syruk usually sent into battle, these were equipped with shield generators and sensor arrays at every corner. Their engines flashed an eye-piercing violet when powering at max. Their weapons burned a brilliant white. Each pilot hid behind an opaque hull and shields that turned mirror-bright every time a shot came too near. It was an earlier version of those shields, Jag had learned in the academy, that the Emperor Palpatine had coveted. Hence his attempts to form a treaty with the Syruk, just before the rebels had beaten him at Endor. Jag dreaded to think what might have happened had the Emperor's dream come true. If he'd had these shields back then, the rebellion would have undoubtedly been quashed, and the outcome of the Battle of Endor would have been considerably different. Moreover, the Chiss, safe in the unknown regions, might not have been safe for much longer. But the Chiss had fought the Syruvi fighters before, and, even after years of technical improvements, they were capable of doing so again now. The Set fighters, Jag soon discovered, were vulnerable to multiple attacks. Converging in pairs from different angles was difficult to coordinate without the benefit of effective communications, but all the pilots read the situation similarly, and they managed to struggle through. With a few multiple attacks under their belts, it got steadily easier, and in no time at all, they were taking out Viset fighters in sufficient quantities to make the Syruk think twice. Soon, the dense and volatile orbits surrounding Bakura were a mass of energy, dangerous for pilots on both sides to navigate through. Seeing one of his squadron's X-Wings trying to shake off the Viset fighter riding its tail, Jag set off in pursuit. He got a lock on the fighter as it dog-tailed after the X-Wing, and he fired when he thought he had a reasonable aim, but the fighter suddenly banked left after the X-Wing, and the shot went wide. Jag cursed under his breath as he brought the clawcraft back onto the fighter's tail. Before he could line up another shot, two more fighters came at him from his port side, weapons blazing angrily at him. He sucked air through clenched teeth sharply, and nose-dived away from the incoming fire. Seconds later, when he had chance to look again for the X-Wing, he saw it fall apart in a blaze of fire beneath the Viset's blasters. The two fighters he had just eluded were quickly back on his tail. With the rest of the squadron engaged in the battle elsewhere, he knew that help wouldn't be coming any time soon. He was going to have to make his own luck. Han was backing up, looking for the nearest exit. From below came the sound of screams as the crowd ran in a panic from the advancing aliens. Security guards opened fire on the Syruvi warriors, who responded with blistering barrages from their paddle beamers. In leaps and bounds, propelled by powerful thigh and tail muscles, the Syruk soon overwhelmed the Bakuran troops. The Pwek guards, who had originally protected the kirac from attack, turned out to be genuine Pwek, unlike the disguised priests. They protected their leader behind a tight huddle, beamers at the ready. A tactical retreat might be called for, Jaina suggested to her parents. Now that Bakura has been consecrated, my guess is that these guys won't be afraid to fight anymore. If we get to the Falcon, Leia said, her Nogri bodyguards closing in around her, watching the Syruvi warriors balefully, we'll have a better chance of dealing with this. Does Salonia know? Han asked. Leia shook her head. Jammed. Jaina thought of Jag and hoped he was all right. There was no telling what was happening in orbit. If it was anything like what was happening down here on the ground, then it was going to get messy fast. She wished she were behind the controls of her X-Wing, flying at his side. Her only concern the enemy in her crosshairs. Things were a whole lot simpler in a dogfight. But wishing wasn't going to get her or her family away from here. She needed to act, and quickly. She turned to find Gaur standing at Tahiri's side. "We need a way out of here," she said. He looked up at her, his face illuminated sharply by a flash of lightning. "The main exits are going to be blocked," he shouted over the thunder rolling from the sky. Jaina looked around again. The rain was thickening, making it harder to see what was happening in the bowl of the stadium. Paddle beams sizzled through the air, weaving a dense and deadly fabric of energy below. The leading edge was coming rapidly closer. She nodded after a moment. "I think it's safe to assume that that's what the other 3 ships were for, to keep us from getting out. The way we came, then." Lorin pointed at the craterous hole in the stands. "It has to be safer than staying out in the open." Jaina agreed, and together they began to gather up the confused rescue workers and spectators still milling about the area. She explained her intentions as best she could, asking them to trust her as she sent them down into the hole. There was little resistance from the people. In the absence of any other plan, most were more than happy to follow her instructions. Once everyone was in, Han and Leia were to go next, then wait for Gaur to lower Tahiri into the hole on her gurney. Jaina and the Nogri guards would take up the rear to protect everyone's backs. "What about the Prime Minister?" one of the women asked as she went past Jaina. "What about him?" she shouted back over the rain. "He's dead. We can't leave his body here for the fluties." "But—" The protest died in her throat. Okay, I'll see what I can do." Leaving her parents to supervise the evacuation, she looked around for the stretcher on which she'd last seen the body. She found it tucked away behind an outcrop, covered in a body bag. If she could slave it to Tahiri's repulsor gurney, maybe they'd be able to take both of them out in tandem. The moment it got in her way, she told herself, then she would cut it loose. The living had to take priority over— Her thoughts stopped in mid-track as she went to move the stretcher. The body bag caught on a twisted seat and pulled away, revealing it to be empty. Her puzzlement was short-lived. Someone else must have had the same concerns and already taken the body to safety. One of the guards or senators, perhaps, who had made a break for it without the others. She didn't care. The problem was no longer hers. That was all that mattered. She returned to the crater where the last of the survivors was disappearing into the hole. Glad that they would soon be making a move, she looked over her shoulder at the battle taking place in the arena below. The rain was heavier than ever, but she could still make out figures moving in groups across the stadium bowl. The blaster fire was becoming increasingly sporadic as bakura and resistance failed before the Sairuvi advance. It wouldn't be long now before the stadium belonged to the Sairuk. Soon after, she assumed with a shudder, the captives would be rounded up and taken to the carriers in orbit for intechment. She turned when a hand touched her shoulder. "Come on, Jaina," her father said. "There's nothing more we can do here." Although it galled her to leave the battle, the odds were so overwhelming that she knew she didn't really have a choice. Before she climbed back down into the hole, she cast her eyes up at the cloud-packed sky. "May the Force be with you, Jag," she thought, "wherever you are." Catching sight of the nearer of Bakura's 2 moons, Jag pulled his clawcraft up and away, aiming with full throttle toward it. He didn't need to look back to know the fighters were following. The space ahead of him was puffing with bright explosions from their misfired shots. He brought the clawcraft in steeply to the northernmost part of the moon, hoping to find some form of cover that might help him evade his pursuers. The closer he drew, the less likely this seemed. He brought his ship around from its almost perpendicular descent, speeding off across the surface of the moon. The ground was smooth and rolling, and looked to Jag to be made of an immense lava flow that had long since cooled. But it offered him no place to hide, and right now, that was all that mattered. He jinked and swerved continuously in a bid to avoid both fire and tractor beams, but he knew he wouldn't be able to keep it up indefinitely. He cursed himself again. This little maneuver of his had put him in a worse situation than he'd been in before. Without warning, the surface of the moon dipped sharply ahead of him, and the smooth ground he'd been following became a motionless waterfall that poured into a huge canyon easily 50 kilometers wide and at least a couple deep. Crags appeared out of the shadows, along with large rocky outcrops that jutted from the walls of the canyon like crimson fists. The beset fighters followed effortlessly, no longer trying to shoot him out of the sky. They were obviously intent on capturing him now. They must have realized that eventually they would get him. They just had to be patient. He brought the clawcraft down, getting in as close as possible to the floor of the canyon, swerving frantically to avoid mineral deposits protruding from the canyon floor. 10 meters wide and at least 3 times that high, they looked like enormous petrified trees. And there were plenty of them, too, forcing Jag to bring all his flying experience to bear just to avoid hitting any. It was only when he inadvertently collected one with a shield that he realized it didn't matter whether he avoided them or not. The tree dissolved into a powder that silently washed over his viewport. After this, he didn't even bother trying to fly his way between these bizarre-looking protrusions. He just flew in a straight line, bringing down whatever was in his path. Hopefully, he thought, the resulting dust would be enough to blind his pursuers. Even if it afforded him only a moment or two, at least it would be something. The canyon suddenly narrowed, though, and he knew he would have to climb out sooner rather than later, or wind up smashing straight into a wall. He brought his ship up, aiming for a rocky outcrop on the uppermost ridge of the canyon wall. 2 bony fingers of rock stabbed out into the sky, as if pointing to the battle taking place overhead. If he could make it back up to the main battle, he might just be able to get help from the others in the squadron to get these fighters off his tail. Realizing his intentions, the fighters opened fire again. Rock exploded from the canyon wall nearby. Debris rattled against his shields. He aimed between the fingers of rock, but miscalculated the space between them and clipped one on the way through. He called out in alarm as the ship rolled out of control, out into the space above the moon. He emerged from the spin battered and barely in control. The 2 Vesets on his tail negotiated the hail of debris and kept coming. He jerked his clawcraft from side to side in a desperate attempt to avoid their grasping tractor beams, but his collision with the rocks had allowed them to gain on him. It would only be a matter of seconds now before— A white blur streaked up past his viewport. His sensors barely had time to register the Y-wing as it flew within meters of him, torpedo ports firing. The enemy Sci-Fi pilots didn't have time to deactivate their tractor beams before they sucked in the proton torpedoes. One instantly exploded. The second took a hit that sent it spiraling wildly back to the surface of the moon, where it flowered in a brief and silent explosion. Jag's rear scopes were clear again, but his little jaunt into Bakura's moon hadn't come without a price. His damaged thruster complained with a stutter and a whine as he pulled hard around. The Y-wing swooped back to match vectors with him. The pilot, the same one Jag and his wingmates had rescued at the beginning of the battle, waved through her canopy. The gesture had little joy in it, though, and a quick scan told him why. The Bakuran defense fleet was in bad shape. Sentinel had been hit by heavy bombing and its shields were down. Defender was standing defiant but without enough fighters to have any real effect on the battle. The Sci-Fi forces rapidly mopped up any fighters it launched. Outnumbered and taken by surprise, Bakura lay open to attack. In complete contrast, the 2 giant Schneer-class planetary assault carriers hung shining and impregnable above the battlefield. Their impenetrable shields had repelled everything thrown at them. Clusters of captured ships of all shapes hung nearby, waiting to be processed. Denied the basic dignity of dying in battle, hundreds of pilots trapped in Durasteel coffins had only entertainment to look forward to. A triangular formation of 7 Veset fighters accelerated over the horizon of the small moon, coming up hard on Jag and the Y-wing. Jag urged his clawcraft to go faster, but it had given him everything it could. 7 fully armed ships against his damaged craft, and the old Y-wing was a foregone conclusion. The jamming ebbed long enough for him to check in on his squadron. Twin Sons report. He juked to avoid a crippling energy blast. 3 here, 4, 6, 8. There was a slight pause. Jag, they've got me. And me, 6 said. Looks like I'll have company then, 3 said. They've got me too. Jag cursed. Apart from himself, that left just one pilot free, and he wasn't sure how long he would last. He watched with dismay as the Y-Wing tried to dodge the incoming vessels, only to be jerked back in the clutches of 7 combined tractor beams. The pilot went without a sound. Either her comm was down or she was sparing him her despair. Jag vowed then and there that he would not share a similar fate. He would sooner blow his engines than allow his soul to be sucked out and squeezed into a battle droid. But how could he do that when there was a chance he and his pilots would escape? While there was life, there was hope. Jag was so frustrated he wanted to scream to get it out of his system. He almost didn't feel the tractor beams as they wrapped around his struggling clawcraft and started to drag it back into captivity. Jaina watched from the rear of the column of survivors as they moved along the tunnels under the stadium with only the red glow of emergency lighting to guide them. Despite the ferrocrete around them, she could hear the sound of paddle beamers and screams from up above. Although her lightsaber was still attached to her belt, she kept one hand on the weapon at all times. There was no evidence of immediate trouble, but she knew that pursuit wouldn't be far behind. L'Rin led the way, retracing their steps quickly but carefully, with Tahiri's gurney never more than an arm's length away. Water trickled ahead of them in snake-like streams, washing dust and debris down into the depths of the building and making the floor slippery and treacherous. "I don't think my circuits will stand another minute in this humidity, mistress," C-3PO declared after slipping for the 6th time. The complaint was directed to Princess Leia, but he'd made sure it was loud enough for all to hear. "Stop your complaining, Goldenrod." Han clapped the droid on the back, producing a metallic echo in the damp tunnel, as well as nearly causing the droid to stumble again. "You've been through worse than this and survived. Remember the incident with the stormtrooper uniform last time we were here?" If 3PO could have shuddered, Jaina was sure he would have done so from the top of his bronzed cranium to the base of his metal soles. "All too well, I'm afraid, sir," he said, his servomotors whirring with each step and his photoreceptor eyes glowing sharply in the gloom. "Mine is not the kind of memory that allows me to forget easily." Jaina stopped listening when she heard a commotion ahead. Her lightsaber was out and ignited before she'd barely taken 2 steps through the stream of survivors in front of her. "Princess Leia, Captain Solo, what are you doing here?" Jaina knew that voice. "Malinsa," she said, pushing forward. People made way for the buzzing, glowing blade. "You should have left long ago. The exit was blocked." The girl was at the front of the small group, blaster held down at her side. Vyram stood between her and their captives, a sullen Saul Kelly and a defiant Harris. Both were bound and gagged. "There are Syruk everywhere out there." Jaina turned to Gower. "Is there another way out of here?" "I'm not sure." L'Rin sounded calm and unflustered, but the lashing of his tail betrayed his nervousness. "But he might know," he said, pointing at Harris. "We followed him in here." She indicated for Malinsa to remove his gag. "Well?" "Well, what?" he said, eyes blazing with anger. "Is there another way out of here?" "Why should I tell you anything? To help you?" He laughed lightly as he shook his head. "Don't imagine that I'll be doing that in a hurry." "In case you hadn't heard, your plan went horribly wrong. The Prek were just a smoke-screen for the Syruk. You may have killed the Prime Minister, but it didn't stop the consecration. Once it was completed, the invasion force moved in." Harris noticeably paled in the dim light of the tunnel. "Invasion?" He was at a loss for words, but not for long. "If Kundertal is dead, Bakura will need a strong leader. You might not like my methods, but I can get the job done. Set me free and—" "It's too late for that," Jaina said. "There's a good chance you might not survive the next hour, let alone take the Prime Minister's job." "So now you're in charge?" he sneered. "Is that the way it works, Solo?" He turned to Melinza and the other survivors. "Don't you think it's convenient that the Galactic Alliance is here just in time to save us from a crisis we never knew we had? At a time when—"
"Save it, Harris,"
Jaina cut in.
"No one's listening to you. There's no mistaking what we all saw out there. The Siruk are on Bakuran soil, and it's partly your fault they're here. You should have made sure of your new allies before selling your soul to them."
"It wasn't him who sold his soul," said a new voice from the shadows farther along the corridor. A tall figure stepped into the light. At first Jaina didn't recognize him. His blond hair had been burned away. Bruises and scorch marks blackened his skin. He wore the remains of ceremonial robes around him like rags, concealing his hands. "The market for politicians," Prime Minister Kundertal said, "is perhaps unsurprisingly quite small."
"You?"
Leia couldn't keep the surprise out of her voice.
"But you're
"Dead?" The big man smiled. "Not quite. Luckily, the blast only stunned me for a time. I woke up down here, disoriented and lost. I heard footsteps and saw Melinza, but I didn't want to reveal myself until I knew what she was up to, and what exactly she was doing with Blaine. I thought Freedom might have kidnapped him as well as set the bomb. But I guess I was wrong about you, Melinza, and for that I must apologize." The girl nodded a wary acceptance.
"It was Harris," she said. "He set us up."
"This is impossible," the accused man said. "That bomb was— they said you were dead."
"Well, they were mistaken."
Kundertal pulled his right hand from beneath his robes to reveal a blaster. "As I was mistaken to put my faith in you, Blaine. I can't believe that you're responsible for everything that's happening to us today." Although the weapon pointed only at Harris, Jaina instinctively tensed. Her lightsaber rose slightly. Leia's Nogri bodyguards also moved, hissing in warning as they placed themselves between Kundertal and the princess. Something about the Prime Minister wasn't quite right. Jaina could sense it, even if she couldn't define it. When she deep-probed him to see if he was a Yuuzhan Vong spy, she encountered a strange texture. His presence was unlike any she'd felt before. As if her instincts, and those of her mother's bodyguards, weren't enough, she could feel Gower's unease radiating palpably from him. He knew something, she was sure of it, but he couldn't say anything with Kundertal there. She decided to keep her lightsaber activated until she knew exactly what was going on.
"You must forgive our surprise, Prime Minister," Leia said. "But the last hour has been confusing, to say the least. You may have gathered that the Pwek peace plan was a sham for a Syruvi attack."
He nodded, keeping his eyes on Harris. "The Fluties have obviously been planning this a long time. I don't suppose you have any idea how we can force them back." Jaina winced at the racist reference to the aliens. She'd heard it before, but on the lips of the Prime Minister it sounded especially crass and defensive.
"No doubt the Defense Fleet and the Salonia are working on something as we speak," Leia replied. "Unfortunately, the comm channels are jammed, and there are Siruk right behind us. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. If we can get to the Falcon, that would be ideal."
The Prime Minister nodded. "A sensible plan," he said. "Blaine, you were about to tell us if you knew a way out of here, I believe, before I rudely interrupted." "And I'll say to you what I said to her," the Deputy Prime Minister answered, inclining his head toward Jaina. "Why should I help? The way I see it, I have absolutely nothing to lose." He glared balefully at Kundertal as he raised his arms up in front of him and rattled his binders. "You have your life to lose," Kundertal said simply. "Would you prefer enticement with the rest of us when the Fluties finally catch up?" Harris's glare intensified. "I can't help you, I'm afraid. You see, there is no exit. They're all blocked. Our only hope is to hide in one of the equipment lockers until the Siruk are gone, and then try to sneak out." "I'm not really one for hiding," Kundertal said, with a regretful shake of his head. The blaster in the Prime Minister's hand fired, and Blaine Harris fell back onto the floor, dead before he hit. "Sorry, my friend, but that was the wrong answer." Jaina stood, stunned, as the blaster came around. Harris had been guilty of mass murder, but she would never condone cold-blooded execution as punishment, and had never expected it from someone like Kundertal. Saul Kelly dropped to his knees in supplication, obviously anticipating a similar fate. Jaina stepped forward to prevent another travesty of justice. However, Kundertal's interest lay not with the Rhodian. Instead, in one smooth motion, he pressed the blaster directly against Melinza's temple. Now, seeing as there are no other options available... Jaina froze. If she had thought she couldn't be more surprised than she already was, she was quickly proven wrong when the Bakuran Prime Minister opened his mouth as wide as it would go and called out in Sairuvi language. It consisted of just 3 notes, but they were so loud even the echoes hurt her ears. An answering reply came almost immediately. Her worst fears realized, Jaina cursed under her breath for allowing herself to be caught like this. She took a step forward, but stopped when Kundertal pushed the blaster even harder against Melinza's temple. Kundertal grinned in triumph. He didn't have to move or say anything. He simply knew that Jaina wasn't about to risk Melinza's life. One squeeze of the trigger, and the girl would be dead. Jaina lowered the lightsaber and tried another tack. "Let her go." The mental command accompanying the words would have made an ordinary person instantly obey. But the Prime Minister just shook his head. "I don't think so," he said, smiling. "What are you?" Jaina asked. The Prime Minister's smile widened, if that was possible. "New," he said, "but we haven't got time for that right now. We need to go and meet your new masters." Rapid footfalls came down the corridors behind and ahead of them. Deep fluting calls passed back and forth between the 2 alien search parties as they converged on the maintenance area. The survivors drew closer together, moving instinctively into a corner. Jaina planted herself protectively between them and Kundertal, her eyes on both corridor entrances. Behind her, she felt her father and mother, Gower, and 2 security guards doing the same. If only they'd rushed Kundertal when they'd had the chance, she thought. If only... She fought herself to stop such thoughts. They were non-productive at best. There'd be time for regrets later. If there was a later, of course. "You knew about the Sairuk," Melinza hissed, held tight in his grip. Her voice was steeped in disgust. "You betrayed Bakura. You're no better than Harris." "You're wrong on that score, I assure you," Kundertal said. "I am in every way better than Harris." There was no time for Jaina to wonder what he meant. 6 Sairuvi warriors burst out of the corridor to her left, running with long, bounding strides and flicks of their mighty tails, paddle beamers held before them in taloned hands. Their eyes and scales gleamed red in the emergency lighting. They came to a halt, hissing and screeching at the sight of the fugitives before them. The leader directed a series of piercing notes at Kundertal, who responded fluently in the same language. "3PO?" Han prompted the droid from the corner of his mouth. "I believe it is a standard welcome," the droid said, looking from Kundertal to the Sairu. The giant saurian indicated the body of Harris and swished its tail. "Now it is reprimanding the Prime Minister that he has wasted this one." The second party arrived before Kundertal could defend himself. At its head was the largest Sairu Jaina had yet seen. A beautiful red female warrior with pronounced ridges running back along her snout and across the top of her skull. She wore a black harness adorned with silver medals that jingled with each step she took, and her nostrils flared when her gaze fell upon Jaina and the others. Behind her came 5 more warriors of ordinary size, protected by 4 golden priest-cast Sairuk, as well as the kirac itself, its brighter colors subdued in the dim light. The large party concluded with a group of Prek warriors that fanned out to cover the entrances. The kirac moved forward with muscular grace, its massive jaws snapping as though at imaginary insects. Its gold-scaled servants eyed the Bakurans warily, daring them to speak. No one did. A series of eerie melodic notes then issued from the mutant Sairu's mouth. "Surrender now," C-3PO translated, "and I will ensure that, once intact, you will be put to productive tasks." "We were told you no longer required intechment," Leia said, not attempting to hide the disapproval from her voice. "I suppose that was just another lie." The kirac executed a graceful bow. "One of many, Leia Organa Solo," it replied via C-3PO's translation. "The truth is, however, that we have indeed perfected the intechment process. It is now possible to sustain life energy indefinitely, reducing the need for frequent replenishment. Some energies, such as your own, are too strong to resist. You will enrich us for centuries." Leia's lips tightened. From under her robes, she produced her own lightsaber, something she did only when all attempts at diplomacy had failed. It cast a red light across the face of the kirac. "You shall never have my life energy," she said with menacing determination. "Or mine," Jaina said, adding her voice, along with her blade, to her mother's vow. The kirac backed away, fluting as the guards closed in. "The kirac says, 'As you wish,'" C-3PO reported. "Don't be fools," Kundertal said. "Don't you understand what you're being offered?" "All too clearly," Han growled. "You're hearing the words, but you're not understanding them. Intechment isn't what you think it is. It's not the end, it's the beginning. It's liberation, not captivity." "You don't really believe that," Leia said. Kundertal ignored her, addressing the others instead. "Imagine being the controller of your own droid ship, the heart of an interstellar drive, the overseer of an entire city. Imagine the freedom you will achieve when you've been cut loose from the shackles of flesh and blood. You'll be able to live forever." "Freedom?" Jaina echoed. "We'll be slaves." "Immortal slaves. What are a few years of servitude in exchange for eternity? They will pass as though mere moments." Suddenly it became all too clear why Kundertal had betrayed bakura to the Syruk. "Is that what they've promised you?" Leia asked. "Immortality? You sold out your planet and people for a promise of longer life?" Kundertal's smile was wide and amused. "Actually, Princess, they didn't promise me anything. I worked it out for myself. They didn't come to me seeking a bargain. We met halfway. From there, it was just a matter of working out the details." Jaina shook her head. "Surely you can't be that naive. If you think it's going to happen like—" "Not going to happen. It's already happened. If you refuse to accept the truth of it, then I cannot help you. Your fate is already sealed." The kirac clicked its claws, and half the Pwek moved forward through the ranks of Syruvi guards. If there was going to be a fight, then clearly these were to be sacrificed first. Jaina felt sick to her stomach. As bad as it was to be facing captivity and intechment, it felt worse to know that her only hope of escaping would mean having to fight and possibly kill slaves. Lwathan, even more fidgety than usual, led the contingent. He turned to the kirac and inclined his head in what Jaina took to be a gesture of respect and subservience. The mighty Syru uttered a deep, powerful warble that she didn't require C-3PO to translate for her. As far as she was concerned, it could have meant only one thing. The kirac was ordering the Pwek guards to subdue the prisoners. Lwathan nodded his long, reptilian head and raised himself to full height. Jaina tensed, her lightsaber igniting with the press of her thumb as she braced herself for the assault. With a cry that both surprised and terrified her in equal measures, Lwathan brought up his paddle beamer and fired point blank. The engines of Jag's clawcraft were running hot. Despite that, it was still firmly tethered to the Vaset fighters that had captured him, and being drawn inexorably toward a growing knot of captured Bakuran and Galactic Alliance vessels. Comprised of more than 100 fighters, the knot was being drawn through a narrow hole in the shields of the massive carrier Erenunka. 2 Fussin picket ships accompanied them, making certain there was no trouble. The vast curving sweep of the carrier's bow loomed over him, making him and his fate seem powerfully insignificant. Clicks came over the comm as he joined the formation of captured fighters. Bound tight by powerful tractor beams, all he and his squadron mates could do was signal each other as they were dragged to their doom. Nearby, he could make out the pilot of the Y-wing in her cockpit, hands visibly poised over her controls, a grim expression on her face. Jag had no doubt from the look in her eyes as she stared through her cockpit canopy at him that, given the opportunity, she would fight back, to the death if need be. Her eyes held the same dark determination he felt in his heart. Not that such an opportunity would eventuate. Once they were on the other side of those shields, that would be it. There would be no hope of rescue then. "I'm sorry, Father," he thought, wishing there was some way that Baron Sunterfell could hear him. And his mother. They'd had such hopes for him. All his life he had struggled to prove himself worthy in their eyes. The slow-maturing child of aliens in a fiercely competitive society growing up in the shadow of Thrawn and his father's ambition. How could he ever have suspected that he would meet such a fate as this? "This is Captain Mayne." The voice came clearly over the comm unit. "I'm addressing you on an open frequency. The jamming has been interrupted to let me relay orders from the ground. All fighters must stand down, or planetary bombardment will begin immediately. They have paralysis weapons that can knock out an entire city. Salas Dar will be the first target. Therefore, in the best interest of innocent civilians, I am asking for all resistance to cease." Jag listened to the words with growing amazement. Could this really be Todra Mayne speaking? The thought of just giving in to the Cyrook turned his insides to water. "If we stand down now, Captain, then they're as good as dead anyway," Jag said over the same frequency. "We have an assurance from the Cyrook that, once the planet is under Imperium control, we shall be treated fairly." Jag jerked the yoke of his ship to fight the dreadful tug of the tractor beams. "Like the Pwek were, you mean? As breeding stock for droid fighters? Anything is better than dying." He could tell by the way his engines were shrieking that they weren't going to last much longer at full throttle. If he was going to blow them, to end it quickly rather than in the mental cage of a droid fighter, then he was going to have to do it soon, while he still had engines to do it with. "You have to trust me, Jag." Captain Mayne's voice was thick with tension. "They have Jaina." "So?" he wanted to yell back at her. "Is one life worth more than that of an entire planet?" But he couldn't say it. His heart tore at the idea that Jaina might be hurt. With numb fingers he throttled back and let the alien shield slip over his craft. The shield itself was invisible to all but his instruments, but he imagined it as the maw of some mighty beast waiting to swallow him. Once ingested, fierce gastric juices would remove his soul and dispense with his useless carcass afterward. Then the barrier slammed shut behind them, and they were inside. In the awkward stillness and silence, it felt like an entirely different universe. Outside, beyond the barrier, skirmishes lit up the starry backdrop as pockets of resistance still fought the Cyruvi invaders. The picket ships, once they had delivered their cargo, returned to patrolling the area. Inside the Aranunka's shield, there was only stillness. Caught in the web cast by droid and Visset fighters, the captives could do little more than curse their misfortune and wait. Everything suddenly stopped as the kirac, without a single noise of complaint, crumpled to the floor. There was a split second during which the Cyrook were so stunned by Lwathan's actions that they did nothing at all. They simply stood there, gawping at the kirac lying on the ground, oozing a gray viscous fluid from the paddle-beamer wound in its chest. The Pwek were quick to take advantage of the Cyrook's confusion, and other paddle-beamers began to flash in the dimly lit tunnel. For a moment Jaina was confused, too, but that didn't last. It was obvious what was happening. Lwathan and the Pwek were rebelling against their Cyruvi masters. The Cyrook were better trained and better equipped than the Pwek, though, and they soon regained the advantage, fighting back with frightening ferocity. Jaina had no doubt as to whose side she was on, and when a Cyruvi warrior leveled his beamer at Lwathan, she quickly slashed out with her lightsaber and knocked the weapon from the creature's hand. It swung around, attacking her with 3 raking claws, and she barely managed to duck a decapitating blow. The Saurian was huge, but she had sparred with Saba enough times to know the kind of things a tail could do in combat. And there was still the Force, guiding her every move, tweaking her instincts. Fighting the Cyruk, thankfully, wasn't like fighting the Yuuzhan Vong, whose every intention was hidden from view. She ducked and rolled, kicking up into the Cyru's midriff. It whooped explosively and staggered backward. It used its tail to keep its balance, swiftly regaining its footing and lunging at her again. But she was out of the way before it could strike out, rolling under its sweeping talons once again. She came around its side, two-handedly slicing across the creature's neck. It fell to the floor with a shriek, spraying blood. Another warrior howled and tried to skewer her with a shot from its beamer. Her lightsaber was unable to deflect the beam as effectively as it would a laser shot, but she did manage to bend it harmlessly into a wall. A pwek leapt onto the warrior's back and brought it down. Jaina pulled the beamer from its grasp and threw it over to Vyram, who deftly snatched it from the air and aimed it at Kundertal's face. He fixed the Prime Minister with an unflinching stare. "I won't hesitate to pull this trigger if that blaster so much as gives Molinza a bruise." Neither moved as the fracas around them came to a surprisingly quick conclusion. The shock of their leader's death seemed to eat at the Cyruk's initial confidence. As the last of the surviving warriors allowed herself to be subdued, the Prime Minister lowered his weapon to his side. "You ruined it," he said, looking emptily down at the kirac. "You ruined it for all of us." "Yeah," Han said, looking around at the pwek collecting weapons and distributing them among the bakurans. The paddle beamers were awkward to handle, but having something to fight with was better than nothing at all. "I don't see anyone else complaining." The advance leader of the pwek emancipation movement spoke urgently in his lyrical voice. "Lawthen asks that you contact our fighters immediately," C-3PO translated. "He says that the jamming has been interrupted to allow you to speak." "What am I supposed to tell them?" Leia asked. Lawthen sang again. "Oh my," 3PO said. "He wants you to tell them to offer no resistance, to allow them to be captured." Leia opened her mouth, but her husband spoke his mind first. "No one's giving any such order." Lawthen explained his plan as best he could in the limited time. When he had finished, Jaina watched Leia glance down at the body of the kirac, the look in her eyes suspicious and dubious. "How can I be sure that you're not asking me to send those fighters into a trap?" "You cannot," the pwek sang in reply via C-3PO. "But if you say nothing, then those pilots are as good as dead anyway. This is their only hope." The pwek's eyes were luminous behind their rapidly flickering triple eyelids. "The time for lies and traps has passed. We stand before you now as allies and equals. We will not betray you." Every instinct in Jaina's body screamed out to believe him. For the first time, she felt as though they had reached the heart of the conspiracy surrounding Bakura. Leia clearly felt the same. With a brisk nod, she activated her comlink and called Pride of Salonia. The conversation was brief and to the point. The next message Jaina heard over the comlink was Captain Mayne's general broadcast to all the Galactic Alliance fighters. "This is Captain Mayne. I'm addressing you on an open frequency." When she was finished, Jag's voice came back with, "If we stand down now, Captain, then they're as good as dead anyway." At the sound of his voice, something inside Jaina suddenly relaxed. When Lawthen had described the fighting taking place in orbit above Bakura, her first thought had been of Jag, wondering whether he had been among those killed, or worse, captured for entekment. "I have an assurance from the Cyruk," Mayne went on, maintaining the pretense of surrender, "that once the planet is under Imperium control, we shall be treated fairly." "Like the pwek were, you mean? As breeding stock for droid fighters? Anything is better than dying." There was a high-pitched groan over the open line, as though a fighter undergoing stresses it hadn't been designed for. Jaina waited for Jag's reply, but it didn't come. She could feel his uncertainty and desperation as though he were standing next to her. His concern for her burned like a small but intense star. Captain Mayne clearly sensed it too. "You have to trust me, Jag," she said. "They have Jaina." The lie cut Jaina deeply, but she knew immediately that it was the right thing to say. If anything could make Jag defy his deepest, most ingrained instincts, then that would be it. His concern for her ran deep, deeper than he had admitted aloud. He didn't reply, but she knew that he had capitulated. "I presume you know what you're doing, Princess," the voice of Captain Mayne added on a private channel. Leia adjusted the comlink to reply on that same channel. "I do, Todra." She glanced at Lwathan with the threat of murder in her eyes. "Trust me on this." Time seemed to have frozen. Caught in the web of the Syruvi shields, Jag vibrated with tension. He had no way of knowing what was happening on the ground or elsewhere in orbit. The jamming had returned not long after the end of Mayne's transmission. He felt isolated and powerless, like all the other pilots trapped in their fighters around him, waiting for their captors to move in and take them. Then something strange happened. His sensors registered a slight lessening of the tractor beams holding him in place. Suspecting that some of the Syruvi escort may have dropped away now that they were safe within the shields, he checked his scope. Their escort hadn't moved. A second later, the tractor beam readings dropped again. He flexed his controls and found that his clawcraft had retained a measure of mobility. He sat for a moment, fighting the impulse to pull loose. What was the point? If he did break free, what was he supposed to do? The shields around the carrier would stop him from escaping anyway, so it seemed a pointless exercise. But then, there was yet another dip in the readings, and this time he couldn't help himself. He found his hopes rising. It couldn't just be him, surely. The grip of the Syruk on their captives was slipping. A rush of excitement thrilled through him as he realized what must be going on. The Pwek droid ships that had accompanied the Bakuran fighters on the honor guard flights were slowly redirecting their tractor beams. Having delivered an undamaged attack force behind the shields of the enemy, they were now setting them free, gradually, so the Syruk wouldn't notice. The Pwek were rebelling against their masters, for real this time, and using Bakuran firepower as their weapon. Jag clicked 3 times in rapid succession to call for attention. The captured Twin Sun pilots clicked in immediately. There was a growing rustle over the comm, indicating that others were noticing the change and wondering what was going on. He didn't have much time. He would have to act fast before the Syruk noticed. When the tractor beams dropped once more, he clicked twice, then twice again. It was the squadron's code for attack, and the response was instantaneous. Jag and his pilots pushed their ships from a standing start to full throttle at virtually the same instant. Tearing free of the weakened forces binding them, they roared out of formation and swooped around to attack the unprepared Syruk. The beset fighters were, much to their surprise, caught in the droid ship's tractor beams, reducing their maneuverability. Within seconds it was over. The Syruk were destroyed, and the tractor beams holding the remainder of the captives fell away completely. The formation immediately dissolved into chaos. Communications cleared. Jag opened his comm on all frequencies, hoping to regain order before the jamming returned. "Stay calm, people," he ordered. "Maintain your original formations. Do not fire on the droid ships. I repeat, do not fire on the droid ships. They're piloted by the Pwek, remember, and they're on our side. They were the ones who got us here." "What's so good about here?" one of the Bakuran pilots returned. "Here we have a target," Jag replied, turning his clawcraft in the direction of the alien carrier. "We're inside the shields, and their squadrons are outside. They can't call for reinforcements without opening themselves up for attack from Salonia or Sentinel." He grinned in anticipation of the battle ahead. It was so obvious now that he saw it. "They've given us a chance, people, so let's not waste it." The dramatic triple reversal of the Pwek, from enemy to ally, then to enemy, and now back to ally, left the Bakuran pilots understandably confused, but they obeyed Jag's orders and left the Pwek alone. Flights of 3s and 5s reformed and swooped down from the inner edge of the shields to attack the carrier. Jag gathered the remnants of Twin Suns around him and did the same. The carrier bays weren't completely empty, and a dozen Vaset fighters soon rose to meet them. 6 droid fighters came in close pursuit. Caught from behind, the Syruk's defensive charge was soon scattered. "Go for the tractor beam generators," Jag instructed. the pilots swarming around him, searching for targets. Then make strafing runs across the deflector shield projectors. Try to keep structural damage to a minimum. We have friends in there, and I'd rather not lose a single one of them to friendly fire. Then he was down in the maelstrom, finding targets and launching laser bolts as fast as he could. He made a couple of passes at the ion cannons that ringed the carrier's bulging waist and managed to destroy 3. Others from his squadron cleaned up the rest. The response from the carrier was sluggish, and he put that down to the Pwek, who were revolting both inside and outside the ship. But he wasn't fool enough to believe that this advantage would last indefinitely. At 750 meters long, the carrier would have been a formidable opponent for even 100 fighters. Still, he thought, any amount of damage they could inflict upon the carrier would be something. The more they could do here, he figured, the less work there'd be for Jaina later. Word of the breakout of the Galactic Alliance fighters came from Salonia within moments of the airwaves clearing. Jaina, however, had no time to hear the details. A sudden blur of motion caught her attention. Thinking that one of the Cyruvi captives had made a break for it, she whirled with her lightsaber at the ready, but instead all she saw was the back of the former Prime Minister sprinting off down the corridor. Vyram was lying on his back, rubbing his right forearm. "I'm sorry," he said, clambering to his feet. He moved so quickly. Jaina didn't wait. She immediately set off after Kundertal. They couldn't let him escape. If he got to a communicator, the plan would be exposed and Jag could be captured for real. She followed the rapid pad of his footsteps along the dusty corridors as he looped around the others and headed up toward the hole Harris's bomb had blown in the stadium. She soon realized what Vyram had meant about the Prime Minister being quick. Kundertal's speed was impressive. The sound of his footsteps ahead veered off in a new direction. 2 corners and 50 meters later, she understood why. A squadron of Pwek, who had overthrown their masters, came down the tunnel toward her, blocking the exit to the stadium. Kundertal hadn't wanted to run into them, so he had ducked down an alternate tunnel, probably heading for the exit Melinza and the others had tried before. Jaina didn't hesitate. She turned down into the tunnel, too, startling the Pwek squadron as she ran past, but not stopping to explain herself. Jaina could hear Kundertal running downstairs 2 floors below. His footfalls were heavy and, incredibly, unflagging. The source of his strength and endurance concerned her. Even she was beginning to tire, despite having the force to augment her stamina. A door slammed somewhere up ahead of her, and she knew that Kundertal had left the stairwell on the 5th basement level. She made herself run faster, hurling herself forcibly at the door when she reached it. The door had barely begun to swing back when something struck out at her from the gloom on the far side. She knocked it aside with a reflexive force shove and rolled away. As she got to her feet and adopted a defensive stance, she had just enough time to make out Kundertal at the far end of a wide corridor. Something whizzed through the air toward her. She moved her head just as a small bolt ricocheted off the wall behind her, leaving a deep dent. Her first thought was that he was using a slingshot, but his hands were clearly empty. She didn't have time to dwell on it, though, as another bolt whizzed by her head, so close that she could feel it flick her hair. "He's throwing them," she thought, incredulous. His strength might have been superior to his aim, but she wasn't about to give him a chance to practice. She sent a force push that would have thrown an ordinary man off his feet. All it did to Kundertal, though, was make him stagger backward. It wasn't much, but it was enough. She ran across the open space before he recovered. He had no intention of sticking around to fight. Instead, he disappeared through yet another door with disconcerting speed. She followed, but more cautiously this time. What was he? Where was he getting his strength and speed from? Whatever was going on, it was obvious she wasn't going to be able to catch him with speed alone. She was going to have to try something else. His footsteps receded down another corridor, then abruptly stopped. Jaina hesitated at the corner, warily peering around it. The dark corridor seemed empty, but she knew he was down there somewhere. "You must know you're not going to get away with this, Kundertal," she called, hoping to get at least an estimate of his position from a reply. "No," he responded. His voice was muffled by something other than just distance. "And I suppose you're going to stop me, girl?
That's my intention, yes.
She frowned, unable to place him. "I'm afraid that the best intentions can often count for nothing," he said, suddenly dropping down behind her. "Not when survival is at stake." She spun around to strike out at him, but he knocked her aside as if she were nothing more than a rag doll. His speed and strength were far beyond those of an ordinary man. She shoved off the wall and came back at him with a strike to the head, igniting her lightsaber with the other hand as she did so. He was under the blow before it could connect, punching up at her and knocking her off her feet. She flew 5 meters through the air, her lightsaber inscribing a wide, black arc on the floor as she fell. But she didn't let go of it. Kundertal didn't want to waste time with talk. The twisted expression on his face told her that he was concerned with only one thing: escape. As long as she stood between him and that goal, she would have to be eliminated. She backflipped onto her feet before he could reach her, and warned him away with a swing of her lightsaber. He feinted to her left, then came at her from her right, ducking under the blade and delivering a blow to her chest that felt as though she'd been hit by a force pike. She flew off her feet again and landed on her backside with a painful grunt. This time, her grip on the lightsaber failed, and the weapon went skittering across the floor. Before she could snatch it back with the force, Kundertal had already stepped up to finish her off. "You put up a good fight," he said, looking threateningly over her. "It isn't over yet," she returned, summoning the lightsaber back toward her. It shot through the air with a whine and a hiss. Hearing it coming, Kundertal rolled away to one side, but not before the sizzling blade connected. He fell back with a roar, clutching his injured arm. Jaina used the moment to climb back onto her feet, albeit with some difficulty. Her legs were weak from Kundertal's attack, and the world seemed to be swaying crazily around her. Nevertheless, she managed to hold her ground, directing her thoughts once again out to the lightsaber. This time it flew straight back into her hand. Kundertal, however, had already taken flight. She could see him at the end of the corridor, nursing his arm as he rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. She was about to give chase again, when the sound of feet came clattering up behind her. "Jaina." Her mother was beside her, arms coming around her shoulders. "Are you all right?" She nodded. "Kundertal," she said, waving vaguely in the direction he had taken. "He went that way." "Don't worry, kid, we'll get him." Her father's silhouette led a mixed group of humans and Quek up the corridor after the former Prime Minister. "Be careful," she yelled after them as her mother's hands guided her down onto the floor, where the world was mercifully level. She crouched there for what felt like forever, fighting nausea. Kundertal had hit her harder than she'd suspected. "You'll be okay," her mother was saying. "It'll be all right." Jaina knew that it wasn't. Her thoughts were confused, fragmentary. Something about her fight with Kundertal bothered her. What was it? She had wounded him, she knew that much. She'd cut his arm. Then she saw it, lying in the shadows a few meters away from her. She wriggled from her mother's grasp and made her way over to it, staring at the thing with a mixture of satisfaction and puzzlement. "What is it?" her mother asked from behind her. "His arm," Jaina said, squinting at the limb. She hadn't just cut his arm. She'd completely severed it below the elbow. "At least the lower part, anyway." But there was something distinctly not right about it. Apart from a small smattering and some minor seepage about the stump, there was no blood to be seen anywhere. Sometimes a lightsaber could cauterize veins as it cut and stop the bleeding. It was true. But it wasn't just the blood that piqued her suspicions. It was the smell. It stank of cooked synth flesh. "It's okay, Jaina," her mother said, coming up beside her. "It's over now. They'll get him, especially if he's injured." Her mother's words washed over her as she realized uneasily what it was she'd been fighting. Kundertal was a droid. "No, they won't," she said, staring numbly at the artificial arm. "Even injured, he's going to get away." Before she could explain, a barrage of fluting sounded from nearby. "Excuse me, mistress," C-3PO said, "but Lwathan reports that Aranunka has surrendered to the Pwek. Fearnry is expected to follow shortly." That should make up for losing watchkeeper and intruder, at least, Jaina thought to herself.
"What about Jag?" she managed to ask her mother. "Has there been any word?"
"There has," she said, nodding. "He's leading the attack on Firenri, even as we speak." Her mother's voice was soothing. Under the words, Jaina knew she was trying to say, "It's not your problem, let it go." Maybe she was right, but Jaina doubted she'd be able to relax fully until she knew for sure that Jag was nearby, and they were both a long way from the threat of entekment. Epilogue. Jason stared at the result in disbelief. He could feel the combined attention of everyone in the room as the data from Wynn's search through the library's records flowed down the holopad in front of him. Listed was every system that had gained a planet in the last 60 years. Saba and Danny had already examined most of them during their search of CEDF's files, and the rest had turned out to be either ordinary planetary acquisitions or fleeting encounters with the living planet. All told, there were 15 acquisitions and a further 40 encounters, but unfortunately, and frustratingly, each of them could be ruled out. Jason shook his head in dismay. "It's not here." "It has to be here," Mara said. "There's nowhere else it could have gone." "Unless it's hiding somewhere in the rest of the galaxy," Luke said wearily. "But we'd know about it if it was," Mara said. "Perhaps we just haven't looked hard enough. It might be in one of the smaller backwaters, like the Minos cluster, for instance."
"Or maybe it left the galaxy altogether."
Danny's voice was heavy with gloom.
"Or perhaps it just died."
"No," Jason said. "It didn't die. We have hollows of it around 2 of the systems it visited, remember?" Jason was finding it hard to keep the frustration from his voice. "And it can't have left the galaxy either, not unless it knows something about hyperspace that we don't. Or it's found a way to exist without a sun," Luke put in. Jason shook his head. "I refuse to accept any of those possibilities." "Then what are you going to do?" Fell's was the voice of cold reason. "If you've looked and you haven't found it, and you've ruled out every other possibility, then where does that leave you? Perhaps zonama seot really is nothing but a legend." "No," Jason said firmly. "No, I can't believe that either. Verger wouldn't have lied to me." "Can you be absolutely sure of that?" "Yes." Jason met the one-eyed stare of the assistant syndic with stubborn determination. "Yes, I can. zonama seot is real. All we have to do is find it." He turned back to the hologram. "Somehow." "Well, you now have the support of the houses if you want to continue looking in Chiss space," Fell said. Jason felt exhausted. His uncle's hand came to rest on his shoulder, reassuring him. Saba and Mara brushed minds with his to offer their support, too. He was grateful for the gestures, but he was unable to silence the doubt that Suntir Fell had given voice to. What if Verger had lied to him? What if zonama seot was just a dream? From far away, almost a quarter rotation around the galaxy, he sensed Jaina's capitulation to exhaustion at the completion of her duty. He occasionally felt flashes of his twin sister, even from so far away. It felt good, he thought, and wished he could do the same. He'd barely slept since arriving on Scylla, and it was getting so that he couldn't think straight any more. His body felt weak, hollow and fragile, and had it not been for the Force propping him up, he was sure he would have collapsed into himself hours ago. But despite the aid of the Force, he knew he was going to have to rest eventually. Staring dully at the data, even if he did it forever and a day, wasn't going to surrender any answers. "Right or wrong," he said, standing, "you're going to have to try to find it without me for a while, I'm afraid. I need to rest." Without another word, he brushed past his aunt and left the room, ignoring the concerned look from Commander Irolia as he walked deep into the aisles of the library. Danny came to him half an hour later. He had tucked himself in a corner at the library's uppermost level. It was peaceful there, uncomplicated, the perfect place to clear his head. "Hey." She eased herself next to him and leaned against the wall. They sat side by side in silence, their legs gently touching. He felt he should say something, but he simply didn't know how to express what he was feeling. "You know," she said after a long silence he barely noticed, "I had another thought." He half turned to her. "About zonama seot?" She nodded. "What if it broke apart? The stress of all that jumping must have taken its toll. Worlds are pretty fragile, after all. One slip-up could have cracked it wide open, and we never actually looked for new asteroid belts." Jason acknowledged her suggestion with a polite nod, but he didn't really credit it. He couldn't afford to. Zonama seot was out there. It had to be. There had to be something lurking in the data that he'd overlooked, or something he hadn't yet looked for. "Are you angry with me?" Danny said hesitantly. "Huh?" The question startled him from his thoughts. "Angry with you? Why would you think that?" She shrugged. "You don't seem to want to talk to me, that's all." "No, I'm not angry, Danny. I'm just tired. I haven't slept properly. I came up here to think things through." "Things?" she prompted. "You mean zonama seot kind of things?" He nodded, grinning. "Zonama seot kind of things." "I've been thinking about things, too," she said. "Us kind of things." "Really?" She nodded once, turning her gaze briefly onto the vast expanse of books spread out before them, as if searching for the words that might best convey her thoughts. "It's strange, you know. I can crack the biological secrets of the Yuuzhan Vong. I can plot the likelihood of a solar system capturing a new planet. But sometimes I can't even begin to guess what goes on inside your head, Jason Solo." He took her hand. "Danny, I know. Let me finish. We've known each other for a few years now, since the beginning of the war, when you rescued me from Helska 4. But it wasn't until that day on Mester Reef that I saw you for who you are. Not as one of the Solos or a Jedi Knight, or Jaina's brother, but as you. And I liked what I saw." Jason remembered that day well. The variety of life in and around the coral, the green of Danny's eyes and the brownness of her skin, the promise in her smile. "You're strong," she said. "It may surprise you to know that I think you're the strongest person in the entire Galactic Alliance. You're the only one with the courage to question what everyone else regards as a great privilege. Most people would happily accept the honor of being a Jedi Knight, but you don't. You look beneath the honor and try to understand what it means to be a Jedi. That sort of strength can't be taught, Jason. It comes from within." "And you're kind," she went on. "No, look at me," she said when he turned away, beginning to feel awkward. "This is stuff you need to hear. In the middle of a war, it's hard sometimes to remember the good things. People are rewarded for being great fighters, but rarely for exhibiting gentler strengths, such as kindness and compassion, or the kind of loyalty that questions rather than accepts. Your sister gets all the medals, while you fade into the background." "The medals don't interest me," he said, "and I certainly don't begrudge Jaina getting them." "I know that," she interrupted. "You would never resent anyone for her success. That's just another of your strengths." She paused, smiling. "Shall I go on?" He shook his head, smiling also. "I think I get the idea. Jason, I'm not saying this to embarrass you, or to prompt you into saying something similar in return. Don't ever think that. I'm saying it because I think you need to hear it. Why? Because to you, success depends solely upon finding zonama seot. I understand that, and I understand its importance in the greater scheme of things,
There's a smaller scheme, too. One that I feel you've already succeeded in. After years of crossing each other's paths like some wandering satellites, I'm glad that I'm finally close enough to you to be able to say that you've grown into a man I'd be proud to call a friend.
Her gaze held his, its intensity matched only by the seriousness of what she was saying. She stopped there, with a gentle squeeze of his hand that told him it was his turn to speak. He knew he had to say something in return, regardless of whether or not he felt comfortable doing so. He sensed that she was talking about more than friendship, and he wasn't sure how to define his feelings in return. He vividly remembered the day he had rescued her from Helska 4. She had seemed so beautiful to him, so much older and more mature, and utterly unobtainable. He may have rescued her from the Yuuzhan Vong, but at the end of that day he had been just a boy and she was a woman. And he still carried a measure of that impression with him. Although he was with her now, talking as equals, the young boy in him remained at a distance, unable to believe that anything else could be true. Like some wandering satellites. He was about to try to explain his feelings to her when her phrase returned to him. The words were niggling at his thoughts, demanding attention. For some reason, her use of the metaphor troubled him, but not because of what it meant to him. It made him think of the fruitless quest Vergere had sent him on, although it wasn't immediately apparent why her simple words caused this reaction in him. Satellites? As far as he was aware, Zonama Seot didn't have any satellites. In fact, he doubted it could have even kept one with all the hyperspace jumps it had performed. Perhaps it had acquired one since. Then the answer struck him in one blinding flash. It was so obvious he could have kicked himself. Consumed by the inspiration, he completely forgot about Danny and their conversation. Afraid of losing any more time, of missing an opportunity, he abruptly stood up. "Jason?" Danny said, her expression puzzled as her hand fell back into her lap. "What?" "I've got it!" The exclamation came out with a laugh. "Come on, Danny, let's go." He hurried down the stairs, heading back to the ground level and the massive pile of books they had sorted through. He was vaguely aware of Danny running behind him, calling out for him to stop and asking what was wrong. But there simply wasn't enough time to stop and explain. She would have to hear what he had to say when he told the others. Everyone looked up when he ran to the table. Danny was only a few seconds behind him, her look of confusion reflecting the expressions of the others. "We need to run another search," he said breathlessly as he stepped up to Win. His uncle was the first to respond. "Another search?" "But, Jason, we've already searched every planet in the—" "Not for planets," Jason interrupted. "For moons." Luke crinkled his brow at this. "Why would we do that?" "Think about it," he said breathlessly. "If Zonama Seot entered a system around a gas giant, it wouldn't show as a world, would it? It'd be registered as a satellite, just like Yavin 4. A habitable world in a habitable zone. But it would be listed as a moon. Don't you see? We would have missed it." "But, Jason," Danny said from behind him, "the tidal forces of entering such a configuration would be incredibly severe." He dismissed her protest with a wave of his hand. "I'm sure Zonama Seot could find a way around that, just as it always found a way to escape whenever it needed to. It's resourceful and determined." He faced his uncle, wanting the Jedi Master to believe him. "I know I'm right about this. We have to do the search." His uncle thought about it for a long moment, and then turned to Win. "Will it take long?" The girl looked nervous at being the sudden focus of such attention. "That depends on how many possible targets there are." "There probably wouldn't be too many," Danny said. "System captures are scarce enough as it is, but the acquisition of extrasolar world-sized moons by gas giants would be extremely rare. I'd be amazed to find even one in the last 100 years. The odds of it happening in a system's habitable zone are minute." "Could Jason be right, then?" Mara asked. Danny studied Jason critically, then shrugged and smiled.
I guess there's only one way to find out.
Jason sent a wave of warm gratitude in her direction. The look of rage on Shimmer's face was the most satisfying thing Numenor had ever seen. Even from a distance, and viewed through a Vilip beacon concealed in Angala's robes, it thrilled him to the core of his black heart. "Tell me again," Shimmer said in the tight, too-controlled manner that presaged an explosion of anger, "how your incompetence led to the fugitives' escape." "Yes, Dreadlord." Taking a deep breath, the commander, Hreven Karsh, repeated almost word for word his explanation of how his warriors had allowed a small and relatively helpless party of Jedi and Imperials to slip through their fingers in the unknown regions. Numenor was coming into the story late, but it appeared as though this party, led by the Skywalkers, had been instrumental in foiling an operation that should have taken the insular but fiercely militaristic nation known as the Imperial Remnant out of the picture altogether. From there they had moved into the unknown regions. Karsh, sent by the leader of the attack on the Imperial Remnant, had tracked the mission from a distance, but lost them on the edge of Chiss space. The present whereabouts of the Skywalkers remained, much to Karsh's embarrassment and chagrin, unknown. Hreven Karsh was an inexperienced commander. His relative, Kam Karsh, had died trying to obtain information from the abominable libraries on Abroa Sky, and he had slipped into the empty shoes with ambitious relish. His ritual modifications, Von Dune crab armor plates inserted under his skin and coaxed to grow and overlap at odd angles so that his skin took on the appearance of a buckled, jagged crust, had been conducted in haste. The wounds, in fact, were still weeping. But the discomfort they would have caused was nothing compared to the indignity he must have felt at having to detail his failure to the Supreme Overlord, nor to the punishment that would inevitably follow. "We are presently combing the fringes of the Chiss Empire for any sign of the fugitives, and combing—" the Supreme Overlord interrupted, descending with menace from his spiny, blood-red throne of Yorick coral. His scarred, slashed, tattooed face twisted into a sneer. The macaque implants in his eye sockets burned with an all-too-familiar glare. "Did you say combing?" Karsh swallowed uneasily as the Supreme Overlord approached with careful, calculated steps. "I did, Great One." There was no mistaking it for anything but an apology. "What are you, Karsh? The handmaiden of some infidel princess?" Shimmer snarled out his words barely centimeters from the commander's face. "My lord, no, I only meant—" "We are the Yuuzhan Vong, Karsh. We do not comb. We take. This galaxy and everything in it belongs to us, including the worlds in the unknown regions. You will remind the Chiss of that fact. If they are harboring the fugitives you seek, then you will not let their borders hinder you, nor will you pander to their delusions of grandeur. You will put them in their place, and you shall do so by taking what is rightfully ours, not by combing delicately through that which the Chiss mistakenly believe to be their own. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Supreme One." Karsh stiffened in resolve. "I assure you that the Jedi will be found. I swear it on my domain's name." His tone had lost its frightened edge. He sounded more relieved that the audience with Shimmer seemed to be drawing to a close. If he was lucky, he might yet walk away from this meeting unscathed. With the luxury of distance from Shimmer's wrath, Numenor knew better. By sending Karsh into the unknown regions, Shimmer had effectively sacrificed the commander in a gambit that would do nothing more than antagonize another enemy. "Excellent, Karsh. Excellent." Returning to his throne, Shimmer sat and faced the commander one more time. "Now, come to me and give me your hand." Karsh did so, climbing the steps nervously to Shimmer and extending one scarred, clawed hand. The Supreme Overlord looked the commander in the eye and smiled. "No," he said, resting back in his black and gray robes. "Sever it, and give it to me. I will keep it as a reminder of your promise. Should you fail me again, I shall sacrifice each and every member of your domain to the gods. Is that understood?" Karsh nodded tensely, understanding all too well that Shimmer meant precisely what he said. Taking a sharp-edged kufi from the scabbard at his side, he raised it with one hand and, with a blank expression on his face, neatly sliced off the other. The severed limb fell with a heavy thud to the floor. A patter of light footsteps came as the bent, mutilated figure of Shimmer's familiar capered forward to collect it, while Karsh stood rigidly to attention. Shimmer waited a long moment as Karsh's lifeblood spilled out onto the ground, splashing his boots. Then he nodded his approval to the commander. "You may go." Karsh walked stiffly to the exit. The view was perfectly clear in the villip. At last, Numenor had exactly what he needed: an insight into Shimmer's inner sanctuary, an ear to the Yuuzhan leader's words and thoughts. Things were clearly not going well for the Supreme Overlord. The lack of advancement since taking Yuuzhan Tar seemed to have afflicted the entire Yuuzhan force. Resistance had formed where previously there was none. Supply lines had been sabotaged. Terraforming of the capital world was at a standstill, and the priests warned incessantly of the tightening hold of heresy on the lower ranks. This last part pleased Numenor the most. His efforts had sent a tide of dissent lapping at the walls of Shimmer's stronghold. Numenor's satisfaction deepened as the conversation in Shimmer's throne room moved to other matters. He could hear every word perfectly. Attacking Angala had turned out to be the best thing he could have done. Far from making the priestess fear him, it seemed to have bolstered her resolve to defy the Supreme Overlord. "I owe you my life, master," Angala had gasped up at him from where she had lain on the floor the day they had met under their new circumstances. She had been weak and pale, but gradually regaining her strength. The antidote Numenor had administered was slowly taking effect. "You are truly Yashu, the compassionate one, and I am your humble servant." Numenor recognized an opportunity when he saw one, and he had no reservations in exploiting one when it came his way. "I have given you back your life," he had said to the priestess. "With what are you prepared to repay me?" "I would repay you with my life, my master." "You would willingly risk it for me?" "Without hesitation, my master." "And if I were to ask you to risk it for the Jedi?" "If you were to ask me to risk it for a gazakel worm, I would do so without question," Angala had said. "But for the Jedi, I would gladly offer my life in sacrifice, so that I might again become one with the Force." Numenor remembered Angala's words distinctly. It was a conclusion that hadn't come from him or his followers, but rather something Angala had devised herself. Over subsequent days, as the priestess slowly regained her strength, Numenor had probed for the source of this and other conclusions Angala had come to before deciding to seek out the prophet for herself. It transpired that Angala had had contact with the treacherous creature Verger, who had sowed the seeds of doubt in her mind while in the safekeeping of the Deception sect. Angala had been doubting the established pantheon for some time since, and had been seeking a way to incorporate the Jedi and the Force into the worldview she'd been brought up to accept. Some of the priestess's conclusions echoed Numenor's fictitious propositions, such as the idea of the Force being an echo of the spirit of Yuuzhan, but others were truly her own. The idea that death reunited the Yuuzhan Vong with the spirit of their creator was, in Numenor's opinion, an inspired one, and one that allowed him to offer the shamed ones an excuse to risk their lives in his service. As someone well acquainted with deception and deceit, she had tracked the prophet's message to its source, and, by virtue of her sincerity, had inveigled herself among the acolytes. Numenor was not so naive as to take the priestess's servitude at face value. He knew there was a possibility that Angala was a double agent, emptily spouting the words she knew Numenor wanted to hear. Nevertheless, the opportunity to send Angala back to Shimmer, equipped with a Vilip beacon, was one too perfect to turn down. "Marked downturn in the Far Reach's destabilization program," a subaltern was saying. "The infiltration phase is complete in many rival communities, with conflict escalating to the point of open war in others. But in at least 2 major instances, the infidels have intervened to halt our work. In both cases, the work of our agents was not just undone, but ultimately used to strengthen the infidels. I fear that this counteracts the successful work achieved in other areas." "This was the program initiated by Numenor, was it not?" an aide asked. "If so, do not speak that name in my presence." Shimmer interrupted sharply, standing. Then, with more composure but no humor at all, he smiled. "Not until I have his severed head before me, and I wear his flayed skin as a cloak, will I hear the traitor's name again." The Supreme Overlord's macaque implants burned like miniature suns. "You will do well to remember that. Otherwise, it will be your head I shall have before me." The aide backed away. "Yes, most potent and powerful one. I simply wish to point out that the fact that this program is the work of a certain former executor might explain its failure. It was flawed to begin with, my lord, and perhaps, therefore, should be abandoned." "No," Shimmer said thoughtfully, descending the steps of his throne. "It was a good plan when it was proposed, and it is still a good plan. We will continue with the program for the time being. It is an effective use of resources in a region far from the main front. Any temporary alliances formed as a result of the incompetence of our agents will be corrected when the rest of the galaxy has fallen." As the subaltern retreated into anonymity, Numenor told himself that he should be feeling satisfaction, not hurt. Shimmer's acknowledgment of his destabilization plan was the highest praise he had ever received from the Supreme Overlord. It was nice to know that, reviled as he was, his skills were at least appreciated. But to hear himself dismissed as a certain former executor was galling. "What news of the heretics?" Shimmer asked. High Priest Jakan glided reverently forward. "Our spies have failed to penetrate the inner command circle," he said. "Our lack of knowledge of their doctrine is too great, their loyalty too strong." "Loyalty? To what?" "To their leader, great lord. He is the one from whom this heresy springs." "And what is his name, this so-called leader of shamed ones?" "He is called Yashu, the prophet." "A prophet?" Shimmer offered a short, menacing laugh. "Does he see things, this prophet? Things that are to be?" "So it is said, great lord." "And does he see his own death, I wonder?" The high priest did not say anything to this, nor did Shimmer expect a response. The Supreme Overlord clenched one gnarled fist and raised it in the air for all to see. "I want him destroyed. Do you hear me? I want him found and destroyed. I want him crushed, along with all of those who follow him." "It will not be easy," Angala announced evenly, disguising the voice of her heart behind an intelligence report. Claiming information gleaned through the work of her sect, she had persuaded the priest Harar to allow her into the throne room with him. Yashu's followers grow steadily with each day. His message spreads farther.
His voice, through them, is slowly building from a whisper into a shout that will soon be too loud to silence.
Shimmer turned on her, a mask of cold anger. From the steadiness of the image he was watching, Numenor knew that Angala neither flinched nor trembled as the Supreme Overlord approached her. "And what is it they will be shouting, priestess?" he said. He was so close to her now that the seared and tattooed face of Numenor's former master seemed to fill the villa. "What is it they want?"
Angala didn't hesitate. They want status, highest one, to be unshamed. They want acceptance.
Shimmer's hideous visage creased in puzzlement.
Acceptance? Unshamed?
Numenor could barely repress a cackle. He could almost read the Supreme Overlord's mind. What sort of infidel nonsense was this? The puzzlement faded. Shimmer pulled away. He was no fool. He would not mistake the ultimate goal of the heresy. The concept of redemption of the shamed ones struck at the very heart of Yuzhanvong hierarchy. It undermined the authority of those who stood at the top of that hierarchy. It gave a voice to those who were crushed at the bottom. On the glorious day when Numenor walked into the Supreme Overlord's throne room as the unshamed leader of a rising tide of resentment, he would look in Shimmer's eyes and stand before him as an equal. Only then would Shimmer know just how thoroughly he had lost and how triumphant Numenor had been. That a certain former executor could tunnel into the heart of the Supreme Overlord's ziggurat from its deepest basement would show everyone that he was someone to be reckoned with. His name would be accursed no longer. In a high-pitched, sing-song voice, Onimi, the hideous familiar of the Supreme Overlord, spoke. "No, my lord, they will not succeed in turning seditious dreams to deed." Shimmer turned his attention to his familiar. "I agree that it sounds preposterous, inconceivable. But if every shamed one were to revolt, to take up arms, numbers alone will not suffice, nor any amount of sacrifice. Night and day you are protected by guards loyal to you, prepared to die." "Indeed," Shimmer said, scowling around the room at those attending. His thoughts, again, were obvious. On top of the shapers, intendants, and priests, who were having increasing difficulties maintaining his realm, Revan Karsh had failed him. A perfectly good plan set in place by a fugitive was beginning to fall apart, and a priestess had just delivered his death sentence. And these were the people who were supposed to protect him? No, things most certainly were not going well for the Supreme Overlord. "Indeed," Numenor echoed with growing elation. "And if I have my way, Shimra, things are going to get a whole lot worse for you yet." When she walked into the Bakran infirmary ward, Leia couldn't help feel as if she'd done it all before. She'd been in enough med units in her time to know that they all pretty much looked the same, and this one was no exception. However, this wasn't the source of her déjà vu. What gave this moment such a strong sense of familiarity was the patient. Tahiri lay unconscious on the room's sole bed, just as she had on Mon Calamari. The only difference was her eyes. This time they were wide open and saw nothing. She could have been resting peacefully but for the fierce burning of her scars. The marks left on her forehead by the Yuzhanvong master shaper on Yavin 4 seemed to flare up in response to her psychological distress. Salis Dar's Meditex had found no means of easing her internal suffering. The girl made no impression in the Force, giving Leia nothing to work with. All she could do was imagine what was going on inside the young woman's mind and body. Jaina and Jag looked up from their position beside the bed. Jaina was still supposed to be confined to the hover chair the medical droid had assigned to her, but in a typical show of independence, she had discarded it within minutes of getting out of bed. Jag hadn't left her side since she'd awoken, despite the fact that he must have been as exhausted as she was. Their hands stayed firmly clasped
whenever they were in range, as though they were terrified to let go for fear of losing each other again. Leia warmed at that thought. She had felt that way many times and understood it all too well. What pleased her more than anything else was the fact that Jag was slowly abandoning his reservations about open displays of affection in public. It seemed that his close encounter with Entechment had made him realize that time was simply too short to waste on worrying about what people thought.
"How's she doing?"
Leia asked.
"The same."
Jaina turned her attention back to Tahiri.
"She's not responding to anything they try, and I can't get through to her. Perhaps Master Silgal could do something, but—"
She shrugged helplessly.
"It's like she's not even there."
They stared at the injured girl for a long moment, the gloominess of their thoughts filling the room. Then Jaina made a visible effort to change the mood, straightening and stretching her arms.
"So, has the new treaty been ratified yet? Signed and sealed?"
Leia was grateful for the change in topic.
"The Pwek emancipation movement has formally allied with Bakura.
Luathan and Panib
put their names to the papers half an hour ago. They've agreed to hold elections within the month, to share all Sairuvi assets seized in battle, and to initiate a liberation program for the Pwek who stayed behind. My guess is, once word spreads, they'll start seeing refugees from the Imperium within months, and some sort of retaliation within a year. I hope that by then Bakura will be strong enough to stand on its own. At least they know it's coming, so they can prepare."
"What about the kirac?" Jag asked.
"The body is already on its way back to Olwek. They figure returning the body of their Grand Shrief Tut will temporarily appease the Sairuvi conclave, even if it arouses the Elders' Council. The resulting conflict should keep them occupied for a while at least."
Leia was still amazed at both the complexity and the audacity of the Kiramac's plan. Having risen to power 10 years after the decimation of the Imperium at the hands of the New Republic, it had used its unique status to formulate a reprisal that very nearly worked. Faking a Pwek uprising wasn't hard. New Republic worlds responded to the idea of rebellion all too easily, so to the locals the story wasn't implausible. The nagging fear that the Pwek might be as bad as their former masters could only be assuaged by reassurances from the very pinnacle of Bakuran government, and the Kirac had found an elegant way to solve that problem.
"The droid technicians have finished analyzing Kundertal's arm," she said.
Jaina's face hardened.
"And?" "It's as you thought. He was a human replica droid."
Jag hugged Jaina lightly around the shoulders when she shuddered.
"He looked so real."
Leia nodded, understanding her daughter's revulsion.
The specs of his wrist and hand matched those of the droids made by Simonel the Ingoian over 30 years ago. The bones are polyalloy, the muscles and organs are made from biofiber, his skin was grown in a clone vat, and everything else is just synth flesh. Despite it being an abomination, it's actually an incredible piece of work. "No wonder he didn't want to be examined on Salonia," Jaina said.
"I didn't think such things were possible," Jag said to Leia. "Imperial intelligence reported that Project Decoy failed."
"It did. We never managed to get the droid brains up to scratch, although Simonel did by modifying an AA-1 verbo-brain. They can be useful in certain circumstances, but by and large they tend to be clumsy and unconvincing." "None of which applied to Kundertal," Jaina said, rubbing at her breastbone, which obviously still smarted from when the Prime Minister had attacked her. "Someone on the black market must have made progress in the last 25 years. Someone prepared to charge for their efforts, too. Long before you were born, Jaina, HRDs used to cost over 10 million credits. I can only imagine how much one would cost today. I'm sure we'll find that out once Vyram and Melinza have finished tracing the missing credits."
As part of a rehabilitation scheme, the two ex-activists had been co-opted by the government to demonstrate that the information they'd found earlier was genuine. Although the kidnapping charges had been overturned, Freedom had still technically been an underground operation, and some sections of the interim government wanted an assurance that they would no longer pursue illegal activities. Saul Kelly, on the other hand, had been sentenced on all manner of charges. The Rhodian wasn't going to see daylight for a very long time indeed. "So let me get this straight," Jag said, frowning. "Kundertal covertly pays someone untold millions of credits to build a replica droid of himself, right?" Jaina nodded. "Then he books the jaunty cavalier to pick up the droid from the manufacturer and deliver it somewhere near here. We don't know where yet. Maybe an abandoned base or a temporary station. It doesn't really matter, just as long as it's somewhere private." "Then he fakes his own kidnapping," Leia went on. "This is the tricky part. He has to get off-world and back without raising suspicion. He can't take his bodyguards or his advisors. He has to be completely alone while the process is underway." "And that process was entekment." Jag's face was pale at the thought. "I can't believe he voluntarily turned himself in to the Syruk so they could suck out his soul." "Well, he must have had a good idea that they wouldn't just stick him in a droid ship and bleed him dry. He was their key to bakura, after all. As long as they gave him what he wanted, he would reciprocate." "You've got to admire them, really," Jaina said. "The plan was actually quite brilliant. They were going to get an entire world in exchange for making Kundertal immortal, and it almost worked." "But would it have worked?" Jag asked. "I thought entekment wasn't permanent, that the life energy of the subject gradually decayed." Jaina nodded. "Lawton explained when we met him that they'd made significant advances in the science of entekment. That much was true, at least. There was a Jedi student named Nikos Mar," Leia explained, "who had a similar process performed on him for medical reasons. He died with the Eye of Palpatine, so we don't know how long he would have lasted." "Kundertal wasn't a clunky droid like Nikos was, though," Jaina protested. "He looked as real as you or I, and he smelled real, too. Otherwise he wouldn't have fooled Meewall and Cockmane. Once the Syruk had stuck him into the HRD and sent him back, all he had to do was avoid the invasion and get away. He could have dealt with any problems later, and no one would have been the wiser." Jag shook his head. "You have to feel sorry for the crew of the Jaunty Cavalier. Kundertal sacrificed them all so that no one would contradict his story." "That's the sign of an evil mastermind," Leia said, remembering her previous trip to Bakura and her first encounter with the spirit of her father. "No price is too great to pay to ensure his own survival." Jaina looked down to Tahiri. The girl hadn't moved throughout the conversation. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling, their only movement the occasional blink, the regularity of which they could have set a chronometer to. That and the slow rise and fall of her chest were the only signs that she was alive at all. "You haven't found his body," Jaina said. It wasn't a question. Leia replied anyway. "No." There was movement in the doorway. Thinking it might be a meditech come to examine Tahiri, Leia stepped aside to let them through. But it was Gower, the Rin whom Tahiri had befriended, and a bakura native, a Kurtzan dressed in a sand-colored, sleeveless gray robe with a wide leather belt around his waist. Numerous pouches adorned the belt, rattling as he walked. "I apologize," the Rin said, embarrassed. "I didn't mean to intrude." "No, please. Come in." Jaina had told Leia the little she'd learned about the Rin from Tahiri. "Han will be along later. I know he'll want to talk to you." Gower looked uncertain about this. "Oh?" "He has a friend he hasn't heard from for a while that he thought you might know of. A Rin by the name of Droma." "Droma." He considered the name for a moment. "It doesn't sound familiar, I'm afraid. I could probably find him for you if you like. The chances are good that one of my colleagues knows him." "That's okay," Leia said. "It's no problem. I'm sure he's doing all right wherever he is. Han was just curious, that's all." Gower's manner was pleasant and relaxed, perfectly likable. "He is blessed with the same talent as my husband." Gower's smoky-colored forehead wrinkled at this. "Which is?" "A knack for survival, of course." She matched his toothy smile, then looked away. The Kurtzan was standing patiently to one side, his ridged head gleaming in the harsh hospital light. "This is Aritza," Gower said, following her gaze. "I asked him to come." "It's a pleasure," Leia said as she stepped up to the Kurtzan. She inclined her head in a slight bow of greeting. "This is my daughter, Lieutenant Colonel Jaina Solo, and Colonel Jagged Fell." Both nodded, and Aritza bowed in return. "But you came to see Tahiri, I presume, not us," Leia said, once the introductions were over. "We came to help her, yes," the Kurtzan said, exchanging a look with Gower. "Help her in what way?" Jaina asked. "The meditechs and healers haven't been able to do anything for her. What makes you think you can?" "They haven't been able to help her," Gower interrupted, "because they don't know what is wrong with her. They are looking for a physical ailment. They won't find one because Tahiri is not fighting a disease. She is fighting herself." Jaina glanced at Leia, then back to Gower. "She told you about her problem?" "I saw enough to confirm what I had already heard. Everyone in the Rin family knows the story of the Jedi who was shaped. We know that the Yuuzhan Vong shamed ones tell it to each other as an epistle of hope. We also know that it is not encouraged outside certain circles of the Galactic Alliance. If word got out that a Jedi had been corrupted by the Yuuzhan Vong Shapers, that such a thing was even possible, the growing support for the Jedi could be dramatically eroded." There was no point denying anything that Gower said. "It's true," Leia admitted. "Mejan Quad tried to turn Tahiri into a Yuuzhan Vong warrior by giving her a new persona, that of a Yuuzhan Vong warrior called Rena. My son Anakin rescued her and managed to break the programming. We believed the new persona had been erased, but it seems more likely now that Tahiri had simply buried it." "Not it," said Gower. "Her. Rena of Domain Quad does not want to be buried. She wants to live, as does any intelligent being. Until she's allowed that, she will not lie easily." "She's real?" Jag asked. "She's not just a figment of Tahiri's imagination?" Lorin shook his head. "In a manner of speaking, Rena is as real as Tahiri herself. You see, Tahiri wasn't simply brainwashed to think and act like a Yuuzhan Vong. Mejan Quad designed Rena to be a person in her own right, with everything that entails. When Tahiri came back, she had more than just the knowledge of Yuuzhan Vong language and customs in her head. She had the makings of a new personality in there with her, wanting control of her body." "But Tahiri got better," Jag said. "She was fine." "Only until Anakin died," Leia pointed out. "Ever since then she's been struggling." "But this Rena couldn't just have reappeared for no reason," Jag argued. "Something must have triggered her emergence." "I agree," Gower said, "and I think that trigger was when the Galactic Alliance recently began making progress against the Yuuzhan Vong. Don't forget that when Rena came into being, her people were on the rise. She may have fallen, but so had Coruscant. So had the Senate. Her personal loss was overshadowed by the victories her compatriots were enjoying. Ultimately, I don't think she ever expected the Yuuzhan Vong to lose, as they very well might now. In the face of defeat, the spirit of the Yuuzhan Vong is fighting back. Unfortunately for Tahiri, this is taking place within rather than without, as it is for the rest of us." "So how do we get rid of her?" Jaina asked, her eyes shining with tears. Leia knew that Jaina felt responsible for Tahiri's breakdown and injuries on Bakura. She had suspected Rena's presence on Galantos, but hadn't known back then what to do. "There's only one way to be sure of doing that," Gower said. "And that is?" Jaina pressed. Lorin fixed her with an even and calculating stare. "To kill Tahiri, of course." "What?" Jaina's voice was cold and angry. "Don't even think of joking about something like—" "This is no joke, I assure you." Lorin's tail quivered with repressed energy. "The basic mistake everyone in this room is making is assuming Rena to be something that can be simply excised from Tahiri. However, Rena isn't some kind of tumor. She's as much a part of Tahiri as Tahiri is. Jag shook his head. I don't understand. The Rin looked apologetic. I'm not entirely sure that I do either, to be honest, he said, although I suspect that my species has a greater affinity for outcasts and refugees than most people, having spent most of our history being either or both. Since Yavin 4, Tahiri has been set apart from everyone else by virtue of her experience and her knowledge of the enemy. Anakin accepted her, but then he died, leaving her alone. We know that the idea of family is very strong among the Yuuzhan Vong, so she might have attempted to attach herself to you, Anakin's family. Ultimately, though, it wouldn't have been enough to keep her stable. What she needed, no one could give her, except herself. The Rin came to the side of Tahiri's bed and placed a hand on her forehead. If she registered his presence, she made no sign. The Shapers know what they're doing. When they set out to turn Tahiri into a Yuuzhan Vong warrior, they did exactly that. But they failed to get rid of Tahiri, Leia said. Gower nodded. Thanks to Anakin, she was able to come back, only to find that her mind was now inhabited by someone else, and that someone had no intention of going away quietly either. From Rena's point of view, Tahiri is the interloper. Tahiri has done little else but resist her ever since her reawakening. Unfortunately, it's a battle that cannot be won, and it's taking a terrible toll on her mind. If it can't be won, Jaina said, then what are you suggesting we do about her? Simple, the Rin said, turning to face her. We have to help them learn to live together. We must teach them how to become one. Jaina's incredulous laugh came out as a short, sharp bleat of defiance as she rose to her feet. I don't think so. Leia stepped forward to assuage her daughter's anger. Jaina, no, Mom, she said quickly. Teach Tahiri to accept the Yuuzhan Vong in her? After what they did to her? After what they did to Anakin? She shook her head firmly. I won't let that happen. There has to be another way of removing Rena without harming Tahiri. There has to be. Gower met her anger unflinchingly. There isn't, he said soberly, when her outburst had abated. Just as Bakurans cannot integrate the Pwek and remain the same as they were before, so, too, is it with Tahiri and Rena. Moreover, there is a similar urgency. The Pwek and the Bakurans had to work together in order to save the planet from the Cyruk. Now Tahiri must work with the personality of Rena Quad to save herself from madness. Jaina opened her mouth to object, then shut it when her mother touched her arm. Leia could sympathize with her daughter. The idea that Tahiri couldn't be cured of the treatments the Yuuzhan Vong had inflicted on her did sound preposterous, but she also knew that everything they'd so far tried had failed miserably. Okay, Jag said. Assuming there is only one option, then how do we go about it, exactly? The Kurtzan stepped forward. Like Rena, he said, my people have been cast out and ostracized from the place in which we feel we belong. It almost killed us, but as have many others in such situations, we found our own way to survive. We believe that the power of life focuses in the objects we surround ourselves with. Either inadvertently or intentionally, the things we gather reinforce who we are, making us stronger or, at times, weaker. In a balanced life, the internal and external worlds reflect each other perfectly. When a life is imbalanced, internal and external aspects must be adjusted accordingly. That's all well and good, Jag said, but again I have to ask, what do we have to do to help Tahiri? The Kurtzan native opened one of the pouches at his side. Reaching inside, he removed a small wooden totem, its carved surface worn back by time. We Kurtzan focus aspects of our lives' energies in items such as these. When our inner self lacks a particular aspect, we use these objects to bring ourselves into balance. Gower says that Tahiri had such an object in her possession, a silver totem that she produced at a time of crisis. Leia reached into her robe and produced the pendant that Tahiri had taken from her and Han's bedroom that night, just before she'd fled.
"Is this what you're looking for?"
She placed the silver pendant in Aritz's calloused hand. The tiny representation of Yunyamka glared up at her, as though vowing vengeance.
"Tahiri blacked out when she found this on Galantos. She blacked out again when I confronted her with it the other night in our room. She was also holding it when they brought her into the infirmary."
"This is it," Aritza said. He folded the pendant in one hand and closed his eyes. He seemed to collapse into himself for a moment, then, his impression in the Force changing in a way Leia had never seen before. She couldn't help wonder just what he was doing or what he was sensing. The pendant belonged to the Yuuzhan Vong, and they were invisible to the Force, so there was no way they could have left any impression on the tiny statue. Unless, of course, the power of life the Kurtzon had referred to was something else entirely. With the attention of the room upon him, Aritza stood silently as if in a trance. He muttered something unintelligible under his breath, and clutched the pendant tightly in his grasp. In her life, Leia had experienced many strange traditions on many worlds. The Kurtzon's actions weren't surprising or outlandish, and they were meant well, but she didn't have the heart to tell him that they weren't likely to help. Clearly, though, Jaina wasn't so willing to accept the gift in the spirit it was offered. She kept staring at Tahiri, shaking her head. As if reading her thoughts, Gower stepped up and placed a reassuring hand on Jaina's shoulder. "I know how you must feel about this," he said. "But remember, while the personality of Rena is undeniably Yuuzhan Vong, she doesn't represent all that the Yuuzhan Vong have done these past years. If she can be accused of anything, it can only be of trying to survive."
"I don't care," Jaina said. "She's still Yuuzhan Vong."
"But she's a victim in all of this," Gower said, "just as Tahiri is." Jaina looked as if she was about to argue this, but the Rin cut her off. "Tell me, was Tahiri herself when the bomb went off?"
"What?" "No. Rena had taken her over by then." "Why?" "So it was in fact Rena who created the force bubble. Rena who saved the lives of those in the stands above by staying close into the bomb where she knew she would have the greatest effect." The Rin's stare was piercing, and beneath it Leia saw Jaina's stubbornness flag slightly. "Is that the work of someone who deserves our contempt? Someone who deserves to be put down?" Jaina looked away from Gower, back to Tahiri's motionless body. "So what are we supposed to do? Sit back and let Rena take her over?"
"We have a choice to make. We can either help both of them, or we can watch them both die." Leia felt the responsibility Gower was giving them like a heavy weight around her neck. He was asking them to do something potentially very dangerous. She knew about Anakin's vision of Rena as a dark force sweeping across the galaxy, and she also knew that the vision could well come to pass if Rena was released, with all Tahiri's knowledge of the Jedi to back her up. Silgal had once described one of the Yuuzhan Vong's other hybrid creations, the Voxen, as part of this galaxy and part of the Yuuzhan Vong's. If Gower was right, Tahiri would have to achieve the same state in order to survive, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't end up as murderous and vicious as those creatures. But in the end, Leia had to have faith in Tahiri's strength and resolve not to allow Anakin's vision to come to fruition. Aritza's silent mumbling ceased, and he opened his eyes. Gower stepped aside as the Kurtzon approached Tahiri's bed. No one spoke as Aritza held the silver pendant with one hand and rested the other on Tahiri's forehead. His lips moved soundlessly. There was no response from Tahiri as the Kurtzon gently placed the pendant on her chest.
"Are you sure we should leave that there?"
Jaina asked a little anxiously. Aritza nodded. "It is traditional. It will help cleanse her spiritually." With that, Aritza bowed reverently over her, holding the moment with an indrawn breath, then finally exhaling and backing away. The sound of boots clomping along the corridor outside broke the sudden quiet of the room. Leia turned to see Han walk into the room, a look of some urgency on his face. "We've just received word from Luke," he said, stepping up to Leia without acknowledging the others in the room. "He says—" Han stopped, looking around the room, noting for the first time the people gathered by Tahiri's bed. "What's going on?" Leia was about to explain the healing ceremony that Aritza was trying to perform, but decided against it before she started. She didn't particularly feel like listening to her husband's cynical sounds-like-mumbo-jumbo-to-me speech.
"I'll explain later,"
she said instead, taking his hand in hers. Han accepted this with a nod. "I heard the Rin was here. Where'd he go?"
"He's right—"
It was her turn to leave a sentence unfinished.
"Well, he was."
"My friend had no intention of staying any longer than he was needed," Aritza said, stepping forward. "Before we arrived, however, he did ask that I give you this." The Kurtzon handed a sheet of flimsiplast to Leia. She unfolded it and read, with her husband reading it also over her shoulder. "My apologies for leaving so abruptly. I received word this morning that I am required elsewhere. Part of my instructions was to advise you to travel to Onidax at your earliest convenience. You will be met there. When she awakens, please extend my heartfelt thanks to Tahiri for all she has done here. With gratitude, Gower." "I am sorry," the Kurtzon said. "Don't be," Han said. "It's not your fault. I was just hoping to ask him about Droma." He took the note from Leia and scanned it again. "We'll be met there," he paraphrased. "Does he mean by another Rin? By the head of the family, or by someone else altogether?"
"It's not really made clear,"
Leia said.
Despite, or because of that, her interest was definitely piqued.
"Isn't Onidax in the Minos cluster?" Jaina asked. Leia nodded.
"It's not all that far from Bakura."
Han looked concerned.
"What's wrong, Dad?"
"Well, it's not exactly the best of places to be visiting. It's a tough place, filled with all manner of lowlifes. I just don't want anyone getting their expectations up, that this trip will be some sort of romantic holiday or something."
"Han, we had our first kiss in the belly of a space slug,"
Leia said.
"Believe me when I say that my expectations of doing anything remotely romantic with you have never been particularly high."
She smiled at her husband, and was glad to see him lose his somberness and smile back. Then, placing an arm about her shoulder, he made to leave with her. "Come on, your worshipfulness," he said wryly. "You need to talk to Luke before he goes off to call Ben."
"Wait."
She turned to Aritza.
"What about Tahiri?"
The Kurtzon shrugged again. "I do not know how long it will take for her to heal. It might be 1 hour. It might be a year. She might never heal at all. I am sorry that I cannot give you a definite answer. All you can do is wait and see." Leia looked at the girl on the bed once more. She hadn't moved the entire time they'd been in the room. No, wait. That wasn't quite true, Leia realized. She had changed. The young Jedi's eyes were now closed, as though she was sleeping. What that meant exactly, Leia didn't know, but she hoped that it was a positive sign at least. "Dream well, Tahiri," she sent into the quiet dark that was Tahiri's mind. "Dream well and come back strong." The small shuttle rattled out of hyperspace just on the border of the Cyruvi Imperium. Its holds were almost empty, as was its flight deck. In total, it carried 8 passengers. Only one of them was alive. Kundertal watched from the commander's station as the shuttle performed a cursory sweep of the space around it. He had changed its original setting shortly after leaving Bakura, immediately upon assuming control of the ship. This was a destination he had visited just once before. The event that had quite literally changed his life had taken place not far away, in a small research base left behind by the New Republic during its extended offensive against the Imperium. Abandoned for many years, It had been easy pickings for someone looking for a secret operations center. The shuttle's scan picked up the station and a modified Fussen-class picket ship parked nearby. He set the shuttle on an intercept vector for the latter, broadcasting a pre-planned signal. A response came within seconds. The picket ship extended docking grapnels and, once they were near enough, mated the two vessels together. A booming clang resounded through the ship around him, announcing contact. Grunting in satisfaction, Kundertal climbed from the commander's chair and headed for the airlock, stepping over the bodies of the Pwek crew as he went. The stump of his severed arm had healed over perfectly, leaving a smooth patch of skin that was barely tender to the touch. "I have been waiting," said the Sairuvi general, whom Kundertal knew only as Athena. His words came in the Sairuvi language, which the makers of Kundertal's body had pre-programmed him to understand. "I came as soon as I could." Kundertal executed the smallest bow he could deliver without seriously offending the general. There were no guards in the bare stateroom, but he didn't doubt that he was being watched. There were complications. The thick black ridge that was Athena's eyebrows lifted in disapproval. "The kirac is dead," Kundertal reported instantly and without emotion. "I have its body on board the shuttle as proof." He didn't mention that the shuttle had originally been intended to deliver the body to Ulhwek as a placatory gesture, or that he'd been forced to stow away on the craft in order to redirect it, and to survive. The general nodded his approval, his scent tongues tasting the air. "As long as this objective has been achieved, then everything else is unimportant." "I must admit that I don't understand why you wanted this above all else," Kundertal said. "Your people regard the kirac as some sort of god. Surely killing it will cause chaos and civil war, more disruption than the Imperium can possibly withstand. You've spent so long rebuilding things. Why destroy them now?" The general's massive tail thumped the ground once, as if demanding silence. "You are not required to understand anything, human. You stink of lies." Kundertal nodded, averting his gaze from the general's stare. He'd heard too many stories about the persuasive powers of the Sairuk to risk being caught now. His HRD body might be physically strong, but it couldn't protect him against the many traps that might befall his mind. But his mind tripped on the general's words. How could Athena have detected the scent of deception when the tissue comprising the outer layers of his new body had been specifically designed to release scents identical to a natural, non-stressed human, no matter what his state of mind or what lay beneath the facade? The general had to be bluffing, he told himself dismissively. It wasn't, however, so easy to shake himself free of his sudden suspicions. The Sairuk didn't often bluff, after all. They were usually more direct in their approaches to and manipulations of what they regarded to be lesser species. And now that he thought about it, the superior olfactory sensors of his new body were picking up something odd about the Sairuk. He suddenly felt distinctly uncomfortable, wanting to leave there as soon as possible. Something wasn't quite right, and he didn't like it one bit. "I've met my side of the bargain," he said, glad that he had retained his Sabak face after the transfer. "Now, how about you?" "You have your new body. What more do you want?" "You know what I want. You said you'd refund half the money I paid for this body if I delivered you bakura. I've done that, so now I'd like what you promised me." The general began to pace the room with clicking strides, his tail sweeping menacingly. "It is my understanding that Shui is no longer part of the Imperium. It has been consecrated, and the Pwek traitors have taken it for their own, no? Yes, and you can fight for it now. You can send troops without fearing for their souls." The general cut him off with a chopping gesture of one mighty arm. "You have not delivered your side of the bargain, yet you expect me to keep mine." He roared close to Kundertal's face, spraying him with spittle. Kundertal flinched, and the general straightened. "I am disappointed, but I can't say that I'm surprised. Your species is not known for its honor." Kundertal could feel his control over the situation quickly slipping away. "Listen, we're both doing a job here, and as you know, sometimes it's not possible to meet every expectation. I've taken you halfway there, as we have taken you halfway," the general interrupted. "You have your new body. You have your bottled soul. Surely that is enough." And maybe it was, Kundertal thought. With his mind safely ensconced in its new HRD home, he was free from aging and disease. He really could live forever if he was careful. With the right contacts, he could get his arm fixed, establish a new power base somewhere else, begin building himself up to where he had been. There were thousands of opportunities in a galaxy this large. All he had to do was— Kundertal stopped the thought in its tracks. What was the point of dreams without money to bring them into reality? Without money, he would never be able to replace his missing limb or buy new contacts. He wouldn't even be able to refuel the shuttle after its next stop. There was no point being immortal if you couldn't do anything. Or worse, if you ended up drifting through space, heading nowhere. "I'm not leaving here without the payment I deserve," he said slowly and firmly, staring the big lizard right in the eyes. "No?" The general squared off and flexed his powerful muscles. "Would you combat me for it?" Kundertal felt the strength coursing through his artificial body. What were flesh and blood against polyalloy bones and enhanced biofiber muscles? If he could outfight a Jedi, then a Sairu should be no trouble whatsoever. Kundertal nodded. "I will," he said, "and I will crush you as I would an insect." The general laughed. "The hatchmate returns to destroy his mother. I'm serious." Kundertal clenched and unclenched his fists with a mix of anger and nervousness. "Give me my money." The general took up the challenge unflinchingly as he stepped forward, pinning Kundertal with his stare. With lethal deliberation he said, "The only thing you shall get from me is death." Kundertal braced himself for the fight and suddenly found that he was unable to move. He was rooted to the spot, every muscle of his body rigid as though he were nothing more than a statue. He couldn't move his eyes, his mouth. He couldn't even breathe. And then, in mid-stroke, the beating of his heart stopped. The general's leering visage came so close that he could feel the alien's breath on his face. Twin scent tongues tasted him, licking at the fear surely emanating from his synth flesh. "You are a fool, human," Athena said. The general's breath stank, but Kundertal couldn't turn away from it. "Did you honestly think that we wouldn't be ready for you? Do you believe us to be so stupid? We have learned much of your vile machine since coming to your galaxy. We know how to encourage your filthy technologists to perform for us, to build restraining bolts that activate on hearing a particular phrase. We are perfectly capable of stealing that which we require to reach our goals. Goals you helped us attain. You sowed chaos. Now we shall reap the rewards." Kundertal yearned to pull away. "Since coming to your galaxy." Panic flooded through him. The alien's hideous face seemed to melt and peel away. The long snout folded back and rolled down the long neck, taking the triple-lidded eyes and scent tongues with them. Beneath lay a face more horrible than any Kundertal had ever imagined. A long, sloping forehead swept down to two gaunt, tattooed cheeks. Purple sacs bulged under cold, black eyes. Deep scars carved the gray flesh like the cracks of an ice moon, and sharp teeth grinned at him as he realized his mistake. "You are nothing to me," hissed the voice of the impersonator. "Perhaps had you remained alive, we might have taken you as a slave or a sacrifice. But as you are worthless, unliving filth. We have destroyed the machine that made you and purified the hands that touched it with the blood of 1,000 captives. We would never deign to deal with dead stuff such as you are now made of. Life is tissue, it is soil, it is blood." The creature paused then and smiled. "It is death." The face that would be the last thing Kundertal ever saw pulled back out of range. So profoundly was he frozen by the restraining bolt, he couldn't even focus his eyes. Everything beyond a meter remained a blur that filled with dark shadows as more of the vile creatures entered the room. They swarmed around him, twisting and writhing in impossible shapes. "The only thing you shall get from me is death." So Athena, or whatever the alien's real name was, had said, and with those words he had been condemned. The last thing Kundertal felt was the powerful sting of amphistaffs striking him and tearing his artificial body apart. He couldn't move, but the aliens had ensured that he could still feel pain. The agony was blinding, too much to truly comprehend. When Kundertal's containment fields finally dissolved and his mind fell away, it came as pure relief. In the end, there was just one. Classa Ephemera was an isolated system on the side of Chiss space opposite the galactic core. Named after the explorer who had first charted the system centuries ago, it had once housed a small gem-mining operation around its one gas giant, a bloated monster hovering just inside the star's habitable zone. Severe atmospheric disturbances had prevented the gem station from ever being profitable, however, so it had been abandoned more than 50 standard years earlier. Classa Ephemera had lain fallow ever since, lacking terrestrial worlds that might have encouraged colonization. Too remote to warrant commercial interest, and yet too far away from the Chiss border to justify even a token military presence. Every few decades, an automated probe would sweep through the system to update astronomical charts and ensure that the navigational anchor points left behind by the initial survey were still true. Beyond that, it was completely ignored. And so it might have remained forever, had not the last probe to pass through some 25 years earlier happened to note that the sole gas giant in the system, Mobus, had acquired a new satellite. This satellite joined a family of 17 other satellites around Mobus, but exceeded their combined mass more than 10 times over. A world in its own right, it was shrouded in clouds that prevented a visual survey as the probe flew by. The presence of water vapor might have warranted further investigation, but the probe was not programmed to change course for something so nebulous. Had there been clear signs of intelligent life on the moon world, the probe might have braked into an orbit around Classa A and observed the new moon in more detail, then reported the findings back to its superiors in the CEDF. But the planet emitted nothing on the subspace channels, nor were there any transmissions on the electromagnetic spectrum. So the probe simply noted the moon's appearance, then continued on its way. The fact of the moon's existence had languished in the Chiss Expeditionary Library ever since, filed with all the myriad other reports from thousands of identical probes. As rare as the orbital capture was, it wasn't startling enough to attract the attention of the astronomers who studied the data on the probe's return. There were countless more interesting discoveries waiting in the unknown regions. So what if an abandoned system acquired an extra moon or two? Jason stared at the pictures of the moon brought back by the probe with a feeling bordering on profound awe. He saw a gray orb lit by the baleful light of a boiling red-yellow gas giant. The atmosphere soaked up infrared, but radar showed a hilly terrain around the equator, with several small flat spots that could have been seas scattered evenly across both hemispheres. There was evidence of recent eruptions and crust movement, as would be expected for a world that had endured capture, not just by a sun, but also by a gas giant. "That's it," he breathed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. "That's zonama seot." "The chart's listed as M18, Wynne said. "It's zonama seot," Jason repeated. "It has to be. What did you say the odds were, Danny?" "Very much against something like this happening naturally, Jason," she said. "But that doesn't mean it couldn't happen." "I know," he replied easily. "But it didn't." R2-D2 whistled cheerfully, as though backing him up. "We should at least check it out," Mara said. "We will," Luke agreed. "After all, it's the best lead we've had so far." If there's anything we can do to assist you, Suntir Fel said, consider it done.
He hesitated for barely a second before adding, within reason, of course. Those weren't empty words. The Chiss had already provided detailed tactical maps of the unknown regions, revealing several tortuous trade lanes through areas that previously had been thought impassable. More sinisterly, the data showed that the Yuuzhan Vong had been more active in the area than Galactic Alliance intelligence had known. As far back as the first attacks on New Republic systems, a Yuuzhan Vong task force had made an end run around Chiss space and made it into the unknown regions. That it had never been heard of since, or that no other task force had made it past the Chiss, was no cause for complacency. Further Chiss assistance might well prove welcome at some point. Luke smiled genially. "Thank you," he said, "and I promise not to mention a treaty with the Galactic Alliance until the next time we pass through here." "If there is a next time," Mara said. Jason nodded, thinking of the attack on the Imperial Remnant, the Krislaws on Manmali Mafir, and Chief Navigator Abe. And then, of course, the Yuuzhan Vong themselves, whose incursions into Chiss space were becoming more frequent every day. It's been hard enough getting this far, he thought. I doubt it's going to get any easier. He felt Danny's support and confidence nearby, and was warmed by it. At least, he added, there was no shortage of support, for him and the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. All they had to do was follow their hearts, letting the Force guide their decisions, and eventually, he was sure, they'd get there. What they would find when they arrived, however, remained to be seen.